Now a hitherto unknown photograph was telling him that she had lied when she said that she had never been in Harriet's room that day. Blomqvist wrestled with the possible significance of that. And if I lied about that, what else did you lie about? He went through in his mind what he knew about Cecilia. An introverted person obviously affected by her past. Lived alone, had no sex life, had difficulty getting close to people. Kept her distance, and when she let loose there was no restraint. She chose a stranger for a lover. Had said that she ended it because she was unable to live with the idea that he would go from her life as unexpectedly as he had appeared. Blomqvist supposed that the reason she had dared to start an affair with him was precisely that he was only there for a while. She did not have to be afraid he would change her life in any long-term way. He sighed and pushed the amateur psychology aside. He made the second discovery during the night. The key to the mystery was what it was that Harriet had seen in Hidestad. He would never find that out unless he could invent a time machine and stand behind her, looking over her shoulder. And then he had a thought. He slapped his forehead and opened his iBook. He clicked onto the uncropped images in the series on Jarnvagsgaten and, there, behind Harriet and about a yard to her right were a young couple, the man in a striped sweater and the woman in a pale jacket. She was holding a camera. When Blomqvist enlarged the image it looked to be a Koch Instamatic with flash, a cheap holiday camera for people who know nothing about photography. The woman was holding the camera at chin level. Then she raised it and took a picture of the clowns, just as Harriet's expression changed. Blomqvist compared the camera's position with Harriet's line of vision. The woman had taken a picture of exactly what Harriet was looking at. His heart was beating hard. He leaned back and plucked his cigarettes out of his breast pocket. Someone had taken a picture. How would he identify and find the woman? Could he get hold of her snapshot? Had the role ever been developed, and if so did the prints still exist? He opened the folder with Niland's photographs from the crowd. For the next couple of hours he enlarged each one and scrutinized it 1 square inch at a time. He did not see the couple again until the very last pictures. Niland had photographed another clown with balloons in his hand posing in front of his camera and laughing heartily. The photographs were taken in a car park by the entrance to the sports field where the celebration was being held. It must have been after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Right after that Niland had received the alarm about the crash on the bridge and brought his portraits of Children's Day to a rapid close. The woman was almost hidden, but the man in the striped sweater was clearly visible, in profile. He had keys in his hand and was bending to open a car door. The focus was on the clown in the foreground, and the car was a bit fuzzy. The number plate was partly hidden but he could see that it started with AC3. Number plates in the 60s began with a code indicating the county, and as a child Blomqvist had memorized the county codes. AC was for Västerbotten. Then he spotted something else. On the back window was a sticker of some sort. He zoomed in, but the text dissolved in a blur. He cropped out the sticker and adjusted the contrast and sharpness. It took him a while. He still could not read the words, but he attempted to figure out what the letters were, based on the fuzzy shapes. Many letters looked surprisingly similar. An O could be mistaken for a D, a B for an E, and so on. After working with a pen and paper and excluding certain letters, he was left with an unreadable text, in one line. Arjo Nikrifa Rick. He stared at the image until his eyes began to water. Then he saw the text. Norse Joe Snickerfabrik, followed by figures in a smaller size that were utterly impossible to read, probably a telephone number. Chapter 17 Wednesday, June 11 Saturday, June 14 Blomqvist got help with the third jigsaw piece from an unexpected quarter. After working on the images practically all night he slept heavily until well into the afternoon kjn. He awoke with a headache, took a shower, and walked to Suzanne's for breakfast. He ought to have gone to see Vanger and report what he had discovered. Instead, when he came back, he went to Cecilia's house and knocked on the door. He needed to ask her why she had lied to him about being in Harriet's RCX, No one came to the door. He was just leaving when he heard, "Your whore isn't home." Gollum had emerged from his cave. He was once tall, almost 6'6", but now so stooped with age that his eyes were level with Blomkvist's. His face and neck were splotched with dark liver spots. He was in his pajamas and a brown dressing gown, leaning on a cane. He looked like a central casting nasty old man. "What did you say?" "Elle said that your whore isn't home." Blomkvist stepped so close that he was almost nose to nose with Harold Vanger. "You're talking about your own daughter, you fucking pig." "I'm not the one who comes sneaking over here in the night," Harold said with a smile. He smelled foul. Blomkvist sidestepped him and went down the road without looking back. He found Vanger in his office. "I've just had the pleasure of meeting your brother," Mikhail said. "Harold? Well, so, he's ventured out. He does that a couple of times a year." I was knocking on Cecilia's door when this voice behind me said, quote, "Your whore isn't home," unquote. "That sounds like Harold," Vanger said calmly. "He called his own daughter a whore, for God's sake. He's been doing that for years. That's why they don't talk much." "Why does he call her that?" "Cecilia lost her virginity when she was 21. It happened here in Hidestad after a summer romance, the year after Harriet disappeared. The man she fell in love with was called Peter Samuelson. He was a financial assistant at the Vanger Corporation. A bright boy. Today he works for ABB. The kind of man I would have been proud to have as my son-in-law if she were my daughter." Harold measured his skull or checked his family tree or something and discovered that he was 1/4 Jewish. Goxie Lord. He's called her a whore ever since. He knew that Cecilia and I have. Everybody in the village probably knows that with the possible exception of Isabella, because no one in his right mind would tell her anything, and thank heavens she's nice enough to go to bed at 8 o'clock every night. Harold on the other hand has presumably been following every step you take. Blomkvist sat down, looking foolish. "You mean that everyone knows?" "Of course. And you don't mind?" "My dear Mikhail, it's really none of my business." "Where is Cecilia?" "The school term is over. She went to London on Saturday to visit her sister, and after that she's having a holiday in I think it was Florida. She'll be back in about a month." Blomkvist felt even more FCK-lish. "We've sort of put our relationship on hold for a while. So I understand, but it's still none of my business. How's your work coming along?" Blomkvist poured himself a cup of coffee from Vanger's thermos. "I'll think I've found some new material." He took his iBook out of his shoulder bag and scrolled through the series of images showing how Harriet had reacted on Jarnvagsgaten. He explained how he had found the other spectators with the camera and their car with the Norse Joe Carpentry shop sign. When he was finished, Vanger wanted to see all the pictures again. When he looked up from the computer his face was gray. Blomkvist was suddenly alarmed and put a hand on Vanger's shoulder. Vanger waved him away and sat in silence for a while. "You've done what I thought was impossible. You've turned up something completely new. What are you going to do next?" "I am going to for that snapshot, if it still exists." He did not mention the face in the window. Harold Vanger had gone back to his cave by the time Blomkvist came out. When he turned the corner he found someone quite different sitting on the porch of his cottage, reading a newspaper. For a fraction of a second he thought it was Cecilia, but the dark-haired girl on the porch was his daughter. "Hi, Papa," Pernilla Abrahamson said. He gave his daughter a long hug. "Where in the world did you spring from?" "From home, of course. I'm on my way to Skellefteå. Can I stay the night?" "Of course you can, but how did you get here?" "Mama knew where you were. And I asked at the cafe if they knew where you were staying. The woman told me exactly how to get here." "Are you glad to see me?" "Certainly I am. Come in." You should have given me some warning so I could buy some GCX-D or something. Elle stopped on impulse. I wanted to welcome you home from prison, but you never called. I'm sorry. That's 0K. Mama told me how you're always getting lost in your own thoughts. Is that what she says about me? More or less. But it doesn't matter. I still love you. I love you too, but you know. Elle no. I'm pretty grown up by now. He made tea and put out pastries. What his daughter had said was true. She was most assuredly no longer a little girl, she was almost 17, practically a grown woman. He had to learn to stop treating her like a child. So, how was it? How was what? Prison. He laughed. Would you believe me if I said that it was like having a paid holiday with all the time you wanted for thinking and writing? Elle would. I don't suppose there's much difference between a prison and a cloister, and people have always gone to cloisters for self-reflection. Well, there you go. I hope it hasn't been a problem for you, your father being a jailbird. Not at all. I'm proud of you, and I never miss a chance to brag about the fact that you went to prison for what you believe in. Believe in? Elle saw Erica Berger on TV. Pernilla, I'm not innocent. I'm sorry that I haven't talked to you about what happened, but I wasn't unfairly sentenced. The court made their decision based on what they were told during the trial. But you never told your side of the story? No, because it turned out that I didn't have proof. 0K then answer me one question, is Wennerstrom a scoundrel or isn't he? He's one of the blackest scoundrels I've ever dealt with. That's good enough for me. I've got a present for you. She took a package out of her bag. He opened it and found a CD, The Best of Eurythmic. She knew it was one of his favorite old bands. He put it in his iBook, and they listened to Sweet Dreams together. Why are you going to Skellefteå? Bible school at a summer camp with a congregation called the Light of Life, Pernilla said, as if it were the most obvious choice in the world. Blomqvist felt a cold fire run down the back of his neck. He realized how alike his daughter and Harriet Wenger were. Pernilla was 16, exactly the age Harriet was when she disappeared. Both had absent fathers. Both were attracted to the religious fanaticism of strange sex, Harriet to the Pentecostals and Pernilla to an offshoot of something that was just about as crackpot as the Word of Life. He did not know how he should handle his daughter's new interest in religion. He was afraid of encroaching on her right to decide for herself. At the same time, the Light of Life was most definitely a sect of the type that he would not hesitate to lambast in Millennium. He would take the first opportunity to discuss this matter with her mother. Pernilla slept in his bed while he wrapped himself in blankets on the bench in the kitchen. He woke with a crick in his neck and aching muscles. Pernilla was eager to get going, so he made breakfast and went with her to the station. They had a little time, so they bought coffee at the mini-mart and sat down on a bench at the end of the platform, chatting about all sorts of things. Until she said, "You don't like the idea that I'm going to Skellefteå, do you?" He was nonplussed. "It's not dangerous." "But you're not a Christian, are you?" "Well, I'm not a good Christian, at any rate." "You don't believe in God?" "No, I don't believe in God, but I respect the fact that you do. Everyone has to have something to believe in." When her train arrived, they gave each other a long hug until Pernilla had to get on board. With one foot on the step, she turned. "Papa, I'm not going to proselytize. It doesn't matter to me what you believe, and I'll always love you. But I think you should continue your Bible studies." "Why do you say that?" "Elle saw the quotes you had on the wall," she said. "But why so gloomy and neurotic?" "Kisses. See you later." She waved and was gone. He stood on the platform, baffled, watching the train pull away. Not until it vanished around a bend did the meaning sink in. Mikhail hurried out of the station. It would be almost an hour before the next bus left. He was too much on edge to wait that long. He ran to the taxi stand and found Hussein with the Norland accent. 10 minutes later he was in his office. He had taped the note above his desk. Magda-32016 Sarah 32109 R.J30112 R.L 32027 Mari 32018. He looked around the room. Then he realized where he'd be able to find a Bible. He tcx the note with him, searched for the keys, which he had left in a bowl on the windowsill, and jogged the whole way to Gottfried's cabin. His hands were practically shaking as he took Harriet's Bible down from its shelf. She had not written down telephone numbers. The figures indicated the chapter and verse in Leviticus, the third book of the Pentateuch. Magda, Leviticus 20:16. If a woman approaches any beast and lies with it, you shall kill the woman and the beast, they shall be put to death, their blood is upon them. Sarah, Leviticus 21:9. And the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by playing the harlot, profanes her father, she shall be burned with fire. RJ. Leviticus 1:12. And he shall cut it into pieces, with its head and its fat, and the priest shall lay them in order upon the wood that is on the fire upon the altar. RL. Leviticus 20:27. A man or a woman who is a medium or a wizard shall be put to death, they shall be stoned with stones, their blood shall be upon them. Mari, Leviticus 20:18. If a man lies with a woman having her sickness, and uncovers her nakedness, he has made naked her fountain, and she has uncovered the fountain of her blood, both of them shall be cut off from among their people. He went out and sat on the porch. Each verse had been underlined in Harry Euro's Bible. He lit a cigarette and listened to the singing of birds nearby. He had the numbers. But he didn't have the names. Magda, Sarah, Mari, R.J. and R.L. All of a sudden an abyss opened as Mikhail's brain made an intuitive leap. He remembered the fire victim in Hidestad that Inspector Morel had told him about. The Rebecca case, which occurred in the late 40s. The girl was raped and then killed by having her head placed on smoldering coals. And he shall cut it into pieces, with its head and its fat, and the priest shall lay them in order upon the wood that is on the fire upon the altar. Rebecca. RJ. What was her last name? What in God's name had Harriet gotten herself mixed up in? Vanger had been taken ill. He was in bed when Blomqvist knocked on his door. But Anna agreed to let him in, saying he could visit the old man for a few minutes. A summer cold, Henrik explained, sniffling. What did you want? I have a question. Yes. Did you ever hear of a murder that took place in Hidestad sometime in the 40s? A girl called Rebecca, her head was put on a fire. Rebecca Jacobson, Henrik said without a second hesitation. That's a name I'll never forget, although I haven't heard it mentioned in years. But you know about the murder. Indeed I do. Rebecca Jacobson was 23 or 24 when she died. That must have been in. It was in 1949. There was a tremendous hue and cry, I had a small part in it myself. You did? Oh yes. Rebecca was on our clerical staff, a popular girl and very attractive. But why are you asking? I'm not sure, Henrik, but I may be onto something. I'm going to have to think this through. Are you suggesting that there's a connection between Harriet and Rebecca? There were. Almost 17 years separating the two. Let me do my thinking and I'll come back and see you tomorrow if you're feeling better. Blomqvist did not see Vanger the following day. Just before 1 a.m. he was still at the kitchen table, reading Harriet's Bible, when he heard the sound of a car making its way at high speed across the bridge. He looked out the window and saw the flashing blue lights of an ambulance. Filled with foreboding, he ran outside. The ambulance parked by Vanger's house. On the ground floor all the lights were on. He dashed up the porch steps in 2 bounds and found a shaken Anna in the hall. It's his heart, she said. He woke me a little while ago, complaining of pains in his chest. Then he collapsed. Blomqvist put his arms around the housekeeper, and he was still there when the medics came out with an unconscious Vanger on a stretcher. Martin Vanger, looking decidedly stressed, walked behind. He had been in bed when Anna called. His bare feet were stuck in a pair of slippers, and he hadn't zipped his fly. He gave Mikhail a brief greeting and then turned to Anna. "I'll go with him to the hospital. Call Berger and see if you can reach Cecilia in London in the morning," he said. "And tell Dirch." "I can go to Frode's house," Blomqvist said. Anna nodded gratefully. It took several minutes before a sleepy Frode answered Blomqvist's ring at his door. "I have bad news, Dirch. Henrik has been taken to the hospital. It seems to be a heart attack. Martin wanted me to tell you." "Goxie Lord," Frode said. He glanced at his watch. "It's Friday the 13th, he said. Not until the next morning, after he'd had a brief talk with Dirch Frode on his mobile and been assured that Vanger was still alive, did he call Berger with the news that Millennium's new partner had been taken to the hospital with a heart attack. Inevitably, the news was received with gloom and anxiety. Late in the evening Frode came to see him and give him the details about Henrik Vang's condition. "He's alive, but he's not doing well. He had a serious heart attack, and he's also suffering from an infection." "Have you seen him?" "No. He's in intensive care. Martin and Berger are sitting with him." "What are his chances?" Frode waved a hand back and forth. "He survived the attack, and that's a good sign. Henrik is in excellent condition, but he's old. We'll just have to wait." They sat in silence, deep in thought. Blomqvist made coffee. Frode looked wretchedly unhappy. "I'll need to ask you about why Euro's going to happen now," Blomqvist said. Frode looked up. "The conditions of your employment don't change. They're stipulated in a contract that runs until the end of this year, whether Henrik lives or dies. You don't have to worry." "No, that's not what I meant. I'm wondering who I report to in his absence." Frode sighed. "Mikhail, you know as well as I do that this whole story about Harriet is just a pastime for Henrik." "Don't say that, Dirch." "What do you mean?" "I've found new evidence," Blomqvist said. "Elle told Henrik about some of it yesterday. I'm very much afraid that it may have helped to bring on his heart attack." Frode looked at him with a strange expression. "You're joking, you must be." Blomqvist shook his head. "Over the past few days I've found significant material about Harriet's disappearance. What I'm worried about is that we never discussed who I should report to if Henrik is no longer here. You refx, RT to me. 0K I have to go on with this. Can I put you in the picture right now?" Blomqvist what he had found as concisely as possible, and he showed Frode the series of pictures from Jarnvagsgaten. Then he explained how his own daughter had unlocked the mystery of the names in the date book. Finally, he proposed the connection, as he had for Vanger the day before, with the murder of Rebecca Jacobson in 1949, RJ. The only thing he kept to himself was Cecilia Vanger's face in Harriet's window. He had to talk to her before he put her in a position where she might be suspected of something. Frode's brow was creased with concern. "You really think that the murder of Rebecca has something to do with Harriet's disappearance?" "It seems unlikely, I agree, but the fact remains that Harriet wrote the initials RJ in her date book next to the reference to the Old Testament law about burnt offerings. Rebecca Jacobson was burned to death. One connection with the Vanger family is inescapable: she worked for the corporation. But what is the connection with Harriet? Elle don't know yet. But I want to find out. I will tell you everything I would have told Henrik. You have to make the decisions for him. Perhaps we ought to inform the police." "No. At least not without Henrik's blessing. The statute of limitations has long since run out in the case of Rebecca, and the police investigation was closed. They're not going to reopen an investigation 54 years later." "All right. What are you going to do?" Blomqvist paced a lap around the kitchen. First, I want to follow up the photograph lead. If we could see what it was that Harriet saw. It might be the key. I need a car to go to Norsjo and follow that lead, wherever it takes me. And also, I want to research each of the Leviticus verses. We have one connection to one murder. We have 4 verses, possibly 4 other clues. To do this, I'll need some help. What kind of help? I really need a research assistant with the patience to go through old newspaper archives to find Magda and Sarah and the other names. If I'm right in thinking that Rebecca wasn't the only victim. You mean you want to let someone else in on? There's a lot of work that has to be done and in a hurry. If I were a police officer involved in an active investigation, I could divide up the hours and resources and get people to dig for me. I need a professional who knows archive work and who can be trusted. I'll understand. Actually, I believe I know of an expert researcher, said Frixie, and before he could stop himself, he added, she was the one who did the background investigation on you. Who did what? Blomqvist said. I was thinking out loud, Frode said. Ivy's nothing. I'm getting old, he thought. You had someone do an investigation on me. It's nothing dramatic, Mikhail. We wanted to hire you, and we just did a check on what sort of person you were. So that's why Henrik always seems to know exactly where he has me. How thorough was this investigation? It was quite thorough. Did it into Millennium's problems? Frode shrugged. It had a bearing. Blomqvist lit a cigarette. It was his 5th of the day. A written report. Mikhail, it's nothing to get worked up about. I want to read the report, he said. Oh come on, there's nothing out of the ordinary about this. We wanted to check up on you before we hired you. I want to read the report, Mikhail repeated. I couldn't authorize that. Really? Then here's what I say to you, either I have that report in my hands within the hour, or I quit. I'll take the evening train back to Stockholm. Where is the report? The 2 men eyed each other for several seconds. Then Frode sighed and looked away. In my office, at home. Frode had put up a terrible fuss. It was not until 6 o'clock that evening that Blomqvist had Lisbeth Salander's ReFX, RT in his hand. It was almost 80 pages long, plus dozens of photocopied articles, certificates, and other records of the details of his life and career. It was a strange experience to read about himself in what was part biography and part intelligence report. He was increasingly astonished at how detailed the report was. Salander had dug up facts that he thought had been long buried in the compost of history. She had dug up his youthful relationship with a woman who had been a flaming syndicalist and who was now a politician. Who in the world had she talked to? She had found his rock band, which surely no Wunschksy I would remember. She had scrutinized his finances down to the last oar. How the hell had she done it? As a journalist, Blomqvist had spent many years hunting down information about people, and he could judge the quality of the work from a purely professional standpoint. There was no doubt that the Salander was one hell of an investigator. He doubted that even he could have produced a comparable report on any individual completely unknown to him. It also dawned on him that there had never been any reason for him and Berger to keep their distance in Wanger's presence. He already knew of their long-standing relationship. The report came up with a disturbingly precise appraisal of Millennium's financial position. Wanger knew just how shaky things were when he first contacted Berger. What sort of game was he playing? The Wennerstrom affair was merely summarized, but whoever wrote the report had obviously been a spectator in court during part of the trial. The ReFX, RT questioned Blomqvist's refusal to comment during the trial. Smart woman. The next second Mikhail straightened up, hardly able to believe his eyes. Salander had written a brief passage giving her assessment of what would happen after the trial. She had repercussed virtually word for word the press release that he and Berger had submitted after he resigned as publisher of Millennium. But Salander had used his original wording. He glanced again at the cover of the report. It was dated 3 days before Blomqvist was sentenced. That was impossible. The press release existed then in only one place in the whole world. In Blomqvist's computer. In his iBook, not on his computer at the office. The text was never printed out. Not even Berger had a copy, although they had talked about the subject. Blomqvist put down Salander's report. He put on his jacket and went out into the night, which was very bright 1 week before midsummer. He walked along the shore of the Sound, past Cecilia Vanger's property and the luxurious motorboat below Martin Vanger's villa. He walked slowly, pondering as he went. Finally he sat on a rock and looked at the flashing buoy lights in Hedestad Bay. There was only one conclusion. "You've been in my computer, Fröken Salander," he said aloud. "You're a fucking hacker." Chapter 18 Wednesday, June 18. Salander awoke with a start from a dreamless slumber. She felt faintly sick. She did not have to turn her head to know that Mimi had left already for work, but her scent still lingered in the stuffy air of the bedroom. Salander had drunk too many beers the night before with the evil fingers at the mill. Mimi had turned up not long before closing time and come home with her and into bed. Salander, unlike Mimi, had never thought of herself as a lesbian. She had never brooded over whether she was straight, gay, or even bisexual. She did not give a damn about labels, did not see that it was anyone else's business whom she spent her nights with. If she had to choose, she preferred guys, and they were in the lead, statistically speaking. The only problem was finding a guy who was not a jerk and one who was also good in bed. Mimi was a sweet compromise, and she turned Salander on. They had met in a beer tent at the Pride Festival a year ago, and Mimi was the only person that Salander had introduced to the evil fingers. But it was still just a casual affair for both of them. It was nice lying close to Mimi's warm, soft body, and Salander did not mind waking up with her and their having breakfast together. Her clock said it was 9:30, and she was wondering what could have woken her when the rang again. She sat up in surprise. No one had ever rung her doorbell at this hour. Very few people rang her doorbell at all. She wrapped a sheet around her and walked unsteadily to the hall to open the door. She stared straight into the eyes of Mikael Blomqvist, felt panic race through her body, and took a step back. "Good morning, Fröken Salander," he greeted her cheerfully. "It was a late night, I see. Can I come in?" Without waiting for an answer, he walked in, closing the door behind him. He regarded with curiosity the pile of clothes on the hall floor and the rampart of bags filled with newspapers, then he peered through the bedroom door while Salander's world started spinning in the wrong direction. "How? What? Who?" Blomqvist looked at her bewilderment with amusement. "Elle assumed that you would not have had breakfast yet, so I brought some filled bagels with me. I got one with roast beef, one with turkey and Dijon mustard, and one vegetarian with avocado, not knowing your preference." He marched into her kitchen and started rinsing her coffee maker. "Where do you keep coffee?" he said. Salander stood in the hall as if frozen until she heard the water running out of the tap. She took 3 quick strides. "Stop. Stop at once." She realized that she was shouting and lowered her voice. "Damn it all, you can't come barging in here as if you own the place. We don't even know each other." Blomqvist paused, holding a jug, and turned to LCX-K at her. "Wrong. You know me better than almost anyone else does. Isn't that so?" He turned his back on her and poured the water into the machine. Then he started opening her cupboards in search of coffee. "Speaking of which, I know how you do it. I know your secrets." Salander shut her eyes, wishing that the floor would stop pitching under her feet. She was in a state of mental paralysis. She was hungover. This situation was unreal, and her brain was refusing to function. Never had she met one of her subjects face to face. "He knows where I live." He was standing in her kitchen. This was impossible. It was outrageous. He knows who I am. She felt the sheet slipping, and she pulled it tighter around her. He said something, but at first she didn't understand him. We have to talk, he said again. But I think you'd better take a shower first. She tried to speak sensibly. You listen to me. If you're thinking of making trouble, I'm not the one you should be talking to. I was just doing a job. You should talk to my boss. He held up his hands. A universal sign of peace, or I have no weapon. I've already talked to Arminsky. By the way, he wants you to ring him. You didn't answer his call last night. She did not sense any threat, but she still stepped back a pace when he came closer, took her arm and escorted her to the bathroom. DCXR. She disliked having anyone touch her without her leave. Don't want to make trouble, he said. But I'm quite anxious to talk to you. After you're awake, that is. The coffee will be ready by the time you put on some clothes. First, a shower. Vamos. Passively she obeyed. Lisbeth Salander is never passive, she thought. She leaned against the bathroom door and struggled to collect her thoughts. She was more shaken than she would have thought possible. Gradually she realized that a shower was not only good advice but a necessity after the tumult of the night. When she was done, she slipped into her bedroom and put on jeans, and a t-shirt with the slogan "Armageddon was yesterday, today we have a serious problem." After pausing for a second, she searched through her leather jacket that was slung over a chair. She took the taser out of the pocket, checked to see that it was loaded, and stuck it in the back pocket of her jeans. The smell of coffee was spreading through the apartment. She took a deep breath and went back to the kitchen. "Do you never clean up?" he said. He had filled the sink with dirty dishes and ashtrays, he had put the old milk cartons into a rubbish sack and cleared the table of 5 weeks of newspapers, he had washed the table clean and put out mugs, and he wasn't joking after all. Bagels. 0K, let's see where this is heading. She sat down opposite him. "You didn't answer my question. Roast beef, turkey, or vegetarian?" "Roast beef." "Then I'll take the turkey." They ate in silence, scrutinizing each other. When she finished her bagel, she also ate half of the vegetarian one. She picked up a crumpled pack of cigarettes from the windowsill and dug one out. He broke the silence. May not be as good as you at investigations, but at least I've found out that you're not a vegetarian, or, as Herr Freud thought, anorexic. I'll include that information in my report." Salander stared at him, but he looked so amused that she gave him a crooked smile. The situation was beyond all rhyme or reason. She sipped her coffee. He had kind eyes. She decided that whatever else he might be, he did not seem to be a malicious person. And there was nothing in the PL she had done that would indicate he was a vicious bastard who abused his girlfriends or anything like that. She reminded herself that she was the one who knew everything. Knowledge is power. "What are you grinning at?" she said. "I'm sorry. I had not in fact planned to make my entrance in this way. I didn't mean to alarm you. But you should have seen your face when you opened the door. It was priceless." Silence. To her surprise, Salander found his uninvited intrusion acceptable, well, at least not unpleasant. "You'll have to think of it as my revenge for your poking around in my personal life," he said. "Are you frightened?" "Not the least bit," Salander said. "I'm not here to make trouble for you. If you even try to hurt me, I'll have to do you an injury. You'll be sorry." Blomqvist studied her. She was barely 4'11" and did not look as though she could put up much resistance if he were an assailant who had forced his way into her apartment. But her eyes were expressionless and calm. "Well, that won't be necessary," he said at last. "I'll only need to talk to you. If you want me to leave, all you have to do is say so. It's funny, but, oh, nothing." "What?" "This may sound crazy, but 4 days ago I didn't even know you existed. Then I read your analysis of me. He searched through his shoulder bag and brought out the report. It was not entertaining reading. He ked out of the kitchen window for a while. Could I bum a cigarette? She slid the pack across the table. You said before that we don't know each other, and I said that yes, we do. He pointed at the report. L can't compete with you. I've only done a rapid routine check, to get your address and date of birth, stuff like that. But you certainly know a great deal about me. Much of which is private, damn it, things that only my closest friends know. And now here I am, sitting in your kitchen and eating bagels with you. We have known each other half an hour, but I have the feeling that we've been friends for years. Does that make sense to you? She nodded. You have beautiful eyes, he said. You have nice eyes yourself, she said. Long silence. Why are you here, she said. Cal Blomqvist. She remembered his nickname and suppressed the impulse to say it out loud suddenly. LCX, Ked serious. He also looked very tired. The self-confidence that he had shown when he first walked into her apartment was now gone. The clowning was over, or at least had been put aside. She felt him studying her closely. Salander felt that her composure was barely skin deep and that she really wasn't in complete control of her nerves. This totally unlooked-for visit had shaken her in a way that she had never experienced in connection with her work. Her bread and butter was spying on people. In fact, she had never thought of what she did for Arminsky as a real job. She thought of it more as a complicated pastime, a sort of hobby. The truth was that she enjoyed digging into the lives of other people and exposing the secrets they were trying to hide. She had been doing it, in one form or another, for as long as she could remember. And she was still doing it today, not only when Arminsky gave her an assignment, but sometimes for the sheer fun of it. It gave her a kick. It was like a complicated computer game, except that it dealt with real live people. And now one of her hobbies was sitting right here in her kitchen, feeding her bagels. It was totally absurd. I have a fascinating problem, Blomqvist said. Tell me this, when you were doing your research on me for hair fraud, did you have any idea what it was going to be used for? No. The purpose was to find out all that information about me because Freud, or rather his employer, wanted to give me a freelance job. He gave her a faint smile. One of these days you and I should have a discussion about the ethics of snooping into other people's lives. But right now I have a different problem. The job I was offered, and which inexplicably I agreed to do, is without doubt the most bizarre assignment I've ever undertaken. Before I say more, I need to be able to trust you, Lisbeth. What do you mean? Arminsky tells me you're 100% reliable. But I still want to ask you the question. Can I tell you confidential things without your telling them to anyone else, by any means, ever? Wait a minute. You've talked to Dragan? Is he the one who sent you here? I'm going to kill you, you fucking stupid Armenian. Not exactly. You're not the only one who can find out someone's address. I did that all on my own. I looked you up in the National Registry. There are 3 Lisbeth Salanders, and the other 2 weren't a good match. But I had a long talk with Arminsky yesterday. He too thought that I wanted to make trouble over your ferreting around in my private life. In the end I convinced him that I had a legitimate purpose. Which is what? As I told you, Freud's employer hired me to do a job. I've reached a point where I need a skilled researcher. Freud told me about you and said that you were pretty good. He hadn't meant to identify you, it just slipped out. I explained to Arminsky what I wanted. He okayed the whole thing and tried to call you. And here I am. Call him if you want. It took Salander a minute to find her mobile among the clothes that Mimi had pulled off her. Blomqvist watched her embarrassed search with interest as he patrolled the apartment. All her furniture seemed to be strays. She had a state-of-the-art power book on an apology for a desk in the living room. She had a CD player on a shelf. Her CD collection was a pitiful total of 10 CDs by groups he had never heard of, and the musicians on the covers looked like vampires from outer space. Music was probably not her big interest. Salander saw that Armansky had called her 7 times the night before and twice this morning. She punched in his number while Blomqvist leaned against the door frame and listened to the conversation. "It's me. Sorry. Yes. It was turned off. Point 1 No, he wants to hire me. No, he's standing in the middle of my fucking living room, for Christ's sake." She raised her voice. "Dragan, I'm hungover and my head hurts, so please, no games. Did you 0K this job or not? Thanks." Salander looked through the door to the living room at Blomqvist pulling out CDs and taking books off the bookshelf. He had just found a brown pill that was missing its label, and he was holding it up to the light. He was about to unscrew the top, so she reached out and took the bottle from him. She went back to the kitchen and sat down on a chair, massaging her forehead until he joined her. "The rules are simple," she said. "Nothing that you discuss with me or with Armansky will be shared with anyone at all. There will be a contract which states that Milton Security pledges confidentiality. I want to know what the job is about before I decide whether I want to work for you or not. That also means that I agree to keep to myself everything you tell me, whether I take the job or not, provided that you're not conducting any sort of serious criminal activity. In which case, I'll report it to Dragan, who in turn will report it to the police." "Fine." He hesitated. "Armansky may not be completely aware of what I want to hire you for." "Some historical research," he said. "Well, yes, that's right. I want you to help me to identify a murderer." It took Blomqvist an hour to explain all the intricate details in the Harriet Wenger case. He left nothing out. He had Freud's permission to hire her, and to do that he had to be able to trust her completely. He told her everything about Cecilia Wenger and that he had found her face in Harriet's window. He gave Salander as Gok 11 a description of her character as he could. She had moved high up on the list of suspects, his list. But he was still far from believing that she could be in any way associated with a murderer who was active when she was still a young woman. He gave Salander a copy of the list in the date book: Magda 32016, Sarah 32109, R.J 30112, R.L 32027, Mari 32018. And he gave her a copy of the verses from Leviticus. "What do you want me to do? I've identified the R.J. Rebecca Jacobson." He told her what the 5-figure numbers stood for. "If I'm right, then we're going to find 4 more victims: Magda, Sarah, Mari, and RL. You think they're all murdered? What I think is that we are looking for someone who, if the other numbers and initials also prove to be shorthand for 4 more killings, is a murderer who was active in the 50s and maybe also in the 60s. And who is in some way linked to Harriet Wenger. I've gone through back issues of the Hedestad Courier. Rebecca's murder is the only grotesque crime that I could find with a connection to Hedestad. I want you to keep digging, all over Sweden if necessary, until you make sense of the other names and verses." Salander thought in expressionless silence for such a long time that Blomqvist began to grow impatient. He was wondering whether he had chosen the wrong person when she at last raised her head. "I'll take the job. But first you have to sign a contract with Armansky." Armansky printed out the contract that Blomqvist would take back to Hedestad for Freud's signature. When he returned to Salander's office, he saw how she and Blomqvist were leaning over her power book. He had his hand on her shoulder. He was touching her, and Armansky paused in the corridor. Blomqvist said something that seemed to surprise Salander. Then she laughed out loud. Armansky had never once heard her laugh before, and for years he had been trying to win her trust. Blomqvist had known her for 5 minutes and she was practically giggling with him. He felt such a loathing for Blomqvist at that moment that he surprised himself. He cleared his throat as he stood in the doorway and put down the folder with the contract. Blomqvist paid a quick visit to the Millennium office in the afternoon. It was his first time back. It felt very odd to be running up those familiar stairs. They had not changed the code on the door, and he was able to slip in unnoticed and stand for a moment, looking around. Millennium's offices were arranged in an L shape. The entry was a hall that took up a lot of space without being able to be put to much use. There were 2 sofas there, so it was by way of being a reception area. Beyond was a lunchbox, kitchenette, then cloakroom/toilets, and 2 storage with bookshelves and filing cabinets. There was also a desk for an intern. To the right of the entry was the glass wall of Mame's studio, which took up about 500 square feet, with its own entrance from the landing. To the left was the editorial office, encompassing about 350 square feet, with the windows facing Gottgaten. Berger had designed everything, putting in glass partitions to make separate quarters for 3 of the employees and an open plan for the others. She had taken the largest room at the very back for herself, and given Blomqvist his own room at the opposite end. It was the only room that you could look into from the entry. No one had moved into it, it seemed. The third room was slightly apart from the others, and it was occupied by Sonny Magnusson, who had been for several years Millennium's most successful advertising salesman. Berger had handpicked him, she offered him a modest salary and a commission. Over the past year, it had not made any difference how energetic he was as a salesman, their advertising income had taken a beating and Magnusson's income with it. But instead of looking elsewhere, he had tightened his belt and loyally stayed put. Unlike me, who caused the whole landslide, Blomqvist thought. He gathered his courage and walked into the office. It was almost deserted. He could see Berger at her desk, telephone pressed to her ear. Monica Nilsson was at her desk, an experienced general reporter specializing in coverage. She could be the most jaded cynic he had ever met. She'd been at Millennium for 9 years and was thriving. Henry Cortez was the youngest employee on the editorial staff. He had come as an intern straight out of JMK 2 years ago, saying that he wanted to work at Millennium and nowhere else. Berger had no budget to hire him, but she offered him a desk in a corner and took him on as a permanent dog's body, and anon as a staff reporter. Both uttered cries of delight. He received kisses on the cheek and pats on the back. At once they asked him if he was returning to work. No, he had just stopped by to say hello and have a word with the boss. Berger was glad to see him. She asked about Vang's condition. Blomqvist knew no more than what Frode could tell him. His condition was inescapably serious. So what are you doing in the city? Blomqvist was embarrassed. He had been at Milton Security, only a few streets away, and he had decided on sheer impulse to come in. It seemed complicated to explain that he had been there to hire a research assistant who was a security consultant who had hacked into his computer. Instead he shrugged and said he had come to seek home on Vang-related business, and he would have to go back north at once. He asked how things were going at the magazine. Apart from the good news on the advertising and the subscription fronts, there is one cloud on the horizon. Which is? Jana Dahlman. Of course. I had a talk with him in April, after we released the news that Henrik had become a partner. I don't know if it's just Jana's nature to be negative or if there's something more serious going on, if he's playing some sort of game. What happened? It's nothing I can put a finger on, rather that I no longer trust him. After we signed the agreement with Krister and I had to decide whether to inform the whole staff that we were no longer at risk of going under this autumn, or to tell just a chosen few. Exactly. I may paranoid, but I didn't want to risk having Dahlman leak the story. So we decided to inform the whole staff on the same day the agreement was made public. Which meant that we kept the lid on it for over a month. And, well, that was the first piece of good news the YD had in a year. Everyone cheered except for Dahlman. I mean, we don't have the world's biggest editorial staff. There were 3 people cheering, plus the intern, and one person who got his nose out of joint because we hadn't told everybody earlier. He had a point. No. But the thing is, he kept on bitching about the issue day after day, and morale in the office was affected. After 2 weeks of this shit, I called him into my office and told him to his face that my reason for not having informed the staff earlier was that I didn't trust him to keep the news secret. How did he take it? He was terribly upset, of course. I stood my ground and gave him an ultimatum: either he had to pull himself together or start looking for another job. He pulled himself together. But he keeps to himself, and there's a tension between him and the others. Krister can't stand him, and he doesn't hide it. What do you suspect Dahlman of doing? Don't know. We hired him a year ago, when we were first talking about trouble with Wennerstrom. I can't prove a thing, but I have a nasty feeling that he's not working for us. Trust your instincts. Maybe he's just a square peg in a round hole who just happens to be poisoning the atmosphere. It's possible. But I agree that we made a mistake when we hired him. Half an hour later he was on his way north across the locks at Slussen in the car he had borrowed from Frode's wife. It was a 10-year-old Volvo she never used. Blomqvist had been given leave to borrow it whenever he liked. It was the tiny details that he could easily have missed if he had not been alert: some papers not as evenly stacked as he remembered, a binder not quite flush on the shelf, his desk drawer closed all the way he was positive that it was an inch open when he left. Someone had been inside his cottage. He had locked the door, but it was an ordinary old lock that almost anyone could pick with a screwdriver, and who knew how many keys were in circulation. He systematically searched his office, looking for what might be missing. After a while he decided that everything was still there. Nevertheless, someone had been in the cottage and gone through his papers and binders. He had taken his computer with him, so they had not been able to access that. 2 questions arose: who was it? And how much had his visitor been able to find out? The binders belonged to the part of Wanger's collection that he brought back to the guest house after returning from prison. There was nothing of the new material in them. His notebooks in the desk would read like code to the uninitiated, but was the person who had searched his desk uninitiated? In a plastic folder on the middle of the desk he had put a copy of the date book list and a copy of the verses. That was serious. It would tell whoever it was that the date book C was cracked. So who was it? Wanger was in the hospital. He did not suspect Anna. Erode. He had already told him all the details. Cecilia Wanger had cancelled her trip to Florida and was back from London along with her sister. Blomqvist had only seen her once, driving her car across the bridge the day before. Martin Wanger. Harold Wanger. Birger Wanger. He had turned up for a family gathering to which Blomqvist had not been invited on the day after Wanger's heart attack. Alexander Wanger. Isabella Wanger. Whom had Frode talked to? What might he have let slip this time? How many of the anxious relatives had picked up on the fact that Blomqvist had made a breakthrough in his investigation? It was after 8 o'clock. He called the locksmith in Hedestad and ordered a new lock. The locksmith said that he could come out the following day. Blomqvist said he would pay double if he came at once. They agreed that he would come at around 10:30 that night and install a new deadbolt lock. Blomqvist drove to Erode's house. His wife showed him into the garden behind the house and offered him a cold pilsner, which he gratefully accepted. He asked how Henrik Wanger was. Frode shook his head. They operated on him. He had blockages in his coronary arteries. The doctors say that the next few days are critical. They thought Alxjit this for a while as they drank their pilsners. You haven't talked to him, I suppose? No. He's not well enough to talk. How did it go in Stockholm? The Salander girl accepted the job. Here's the contract from Milton Security. You have to sign it and put it in the post. Frode read through the document. She's expensive, he said. Henrik can afford it? Frode nodded. He TCX, a pen out of his breast pocket and scrawled his name. It's a good thing that I'm signing it while he's still alive. Could you put it in the letter box at Consum on your way home? Blomqvist was in bed by midnight, but he could not sleep. Until now his work on Hidebi Island had seemed like research on a historical curiosity. But if someone was sufficiently interested in what he was doing to break into his office, then the solution had to be closer to the present than he had thought. Then it occurred to him that there were others who might be interested in what he was working on. Vang's sudden appearance on the board of Millennium had not gone unnoticed by Wennerstrom. Or was this paranoia? Mikhail got out of bed and went to stand naked at the kitchen window, gazing at the church on the other side of the bridge. He lit a cigarette. He couldn't figure out Lisbeth Salander. She was altogether odd. Long pauses in the middle of the conversation. Her apartment was messy, bordering on chaotic. Bags filled with newspapers in the hall. A kitchen that had not been cleaned or tidied in years. Clothes were scattered in heaps on the floor. She had obviously spent half the night in a bar. She had love bites on her neck and she had clearly had company overnight. She had heaven knows how many tattoos and 2 piercings on her face and maybe in other places. She was weird. Armansky assured him that she was their very best researcher, and her report on him was excruciatingly thorough. A strange girl. Salander was sitting at her power book, but she was thinking about Mikhail Blomqvist. She had never in her adult life allowed anyone to cross her threshold without an express invitation, and she could count those she had invited on one hand. Blomqvist had nonchalantly barged into her life, and she had uttered only a few lame protests. Not only that, he had teased her. Under normal circumstances that sort of behavior would have made her mentally cock a pistol. But she had not felt an iota of threat or any sort of hostility from his side. He had good reason to read her the riot act, even report her to the police. Instead he had treated even her hacking into his computer as a joke. That had been the most sensitive part of their conversation. Blomqvist seemed to be deliberately not broaching the subject, and finally she could not help asking the question. You said that you knew what I did. You've been inside my computer. You're a hacker. How do you know that? Salander was absolutely positive that she had left no traces and that her trespassing could not be discovered by anyone unless a top security consultant sat down and scanned the hard drive at the same time as she was accessing the computer. You made a mistake. She had quoted from a text that was only on his computer. Salander sat in silence. Finally she looked up at him, her eyes expressionless. How did you do it? He asked. My secret. What are you thinking of doing about it? Mikhail shrugged. What can I do? It's exactly what you do as a journalist. Of course. And that's why we journalists have an ethics committee that keeps track of the moral issues. When I write an article about some bastard in the banking industry, I leave out, for instance, his or her private life. I don't say that a forger is a lesbian or gets turned on by having sex with her dog or anything like that, even if it happens to be true. Bastards too have a right to their private lives? Does that make sense? So you encroached on my integrity. My employer doesn't need to know who I have sex with. That's my business. Salander's face was creased by a crooked smile. You think I shouldn't have mentioned that? In my case it didn't make a lot of difference. Half the city knows Alxjit my relationship with Erica. But it's a matter of principle. In that case, it might amuse you to know that I also have principles comparable to your ethics committees. I call them Salander's principles. One of them is that a bastard is always a bastard, and if I can hurt a bastard by digging up shit about him, then he deserves it. 0K, Blomqvist said. My reasoning isn't too different from yours, but the thing is that when I do a PL, I also look at what I think about the person. I'm not neutral. If the person seems like a good sort, I might tone down my report. In your case I toned it down. I could have written a book about your sex life. I could have mentioned to Frode that Erica Berger has a past in Club Extreme and played around with BDSM in the 80s, which would have prompted certain unavoidable notions about your sex life and hers. Blomqvist met Salander's gaze. After a moment he laughed. You're really meticulous, aren't you? Why didn't you put it in the report? You are adults who obviously like each other. What you do in bed is no dis business, and the only thing I would have achieved by talking about her was to hurt both of you, or to provide someone with blackmail material. I don't know, Frode. The information could have ended up with Wennerstrom. And you don't want to provide Wennerstrom with information. If I had to choose between you and him, I'd probably end up in your court. Erica and I have our relationship is. Please, I really don't give a toss about what sort of relationship you have. But you haven't answered my question. What do you plan to do about my hacking into your computer? Lisbeth, I'm not here to blackmail you. I'm here to ask you to help me do some research. You can say yes or no. If you say no, fine, I'll find someone else and you'll never hear from me again. Chapter 19 Thursday, June 19 Sunday, June 29. While he waited for word on whether Vanger was going to pull through or not, Blomqvist spent the days going over his materials. He kept in close touch with Frode. On Thursday evening Frode brought him the news that the immediate crisis seemed to be over. I was able to talk to him for a while today. He wants to see you as soon as possible. So it was that, around 1 on the afternoon of Midsummer Eve, Blomqvist drove to Hedestad Hospital and went in search of the ward. He encountered an angry Birger Vanger, who blocked his way. Henrik could not possibly receive visitors, he said. That's odd, Blomqvist said. Henrik sent word saying that he expressly wanted to see me today. You're not a member of the family, you have no business here. You're right. I'm not a member of the family. But I'm working for Henrik Vanger, and I take orders only from him. This might have led to a heated exchange if Frode had not at that moment come out of Vanger's room. Oh, there you are. Henrik has been asking after you. Frode held open the door and Blomqvist walked past Birger into the room. Vanger looked to have aged 10 years. He was lying with his eyes half closed, an oxygen tube in his nose, and his hair more disheveled than ever. A nurse stopped Blomqvist, putting a hand firmly on his arm. 2 minutes. No more. And don't upset him. Blomqvist sat on a visitor's chair so that he could see Vanger's face. He felt a tenderness that astonished him, and he stretched out his hand to gently squeeze the old man's hand. Any news? The voice was weak. Blomqvist nodded. I'll give you a report as soon as you're better. I haven't solved the mystery yet, but I've found more new stuff and I'm following up a number of leads. In a week, perhaps 2, I'll be able to tell the results. The most Vanger could manage was to blink, indicating that he understood. I have to be away for a few days. Henrik raised his eyebrows. I'm not jumping ship. I have some research to do. I've reached an agreement with Dirch that I should report to him. Is that okay with you? Dirch is, my man, in all matters. Blomqvist squeezed Vanger's hand again. Mikhail. If I don't. I want you to. Finish the job. L will finish the job. Dirch has, full. Henrik, I want you to get better. I'd be furious with you if you went and died after I've made such progress. 2 minutes, the nurse said. Next time we'll have a long talk. Birger Vanger was waiting for him when he came out. He stopped him by laying a hand on his shoulder. L don't want you bothering Henrik anymore. He's very ill, and he's not supposed to be upset or disturbed. L understand your concern, and I sympathize. And I'm not going to upset him. Everyone knows that Henrik hired you to poke around in his little hobby. Harriet. Dirch said that Henrik became very upset after a conversation you had with him before he had the heart attack. He even said that you thought you had caused the attack. L don't think so anymore. Henrik had severe blockages in his arteries. He could have had a heart attack just by having a pee. I'm sure you know that by now. I want full disclosure into this lunacy. This is my family you're mucking around in. Elle told you, I work for Henrik, not for the family. Birger Vanger was apparently not used to having anyone stand up to him. For a moment he stared at Blomqvist with an expression that was presumably meant to instill respect, but which made him look more like an inflated moose. Birger turned and went into Vanger's room. Blomqvist restrained the urge to laugh. This was no place for laughter, in the corridor outside Vanger's sickbed, which might also turn out to be his deathbed. But he thought of a verse from Leonard Hyland's rhyming alphabet. It was the letter M. And all alone the moose he stood, laughing in a shot-up wood. In the hospital lobby he ran into Cecilia Vanger. He had tried calling her mobile a dozen times since she came back from her interrupted holiday, but she had never answered or returned his calls. And she was never home at her place on Hidebi Island whenever he walked past and knocked on the door. "Hi, Cecilia," he said. "I'm so sorry about all this with Henrik." "Thanks," she said. "We need to talk. I'm sorry that I've shut you out like this. I can understand that you must be cross, but I'm not having an easy time of it these days." Mikhail put his hand on her arm and smiled at her. "Wait, you've got it wrong, Cecilia. I'm not cross at all. I am still hoping that we can be friends. Can we have a cup of coffee?" He nodded in the direction of the hospital cafeteria. Cecilia Vanger hesitated. "Not today. I need to go and see Henrik." "Okay, but I still need to talk to you. It's purely professional." "What does that mean?" She was suddenly alert. "Do you remember the first time we met, when you came to the cottage in January? I said that we were talking off the record, and that if I needed to ask you any real questions, I would tell you. It has to do with Harriet." Cecilia Vanger's face was suddenly flushed with anger. "You really are the fucking pits. Cecilia, I've found some things that I really do have to talk to you about." She took a step away from him. "Don't you realize that this bloody hunt for that cursed Harriet is just occupational therapy for Henrik? Don't you see that he might be up there dying, and that the very last thing he needs is to get upset again and be filled with false hopes and... It may be a hobby for Henrik, but there is now more material to go on than anyone has had to work with in a very long time. There are questions that do now need to be answered. If Henrik dies, that investigation is going to be over awfully damned fast. Then you'll be out on your grubby, snivelling investigative backside," Cecilia said, and she walked away. Everything was closed. Hidestad was practically deserted, and the inhabitants seemed to have retreated to their midsummer poles at their summer cottages. Blomqvist made for the Stad's hotel terrace, which was actually open, and there he was able to order coffee and a sandwich and read the evening papers. Nothing of importance was happening in the world. He put the paper down and thought about Cecilia Vanger. He had told no one apart from the Salander girl that she was the one who had opened the window in Harriet's room. He was afraid that it would make her a suspect, and the last thing he wanted to do was hurt her. But the question was going to have to be asked, SCX, now or later. He sat on the terrace for an hour before he decided to set the whole problem aside and devote Midsummer Eve to something other than the Vanger family. His mobile was silent. Berger was away amusing herself somewhere with her husband, and he had no one to talk to. He went back to Hidebi Island at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon and made another decision to stop smoking. He had been working out regularly ever since he did his military service, both at the gym and by running along Södermälarstrand, but had fallen out of the habit when the problems with Wennerström began. It was at Rollaker prison that he had starting pumping iron again, mostly as therapy. But since his release he had taken almost no exercise. It was time to start again. He put on his tracksuit and set off at a lazy pace along the road to Gottfried's cabin, turned off towards the fortress, and took a rougher course cross-country. He had done no orienteering since he was in the military, but he had always thought it was more fun to run through a wooded terrain than on a flat track. He followed the fence around Ostergarden back to the village. He was aching all over and out of breath by the time he took the last steps up to the guest house. At 6 o'clock he took a shower. He boiled some potatoes and had opened sandwiches of pickled herring in mustard sauce with chives and egg on a rickety table outside the cottage, facing the bridge. He poured himself a shot of aquavit and drank a toast to himself. After that he opened a crime novel by Val McDermid entitled The Mermaid Singing. At around 7 o'clock Frode drove up and sat heavily in the chair across from him. Blomqvist poured him a shot of Skane aquavit. "You stirred up some rather lively emotions today," Frode said. "I could see that. Berger is a conceited fool. I'll know that. But Cecilia is not a conceited fool, and she's furious." Mikhail nodded. "She has instructed me to see that you stop poking around in the family's affairs." "I see. And what did you say to her?" Frode looked at his glass of Skane and downed the liquor in one gulp. "My response was that Henrik has given me clear instructions about what he wants you to do. As long as he doesn't change those instructions, you will continue to be employed under the terms of your contract. I expect you to do your best to fulfill your part of the contract." Blomqvist looked up at the sky, where rain clouds had begun to gather. "Looks like a storm is brewing," Frode said. "If the winds get too strong, I'll have to back you up." "Thank you." They sat in silence for a while. "Could I have another drink?" Only minutes after Frode had gone home, Martin Vanger drove up and parked his car by the road in front of the cottage. He came over and said hello. Mikhail wished him a happy midsummer and asked if he'd like a drink. "No, it's better if I don't. I'm just here to change my clothes and then I'm going to drive back to town to spend the evening with Eva." Blomqvist waited. "I've talked to Cecilia. She's a little traumatized just now. She and Henrik have always been close. I hope you'll forgive her if she says anything unpleasant. I'm very fond of Cecilia. I'll know that. But she can be difficult. I just want you to know that she's very much against your going on digging into our past." Blomqvist sighed. Everyone in Hedestad seemed to know why Vanger had hired him. "What's your feeling?" "This thing with Harriet has been Henrik's obsession for decades." "I don't know. Harriet was my sister, but somehow it feels all so far away. Dirch says that you have a contract that only Henrik can break, and I'm afraid that in his present condition it would do more harm than good. So you want me to continue? Have you made any progress?" "I'm sorry, Martin, but it would be a breach of that contract if I told you anything without Henrik's permission." "I'll understand." Suddenly he smiled. "Henrik is a bit of a conspiracy fanatic. But above all, I don't want you to get his hopes up unnecessarily. Elle won't do that. By the way, to change the subject, we now have another contract to consider as well. Given that Henrik is ill and can't in the short term fulfill his obligations on the Millennium, it's my responsibility to take his place." Mikhail waited. "I'll suppose we should have a board meeting to look at the situation." "That's a good idea. But as far as I know, it's been decided that the next board meeting won't be held until August." "I'll know that, but maybe we should hold it earlier." Blomqvist smiled politely. "You're really talking to the wrong person. At the moment I'm not on the board. I left in December. You should get in touch with Erika Berger. She knows that Henrik has been taken ill." Martin Vanger had not expected this response. "You're right, of course. I'll talk to her." He patted Blomqvist on the shoulder to say goodbye and was gone. Nothing concrete had been said, but the thread hung in the air. Martin Vanger had set Millennium on the balance tray. After a moment Blomqvist poured himself another drink and picked up his Val McDermid. The mottled brown cat came to say hello and rubbed on his leg. He lifted her up and scratched behind her ears. "The two of us are having a very boring midsummer eve, aren't we?" he said. When it started to rain, he went inside and went to bed. The cat preferred to stay. Zalander got out her Kawasaki on Midsummer Eve and spent the day giving it a good overhaul. A lightweight 125 cubic centimeters might not the toughest bike in the world, but it was hers, and she could handle it. She had restored it, one nut at a time, and she had souped it up just a bit over the legal limit. In the afternoon she put on her helmet and leather suit and drove to a Pelviken nursing home, where she spent the evening in the park with her mother. She felt a pang of concern and guilt. Her mother seemed more remote than ever before. During 3 hours they exchanged only a few words, and when they did speak, her mother did not seem to know who she was talking to. Blomqvist wasted several days trying to identify the car with the AC plates. After a lot of trouble and finally by consulting a retired mechanic in Hedestad, he came to the conclusion that the car was a Ford Anglia, a model that he had never heard of before. Then he contacted a clerk at the motor vehicle department and inquired about the possibility of getting a list of all the Ford Anglias in 1966 that had a license plate beginning AC3. He was eventually told that such an excavation in the records presumably could be done, but that it would take time and it was beyond the boundaries of what could be considered public information. Not until several days after midsummer did Blomqvist get into his borrowed Volvo and drive north on the E4. He drove at a leisurely pace. Just short of the Harnosand Bridge he stopped to have coffee at the Vesterlund pastry shop. The next stop was Umeå, where he pulled into an inn and had the daily special. He bought a road atlas and continued on to Skellefteå, where he turned towards Norrskö. He arrived around 6 o'clock in the evening and took a room in the Hotel Norrskö. He began his search early the next morning. The Norrskö carpentry shop was not in the telephone book. The Polar Hotel desk clerk, a girl in her 20s, had never heard of the business. Who should I ask? The clerk looked puzzled for a few seconds until her face lit up and she said that she would call her father. 2 minutes later she came back and explained that the Norrskö carpentry shop closed in the early 80s. If he needed to talk to someone who knew more about the business, he should go and see a certain Berman, who had been the foreman and who now lived on a street called Salvanden. Norrskö was a small town with one main street, appropriately enough called Storgatan, that ran through the whole community. It was lined with shops with residential side streets off it. At the east end there was a small industrial area and a stable. At the western end stood an uncommonly beautiful wooden church. Blomqvist noted that the village also had a missionary church and a Pentecostal church. A poster on a bulletin board at the bus station advertised a hunting museum and a skiing museum. A leftover flyer announced that Veronica would sing at the fairgrounds at midsummer. He could walk from one end of the village to the other in less than 20 minutes. The street called Salvanden consisted of single-family homes and was about 5 minutes from the hotel. There was no answer when Blomqvist rang the bell. It was 9:30, and he assumed that Berman had left for work or, if he was retired, was out on an errand. His next stop was the hardware store on Storgatan. He reasoned that anyone living in Norrskö would sooner or later pay a visit to the hardware store. There were 2 sales clerks in the shop. Blomqvist chose the older one, maybe 50 or so. "Hi. I'm looking for a couple who probably lived in Norrskö in the 60s. The man might have worked for the Norrskö carpentry shop. I don't know their name, but I have 2 pictures that were taken in 1966. The clerk studied the photographs for a long time but finally shook his head, saying he could not recognize either the man or the woman. At lunchtime he had a burger at a hot dog stand near the bus station. He had given up on the shops and had made his way through the municipal office, the library, and the pharmacy. The police station was empty, and he had started approaching older people at random. Early in the afternoon he asked 2 young women, they did not the couple in the but they did have a good idea. If the pictures were taken in 1966, the people would have to be in their 60s. Why don't you go over to the retirement home on Solbacka and ask there? Blomqvist introduced himself to a woman at the front desk of the retirement home, explaining what he wanted to know. She glared at him suspiciously but finally allowed herself to be persuaded. She led him to the day room, where he spent half an hour showing the pictures to a group of elderly people. They were very helpful, but none of them could identify the couple. At 5 o'clock he went back to Salvonden and knocked on Berman's door. This time he had better luck. The Bermans, both the man and the wife, were retired, and they had been out all day. They invited Blomqvist into their kitchen, where his wife promptly made coffee while Mikhail explained his errand. As with all his other attempts that day, he again drew a blank. Berman scratched his head, lit a pipe, and then concluded after a moment that he did not recognize the couple in the photographs. The Bermans spoke in a distinct Norse-Jo dialect to each other, and Blomqvist occasionally had difficulty understanding what they were saying. The wife meant curly hair when she remarked that the woman in the picture had no velhara. "But you're quite right that it's a sticker from the carpentry shop," her husband said. "That was clever of you to recognize it. But the problem was that we handed out those stickers left and right. To contractors, people who bought or delivered timber, joiners, machinists, all sorts. It's turning out to be harder to find this couple than I thought." "Why do you want to find them?" Blomqvist had decided to tell the truth if anyone asked him. Any attempt to make up a story about the couple in the pictures would just sound false and create confusion. "It's a long story. I'm investigating a crime that occurred in Hedestad in 1966, and I think there's although a very small one, that the people in the photographs might have seen what happened. They're not in any way under suspicion, and I don't think they're even aware that they might have information that could solve the crime." "A crime? What kind of crime?" "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you any more than that. I know it sounds bizarre that someone would come here almost 40 years later, trying to find this couple, but the crime is still unsolved, and it's only lately that new facts have come to light." "I see. Yes, this is certainly an unusual assignment that you're on. How many people worked at the carpentry shop?" "The normal workforce was 40 or so. I worked there from the age of 17 in the mid-50s until the shop closed. Then I a contractor." Berman thought for a moment. "This much I can tell you. The guy in your pictures never worked there. He might have been a contractor, but I think I'd him if he was. But there is one other possibility. Maybe his father or some other relative worked at the shop and that's not his car." Mikhail nodded. "I'll realize there are lots of possibilities. Can you suggest anyone I could talk to?" "Yes," said Berman, exciting. "Come by tomorrow morning and we'll go and have a talk with some of the old guys." Salander was facing a methodology problem of some significance. She was an expert at digging up information on just about anybody, but her starting point had always been a name and a social security number for a living person. If the individual was listed in a computer file, which everyone inevitably was, then the subject quickly landed in her spider's web. If the individual owned a computer with an internet connection, an email address, and maybe even a personal website, which nearly everyone did who came under her special type of research, she could sooner or later find out their innermost secrets. The work she had agreed to do for Blomqvist was altogether different. This assignment, in simple terms, was to identify 4 social security numbers based on extremely vague data. In addition, these individuals most likely died several decades ago. So probably they would not be on any computer files. Blomqvist's theory, based on the Rebecca Jacobson case, was that these individuals had fallen victim to a murderer. This meant that they should be found in various unsolved police investigations. There was no clue as to when or where these murders had taken place, except that it had to be before 1966. In terms of research, she was facing a whole new situation. So, how do I go about this? She pulled up the Google search engine, and typed in the keywords Magda plus murder. That was the simplest form of research she could do. To her surprise, she made an instant breakthrough in the investigation. Her first hit was the program listings for TV Varmland in Karlstad, advertising a segment in the series Varmland Murders that was broadcast in 1999. After that she found a brief mention in a TV listing in Varmlands Folkblad. In the series Varmland Murders the focus now turns to Magda Lovisa Sjöberg in Ranmatrusk, a gruesome murder mystery that occupied the Karlstad police several decades ago. In April 1960, the 46-year-old farmer's wife was found murdered in the family's barn. The reporter Claes Gunnars describes the last hours of her life and the fruitless search for the killer. The murder caused a great stir at the time, and many theories have been presented about who the guilty party was. A young relative will appear on the show to talk about how his life was destroyed when he was accused of the murder. 8 p.m. She found more substantial information in the article The Lovisa Case Shook the Whole Countryside, which was published in the magazine Varmland Skulter. All of the magazine's texts had been loaded onto the net. Written with obvious glee and in a chatty and titillating tone, the article described how Lovisa Sjöberg's husband, the lumberjack Holger Sjöberg, had found his wife dead when he came home from work around 5 o'clock. She had been subjected to gross sexual assault, stabbed, and finally murdered with the prongs of a pitchfork. The murder occurred in the family barn, but what aroused the most attention was the fact that the perpetrator, after committing the murder, had tied her up in a kneeling position inside a horse stall. It was later discovered that one of the animals on the farm, a cow, had suffered a stab wound on the side of its neck. Initially the husband was suspected of the murder, but he had been in the company of his work colleagues from 6 o'clock in the morning at a clearing 25 miles from his home. It could be verified that Lovisa Sjöberg had been alive as late as 10 o'clock in the morning, when she had a visit from a woman friend. No one had seen or heard anything. The farm was 500 yards from its nearest neighbor. After dropping the husband as a suspect, the police investigation focused on the victim's 23-year-old nephew. He had repeatedly fallen foul of the law, was extremely short of cash, and many times had borrowed small sums from his aunt. The nephew's alibi was significantly weaker, and he was taken into custody for a while, but released for lack of evidence. Even so, many people in the village thought it highly probable that he was guilty. The police followed another lead. A part of the investigation concerned the search for a peddler who was seen in the area. There was also a rumor that a group of thieving gypsies had carried out a series of raids. Why they should have committed a savage, sexually related murder without stealing anything was never explained. For a time suspicion was directed at a neighbor in the village, a bachelor who in his youth was suspected of an allegedly homosexual crime. This was back when homosexuality was still a punishable offense, and according to several statements, he had a reputation for being odd. Why someone who was supposedly homosexual would commit a sex crime against a woman was not explained either. None of these leads, or any others, led to a charge. Salander thought there was a clear link to the list in Harriet Vanger's date book. Leviticus 20:16 said, "If a woman approaches any beast and lies with it, you shall kill the woman and the beast, they shall be put to death, their blood is upon them." It couldn't be a coincidence that a farmer's wife by the name of Magda had been found murdered in a barn, with her ex-dy so arranged and tied up in a horse stall. The question was, why had Harriet Vanger written down the name Magda instead of Lovisa, which was apparently the name the victim went under? If her full name had not been printed in the TV listing, Salander would have missed it. And, of course, the more redundant question was there a link between Rebecca's murder in 1949, the murder of Magda Lovisa in 1960, and Harriet Vanger's disappearance in 1966? On Saturday morning Berman took Blomqvist on an extensive tour of Norrskö. In the morning they called on 5 former employees who lived within walking distance of Berman's house. Everyone offered them coffee. All of them studied the photographs and shook their heads. After a simple lunch at the Berman home, they got in the car for a drive. They visited 4 villages near Norrskö, where former employees of the carpentry shop lived. At each stop Berman was greeted with warmth, but no one was able to help them. Blomqvist was beginning to despair. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Berman parked his car outside a typical red Västerlöks farm near Norsjövalen, just north of Norsjö, and introduced Mikael to Henning Forsman, a retired master carpenter. "Yes, that's Asser Brandlund's lad," Forsman said as soon as Blomqvist showed him the photographs. "Bingo. Oh, so that's Asser's boy," Berman said. Asser was a buyer. "How can I find him?" "The lad? Well, you'll have to dig. His name was Gunnar, and he worked at the Boliden mine. He died in a blasting accident in the mid-70s. Blomqvist's heart sank. "But his wife is still alive. The one in the picture here. Her name is Mildred, and she lives in Bjursil." "Bjursil? It's about 6 miles down the road to Bastutrusk. She lives in the long red house on the right-hand side as you're coming into the village. It's the third house. I know the family well. Hi, my name is Lisbeth Salander, and I'm writing my thesis on the criminology of violence against women in the 20th century. I'd like to visit the police district in Landskrona and read through the documents of a case from 1957. It has to do with the murder of a woman by the name of Rakel Lund. Do you have any idea where those Tsumantsarchks lay?" Bjursil was like a poster for the Västerbotten country village. It consisted of about 20 houses set relatively close together in a semicircle at one end of a lake. In the center of the village was a crossroads with an arrow pointing towards Hemingen, 101/2 miles, and another pointing towards Bastutrusk, 7 miles. Near the crossroads was a small bridge with a creek that Blomqvist assumed was the water, the Sel. At the height of summer, it was as pretty as a postcard. He parked in the courtyard in front of a consom that was no longer open, almost opposite the third house on the right-hand side. When he knocked on the door, no one answered. He took an hour-long walk along the road towards Hemingen. He passed a spot where the stream became rushing rapids. He met 2 cats and saw a deer, but not a single person, before he turned around. Mildred Brandlund's door was still shut. On a post near the bridge he found a peeling flyer announcing the BTCC, something that could be deciphered as the Bjursil Tutting Car Championship 2002. Tutting a car was apparently a winter sport that involved smashing up a vehicle on the ice-covered lake. He waited until 10 p.m. before he gave up and drove back to Norsjö, where he had a late dinner and then went to bed to read the denouement of Val McDermid's novel. It was grisly. At 10 o'clock Salander added one more name to Harriet Vanger's list. She did so with some hesitation. She had discovered a shortcut. At quite regular intervals articles were published about unsolved murders, and in a Sunday supplement to the evening newspaper she had found an article from 1999 with the headline "Many Murderers of Women Go Free." It was a short article, but it included the names and photographs of several noteworthy murder victims. There was the Solveig case in Norrtälje, the Anita murder in Norrköping, Margareta in Helsingborg, and a number of others. The oldest case to be recounted was from the 60s, and none of the murders matched the list that Salander had been given by Blomqvist. But one case did attract her attention. In June 1962 a prostitute by the name of Lee Persson from Göteborg had gone to Uddevalla to visit her mother and her 9-year-old son, whom her mother was taking care of. On a Sunday evening, after a visit of several days, Lee had hugged her mother, said goodbye, and caught the train back to Göteborg. She was found 2 days later behind a container on an industrial site no longer in use. She had been raped, and her body had been subjected to extraordinary violence. The Lee murder aroused a great deal of attention as a summer serial story in the newspaper, but no killer had ever been identified. There was no Lee on Harriet Vanger's list. Nor did the manner of her death fit with any of Harriet's Bible quotes. On the other hand, there was such a bizarre coincidence that Salander's antennae instantly buzzed. About 10 yards from where Lee's body was found lay a flower pot with a pigeon inside. Someone had tied a string round the pigeon's neck and pulled it through the hole in the bottom of the pot. Then the pot was put on a little fire that had been laid between 2 bricks. There was no certainty that this cruelty had any connection with the Lee murder. It could have been a child playing a horrible game, but the press dubbed the murder the pigeon murder. Salander was no Bible reader, she did not even own one, but that evening she went over to Hogalad Church and with some difficulty she managed to borrow a Bible. She sat on a park bench outside the church and read Leviticus. When she reached chapter 12, verse 8, her eyebrows went up. Chapter 12 dealt with the purification of women after childbirth. And if she cannot afford a lamb, then she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, one for a burnt offering and the other for a sin offering, and the priest shall make atonement for her, and she shall be clean. Lee could very well have been included in Harriet's date book as Lee 31208. Salander thought that no research she had ever done before had contained even a fraction of the scope of this assignment. Mildred Branlund, remarried, and now Mildred Berggren, opened the door when Blomqvist knocked around 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. The woman was much older, of course, and had by now filled out a good deal, but he recognized her at once. "Hi, my name is Mikael Blomqvist. You must be Mildred Berggren." "That's right. I'm sorry for knocking on your door like this, but I've been trying to find you, and it's rather complicated to explain." He smiled at her. "I'll wonder if I could come in and take up a small amount of your time." Mildred's husband and a son who was about 35 were home, and without much hesitation she invited Blomqvist to come and sit in their kitchen. He shook hands with each of them. He had drunk more coffee during the past 24 hours than at any time in his life, but by now he had learned that in Norland it was rude to say no. When the coffee cups were on the table, Mildred sat down and asked with some curiosity how she could help him. It was obvious that he did not easily understand her Norsejo dialect, so she switched to standard Swedish. Blomqvist took a deep breath. "This is a long and peculiar story," he said. "In September 1966 you were in Hedestad with your then husband, Gunnar Branlund." She LCX, Ked surprised. He waited for her to nod before he laid the photograph from Jarnvagsgaten on the table in front of her. "When was this picture taken? Do you remember the occasion?" "Oh, my goodness," Mildred Berggren said. "That was a lifetime ago." Her present husband and son came to stand next to her to look at the picture. "We were on our honeymoons, and we had driven down to Stockholm and Sigtuna and were on our way home and happened to stop somewhere." "Was it in Hedestad, you said?" "Yes, Hedestad. This photograph was taken at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I've been trying to find you for some time now, and it hasn't been a simple task. You see an old photograph of me and then actually track me down. I can't imagine how you did it." Blomqvist put the photograph from the car park on the table. "I was able to find you thanks to this picture, which was taken a little later in the day." He explained how, via the Norsejo carpentry shop, he had found Berman, who in turn had led him to Henning Forsman in Norsejovallen. "You must have a good reason for this long search." "I do. This girl standing close to you in this photograph is called Harriet. That day she disappeared, and she was never seen or heard of again. The general assumption is that she fell prey to a murderer. Can I show you some more photographs?" He took out his iBook and explained the circumstances while the computer booted up. Then he played her the series of images showing how Harriet's facial expression changed. "It was when I went through these old images that I found you, standing with the camera right behind Harriet, and you seem to be taking a picture in the direction of whatever it is she's looking at, whatever caused her to react in that way. I know that this is a really long shot, but the reason I've been looking for you is to ask you if by any miracle you still have the pictures from that day." He was prepared for Mildred Berggren to dismiss the idea and tell him that the photographs had long since vanished. Instead she looked at him with her clear blue eyes and said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, that of course she still had her old honeymoon pictures. She went to another room and came back after several minutes with a box in which she had stored a quantity of pictures in various albums. It took a while to find the honeymoon ones. She had taken 3 photographs in Hidestad. One was blurry and showed the main street. Another showed her husband at the time. The third showed the clowns in the parade. Blomqvist eagerly leaned forward. He could see a figure on the other side of the street behind a clown. But that told him absolutely nothing. Chapter 20 Tuesday, July 1st, Wednesday, July 2nd. The first thing Blomqvist did the morning he returned to Hidestad was to go to Frode's house to ask about Wanger's condition. He learned to his delight that the old man had improved quite a bit during the past week. He was weak still, and fragile, but now he could sit up in bed. His condition was no longer regarded as critical. "Thanksy," he said. "Elle realized that I actually like him." Frode said, "Elle know that. And Henrik likes you too." "How was Norland?" "Successful yet unsatisfying. I'll explain a little later. Right now I have a question." "Go ahead." "What realistically will happen to your interest in Millennium if Henrik dies?" "Nothing at all. Martin will take his place on the board." "Is there any risk, hypothetically speaking, that Martin might create problems for Millennium if I don't put a stop to the investigation of Harriet's disappearance?" Frode gave him a sharp look. "What's happened?" "Nothing, actually." Mikhail told him about the conversation he had had with Martin Wanger on Midsummer Eve. "When I was in Norsjo, Erika told me that Martin had called her and said that he thought I was very much needed back at the office. Elle understand. My guess is that Cecilia was after him. But I don't think that Martin would put pressure on you like that on his own. He's much too savvy. And remember, I'm also on the board of the little subsidiary we formed when we bought into Millennium. But what if a ticklish situation came up? How would you act then? Contracts exist to be honored. I work for Henrik. Henrik and I have been friends for 45 years, and we are in complete agreement in such matters. If Henrik should die, it is in point of fact I, not Martin, who would inherit Henrik's share in the subsidiary. We have a contract in which we have undertaken to back Millennium for 3 years. Should Martin wish to start any mischief, which I don't believe he will, then theoretically he could put the brakes on a small number of new advertisers. The lifeblood of Millennium's existence. Yes, but look at it this way: worrying about such trivia is a waste of time. Martin is presently fighting for his industrial survival and working 14 hours a day. He doesn't have time for anything else. May I ask, I know it's none of my business, what is the general condition of the corporation?" Frode LCK, Kedgrave. "We have problems." "Yes, even a common financial reporter like myself can see that." "I mean, how serious is it?" "Off the record. Between us. We've lost 2 large orders in the electronics industry in the past few weeks and are about to be ejected from the Russian market. In September we're going to have to lay off 1,600 employees in Örebro and Trollhättan. Not much of a reward to give to people who've worked for the company for many years. Each time we shut down a factory, confidence in the company is further undermined. Martin is under pressure. He's pulling the load of an ox and walking on eggshells." Blomqvist went back to his cottage and called Berger. She was not at the office, so he spoke to Malm. "Here's the deal," Erika called when I was in Norsjo. "Martin Wanger has been after her and has, how shall I put it, encouraged her to propose that I start to take on editorial responsibility." "Elle think you should too," Malm said. "Elle know that. But the thing is, I have a contract with Henrik Wanger that I can't break, and Martin is acting on behalf of someone up here who wants me to stop what I am doing and leave town. So his proposal amounts to an attempt to get rid of me. Say hi to Erika and tell her I'll come back to Stockholm when I'm finished here. Not before. Elle understand. You're stark raving mad, of course, but I'll give her the message. Christer. Something is going on up here, and I have no intention of backing out." Blomqvist knocked on Martin Wanger's door. Eva Hassel opened it and greeted him warmly. "Hi. Is Martin home?" As if in reply to the question, Martin Vanger came walking out with a briefcase in his hand. He kissed Eva on the cheek and said hello to Mikhail. "I'm on my way to the office. Do you want to talk to me? We can do it later if you're in a hurry." "Let's hear it." "Elle won't be going back to Millennium's editorial board before I'm finished with the assignment that Henrik gave me. I'm informing you of this now so that you won't count on me being on the board before New Year's." Martin Vanger teetered back and forth for a bit. "I see. You think I want to get rid of you?" He paused. "Mikhail, we'll have to talk about this later. I don't really have time to devote to my hobby on Millennium's board, and I wish I'd never agreed to Henrik's proposal. But believe me, I'm going to do my best to make sure that Millennium survives." "I've never had any doubt about that," Blomqvist said. "If we make an appointment for some time next week, we can go over the finances and I can give you my views on the matter. But my basic attitude is that Millennium cannot actually afford to have one of its key people sitting up here on Hidebi Island twiddling his thumbs. I like the magazine and I think we can make it stronger together, but you're crucial to that task. I've wound up in a conflict of loyalties here. Either I follow Henrik's wishes or carry out my job on Millennium's board." Blomqvist changed into his tracksuit and went for a run out to the fortress and down to Gottfried's cabin before he headed home at a slower pace along the water. Frode was sitting at the garden table. He waited patiently as Mikhail drank a bottle of water and toweled the sweat from his face. "That dainty looks so healthy in this heat." "Oh, come on," Blomqvist said. "I was wrong. Cecilia isn't the main person who's after Martin. It's Isabella. She's busy mobilizing the Vanger clan to tar and feather you and possibly burn you at the stake too. She's being backed up by Berger. Isabella. She's a malicious, petty woman who doesn't like other people in general. Right now it seems that she detests you in particular. She's spreading stories that you're a swindler who duped Henrik into hiring you, and that you got him so worked up that he had a heart attack. I hope no one believes that. There's always someone willing to believe malicious rumors. I'm trying to work out what happened to her daughter and she hates me. If Harriet were my daughter, I would have reacted a bit differently." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, his mobile rang. "Hello, my name is Connie Torsen and I work at the Hidestad Courier. Do you have time to answer a few questions? We got a tip that you're living here in Hidebi." "Well, Herr Torsen, your tip machine is a little slow. I've been living here since the first of the year." Elle didn't know that. "What are you doing in Hidestad?" "Writing. And taking a sort of sabbatical." "What are you working on?" "You'll find out when I publish it." "You were just released from prison." "Yes. Do you have a view on journalists who falsify material?" "Journalists who falsify material are idiots." "So in your opinion you're an idiot." "Why should I think that? I've never falsified material." "But you were convicted of libel." Torsen hesitated long enough that Blomqvist had to give him a push. "I was convicted of libel, not of falsifying material." "But you published the material." "If you're calling to discuss the judgment against me, I have no comment. I'd like to come out and do an interview with you. I have nothing to say to you on this topic." "So you don't want to discuss the trial?" "That's correct," he said, and hung up. He sat thinking for a long time before he went back to his computer. Salander followed the instructions she had received and drove her Kawasaki across the bridge to Hidebi Island. She stopped at the first little house on the left. She was really out in the sticks. But as long as her employer was paying, she did not mind if she went to the North Pole. Besides, it was great to give her bike its head on a long ride up the E4. She put the bike on its stand and loosened the strap that held her overnight duffel bag in place. Blomqvist opened the door and waved to her. He came out and inspected her motorcycle with obvious astonishment. He whistled. "You're riding a motorbike?" Salander said nothing, but she watched him intently as he touched the handlebars and tried the accelerator. She did not like anyone touching her stuff. Then she saw his childlike, boyish smile, which she took for a redeeming feature. Most people who were into motorcycles usually laughed at her lightweight bike. "I had a motorbike when I was 19, he said, turning to her. "Thanks for coming up. Come in and let's get you settled." He had borrowed a camp bed from the Nilssons. Salander took a tour around the cabin, looking suspicious, but she seemed to relax when she could find no immediate signs of any insidious trap. He showed her where the bathroom was. "In case you want to take a shower and freshen up, I have to change. I am not going to wander around in my leathers 0k, while you change I'll make dinner." He sautéed lamb chops in red wine sauce and set the table outdoors in the afternoon sun while Salander showered and changed. She came out barefoot wearing a black camisole and a short, worn denim skirt. The food smelled good, and she put away 2 stout helpings. Fascinated, Blomqvist sneaked a look at the tattoos on her back. 5 plus 3, Salander said. 5 cases from your Harriet's list and 3 cases that I think should have been on the list. Tell me. I've only been on this for 11 days, and I haven't had a chance to dig up all the reports. In some cases the police RFX, RTS had been put in the National Archive, and in others they're still stored in the local police district. I made 3-day trips to different districts, but I didn't have time to get to all of them. The 5 are identified. Salander put a solid heap of paper on the kitchen table, around 500 pages. She quickly sorted the material into different stacks. Let's take them in chronological order. She handed Blomqvist a list. 1949 Rebecca Jacobson, Hidestad, 30112, 1954 Marl Holmberg, Kalmar, 32018, 1957 Rachel Lund, 32027, Lovisa Sjoberg, Karlstad, 32016, 1960 LLV Gustafsson, Stockholm, 32016, 1962 Lee Persson, Uddevalla, 31208, 1964 Sarah Witt, Ronneby, 32109, 1966 Lena Andersson, Uppsala, 30112. The first case in the series is Rebecca Jacobson, 1949, the details of which you already know. The next case I found was Mari Holmberg, a 32-year-old prostitute in Kalmar who was murdered in her apartment in October 1954. It's not clear exactly when she was killed, since her body wasn't found right away, probably 9 or 10 days later. And how do you connect her to Harriet's list? She was tied up and badly abused, but the cause of death was strangulation. She had a sanitary towel down her throat. Blomqvist sat in silence for a moment before he looked up the verse that was Leviticus 20:18. If a man lies with a woman having her sickness, and uncovers her nakedness, he has made naked her fountain, and she has uncovered the fountain of her blood, both of them shall be cut off from among their people. Salander nodded. Harriet Vanger made the same connection. 0k next. May 1957, Rachel Lund, 45. She worked as a cleaning woman and was a bit of a happy eccentric in the village. She was a fortune teller and her hobby was doing tarot readings, palms, etc. She lived outside Landskrona in a house a long way from anywhere, and she was murdered there sometime early in the morning. She was found naked and tied to a laundry drying frame in her back garden, with her mouth taped shut. Cause of death was a heavy rock being repeatedly thrown at her. She had countless contusions and fractures. Jesus Christ. Lisbeth, this is fucking disgusting. It gets worse. The initials RI. Are correct. You found the Bible quote. Overly explicit. A man or a woman who is a medium or a wizard shall be put to death, they shall be stoned with stones, their blood shall be upon them. Then there's Sjoberg in Ranmo outside Karlstad. She's the one Harriet listed as Magda. Her full name was Magda Lovisa, but people called her Lovisa. Blomqvist listened while Salander recounted the bizarre details of the Karlstad murder. When she lit a cigarette he ate the pack, and she pushed it over to him. So the killer attacked the animal too. The Leviticus verse says that if a woman has sex with an animal, both must be killed. The likelihood of this woman having sex with a cow must be, well, non-existent. The verse can be read literally. It's enough that she approaches the animal, which a farmer's wife would undeniably do every day. Understood. The next case on Harriet's list is Sarah. I've identified her as Sarah Witt, 37, living in Ronneby. She was murdered in January 1964, found tied to her bed, subjected to aggravated sexual assault, but the cause of death was asphyxiation. She was strangled. The killer also started a fire, with the probable intention of burning the whole house down to the ground, but part of the fire went out by itself, and the rest was taken care of by the fire service, who were there in a very short time. And the connection. Listen to this. Sarah Witt was both the daughter of a pastor and married to a pastor. Her husband was away that weekend. And the daughter of a priest, if she profanes herself by playing the harlot, profanes her father, she shall be burned with fire. 0K that fits on the list. You said you'd found more cases. I've found 3 other women who were murdered under such similarly strange circumstances, and they could have been on Harriet's list. The first is a young woman named Liv Gustafsson. She was 22 and lived in Farsta. She was a horse-loving girl. She rode in competitions and was quite a promising talent. She also owned a small pet shop with her sister. She was found in the shop. She had worked late on the bookkeeping and was there alone. She must have let the killer in voluntarily. She was raped and strangled to death. That doesn't sound quite like Harriet's list, does it? Not exactly, if it weren't for one thing. The killer concluded his barbarities by shoving a parakeet up her vagina and then let all the animals out into the shop. Cats, turtles, white mice, rabbits, birds. Even the fish in the aquarium. So it was quite an appalling scene her sister encountered in the morning. Blomqvist made a note. She was murdered in August 1960, 4 months after the murder of the farmer's wife Magda Lovisa in Karlstad. In both instances they were women who worked professionally with animals, and in both cases there was an animal sacrifice. The cow in Karlstad may have survived, but I can imagine it would be difficult to stab a cow to death with a knife. A parakeet is more straightforward. And besides, there was an additional animal sacrifice. What? Salander told the story of the pigeon murder of Lee Persson. Blomqvist sat for so long in silence and in thought that even Salander grew impatient. I'll buy your theory, he said at last. There's one case left. A case that I discovered by chance. I don't know how many I may have missed. Tell me about it. February 1966 in Uppsala. The victim was a 17-year-old gymnast called Lena Andersson. She disappeared after a class party and was found 3 days later in a ditch on the Uppsala plain, quite a way out of town. She had been murdered somewhere else and her ex-dy dumped there. This murder got a lot of attention in the media, but the true circumstances surrounding her death were never reported. The girl had been grotesquely tortured. I read the pathologist's report. She was tortured with fire. Her hands and breasts were atrociously burned, and she had been burned repeatedly at various spots all over her body. They found paraffin stains on her, which showed that candles had been used, but her hands were so charred that they must have been held over a more powerful fire. Finally, the killer sawed off her head and tossed it next to the body. Blomqvist blanched. Good Lord, he said. L can't find any Bible quote that fits, but there are several passages that deal with a fire offering and a sin offering, and in some places IVs recommended that the sacrificial animal, most often a bull, be cut up in such a way that the head is severed from the fat. Fire also reminds me of the first murder, of Rebecca here in Hedestad. Towards evening, when the mosquitoes began to swarm, they cleared off the garden table and moved to the kitchen to go on with their talk. The fact that you didn't find an exact Bible quotation doesn't mean much. It's not a matter of quotations. This is a grotesque parody of what is written in the Bible. It's more like associations to quotations pulled out of context. I'll agree. It isn't even logical. Take for example the quote that both have to be cut off from their people if someone has sex with a girl who's having her period. If that's interpreted literally, the killer should have committed suicide. So where does all this lead? Blomkvist wondered aloud. Your Harriet either had quite a strange hobby or else she must have known that there was a connection between the murders. Between 1949 and 1966, and maybe before and after as well. The idea that an insanely sick sadistic serial killer was slaughtering women for at least 17 years without anyone seeing a connection sounds utterly unbelievable to me. Salander pushed back her chair and poured more coffee from the pot on the stove. She lit a cigarette. Mikhail cursed himself and stole another from her. No, it's not so unbelievable, she said, holding up one finger. We have several dozen unsolved murders of women in Sweden during the 20th century. That professor of criminology, Persson, said once on TV that serial killers are very rare in Sweden, but that probably we have had some that were never caught. She held up another finger. These murders were committed over a very long period of time and all over the country. 2 occurred close together in 1960, but the circumstances were quite different: a farmer's wife in Karlstad and a 22-year-old in Stockholm. 3 fingers. There is no immediately apparent pattern. The murders were carried out at different places and there is no real signature, but there are certain things that do recur. Animals. Fire. Aggravated sexual assault. And, as you pointed out, a parco of biblical quotations. But it seems that not one of the investigating detectives interpreted any of the murders in terms of the Bible. Blomkvist was watching her. With her slender body, her black camisole, the tattoos, and the rings piercing her face, Salander looked out of place, to say the least, in a guest cottage in Hedeby. When he tried to be sociable over dinner, she was taciturn to the point of rudeness. But when she was working she sounded like a professional to her fingertips. Her apartment in Stockholm might look as if a bomb had gone off in it, but mentally Salander was extremely well organized. It's hard to see the connection between a prostitute in Uddevalla who's killed in an industrial yard and a pastor's wife who is strangled in Ronneby and has her house set on fire. If you don't have the key that Harriet gave us, that is. Which leads to the next question, Salander said. How on earth did Harriet get mixed up in all this? A 16-year-old girl who lived in a really sheltered environment. There's only one answer, Salander said. There must be some connection to the Wenger family. By 1 o'clock that night they had gone over the series of murders and discussed the conceivable connections and the tiny details of similarity and difference so often that Blomkvist's head was spinning. He rubbed his eyes and stretched and asked Salander if she felt like a walk. Her expression suggested that she thought such practices were a waste of time, but she agreed. Blomkvist advised her to change into long trousers because of the mosquitoes. They strolled past the small boat harbor and then under the bridge and out towards Martin Wenger's Point. Blomkvist pointed out the various houses and told her about the people who lived in them. He had some difficulty when they came to Cecilia Wenger's house. Salander gave him a curious look. They passed Martin Wenger's motor yacht and reached the point, and there they sat on a rock and shared a cigarette. There's one more connection, Blomkvist said suddenly. Maybe you've already thought of it? What? Their names. Salander thought for a moment and shook her head. They're all biblical names. Not true, she said. Where is there a Liv or Lena in the Bible? They are there. Liv means to live, in other words Eva. And come on, what's Lena short for? Salander grimaced in annoyance. He had been quicker than she was. She did not like that. Magdalena, she said. The whore, the first woman, the Virgin Mary, they're all there in this group. This is so freaky it'd make a psychologist's head spin. But there's something else I thought of with regard to the names. Salander waited patiently. They're obviously all traditional Jewish names. The Wenger family has had more than its share of fanatical anti-Semites, Nazis, and conspiracy theorists. The only time I met Harold Wenger he was standing in the road snarling that his own daughter was a whore. He certainly has problems with women. When they got back to the cabin they made a midnight snack and heated up the coffee. Mikhail took a look at the almost 500 pages that Dragan Armansky's favorite researcher had produced for him. "You've done a fantastic job of digging up these facts in such a short time," he said. "Thanks. And thanks also for being nice enough to come up here and report on it." "What happens now?" Salander wanted to know. "I'm going to talk to Dirch Frode tomorrow and arrange for your fee to be paid." "That wasn't what I meant." Blomqvist looked at her. "Well, I'll reckon the job I hired you for is done," he said. "I'm not done with this." Blomqvist leaned back against the kitchen wall and met her gaze. He couldn't read anything at all in her eyes. For half a year he had been working alone on Harriet's disappearance, and here was another person, an experienced researcher who grasped the implications. He made the decision on impulse. No. This story has got under my skin too. I'll talk to Frode. We'll hire you for a week or two more as a research assistant. I don't know if he'll want to pay the same rate he pays to Armansky, but we should be able to arrange a basic living wage for you." Salander suddenly gave him a smile. She had no wish to be shut out and would have gladly done the job for free. "I'm falling asleep," she said, and without further ado she went to her room and closed the door. 2 minutes later she opened the door and put out her head. "I'll think you're wrong. It's not an insane serial killer who read his Bible wrong. Ivy's just a common or garden bastard who hates women." Chapter 21 Thursday, July 3 Thursday, July 10 Salander was up before Blomqvist, around 6 o'clock. She put on some water for coffee and went to take a shower. When Blomqvist woke at 7:30, she was reading his summary of the Harriet Wenger case on his iBook. He came out to the kitchen with a towel round his waist, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. "There's coffee on the stove," she said. He looked over her shoulder. "That document was password protected, damn it," he said. She turned and peered up at him. "It takes 30 seconds to download a program from the net that can crack words encryption protection. We need to have a talk on the subject of what's yours and what's mine," he said, and went to take a shower. When he came back, Salander had turned off his computer and put it back in its place in his office. She had booted up her own PowerBook. Blomqvist felt sure that she had already transferred the contents of his computer to her own. Salander was an information junkie with a delinquent child's take on morals and ethics. He had just sat down to breakfast when there was a knock at the front door. Martin Wenger looked so solemn that for a second Blomqvist thought he had come to bring the news of his uncle's death. "No, Henrik's condition is the same as yesterday. I'm here for a quite different reason. Could I come in for a moment?" Blomqvist let him in, introducing him to my research assistant Lisbeth Salander. She gave the captain of industry barely a glance and a quick nod before she went back to her computer. Martin Wenger greeted her automatically but looked so distracted that he hardly seemed to notice her. Blomqvist poured him a cup of coffee and invited him to have a seat. "What's this all about? You don't subscribe to the Hedestad Courier?" "No. But sometimes I see it at Suzanne's Bridge Cafe." "Then you haven't read this morning's paper. You make it sound as if I ought to." Martin Wenger put the day's paper on the table in front of him. He had been given 2 columns on the front page, continued on page 4. "Convicted libel journalist hiding here." A photograph taken with a telephoto lens from the Churchill on the other side of the bridge showed Blomqvist coming out of the cottage. The reporter, Torsen, had cobbled together a scurrilous piece. He recapitulated the Wennerstrom affair and explained that Blomqvist had left Millennium in disgrace and that he had recently served a prison term. The article ended with the usual line that Blomqvist had declined to comment to the Hedestad Courier. Every self-respecting resident of Hedestad was put on notice that an Olympic-class ship from Stockholm was skulking around the area. None of the claims in the article was libel louse, but they were slanted to present Blomqvist in an unflattering light. The layout and type style was of the kind that such newspapers used to discuss political terrorists. Millennium was described as a magazine with low credibility bent on agitation, and Blomqvist's book on financial journalism was presented as a collection of controversial claims about other more respected journalists. Mikhail. I don't have words to express what I felt when I read this article. It's repulsive. It's a put-up job, Blomqvist said calmly. I hope you understand that I didn't have the slightest thing to do with this. I choked on my morning coffee when I read it. Then who did? I made some calls. This Torsten is a summer work experience kid. He did the piece on orders from Berger. L thought Berger had no say in the newsroom. After all, he is a counselor and political figure. Technically he has no influence. But the editor-in-chief of the Courier is Gunnar Karlman, Ingrid's son, who's part of the Johan Vanger branch of the family. Berger and Gunnar have been close for many years. Torsten will be fired forthwith. How old is he? To tell you the truth, I don't know. I've never met him. Don't fire him. When he called me he sounded like a very young and inexperienced reporter. This can't be allowed to pass without consequences. If you want my opinion, the situation seems a bit absurd, when the editor-in-chief of a publication owned by the Vanger family goes on the attack against another publication in which Henrik Vanger is a part owner and on whose board you sit. Your editor, Karlman, is attacking you and Henrik. I see what you mean, and I ought to lay the blame where it belongs. Karlman is a part owner in the corporation and has always taken pot shots at me, but this seems more like Berger's revenge because you had a run-in with him at the hospital. You're a thorn in his side. I'll believe it. That's why I think Torsten is the last person to blame. It takes a lot for an intern to say no when the LXJSS instructs him to write something in a certain way. I could demand that you be given an apology tomorrow. Better not. It would just turn into a long, drawn-out squabble that would make the situation worse. So you don't think I should do anything? It wouldn't be any use. Karlman would kick up a fuss and in the worst case you'd be painted as a villain who, in his capacity as owner, is trying to stamp on the freedom of expression. Pardon me, Mikhail, but I don't agree with you. As a matter of fact, I also have the right to express my opinion. My view is that this article stinks and I intend to make my own point of view clear. However reluctantly, I'm Henrik's replacement on Millennium's board, and in that role I am not going to let an offensive article like this one pass unchallenged. Fair enough. So I'm going to demand the right to respond. And if I make Karlman look like an idiot, he has only himself to blame. You must do what you believe is right. For me, it's also important that you absolutely understand that I have nothing whatsoever to do with this vitriolic attack. I'll believe you, Blomqvist said. Besides, I didn't really want to bring this up now, but this just serves to illustrate what we've already discussed. It's important to reinstall you on Millennium's editorial board so that we can show a united front to the world. As long as you're away, the gossip will continue. I believe in Millennium, and I'm convinced that we can win this fight together. I see your point, but now it's my turn to disagree with you. I can't break my contract with Henrik, and the fact is that I wouldn't want to break it. You see, I really like him. And this thing with Harriet. Yes. I'll know it's a running sore for you, and I realize that Henrik has been obsessed with it for many years. Just between the two of us, I do love Henrik and he is my mentor, but when it comes to Harriet, he's almost off his rocker. When I started this job I couldn't help thinking that it was a waste of time. But I think we're on the verge of a breakthrough and that it might now be possible to know what really happened. Blomqvist read doubt in Martin Vanger's eyes. At last he made a decision. 0K, In that case the best thing we can do is to solve the mystery of Harriet as quickly as possible. I'll give you all the support I can so that you finish the work to your satisfaction and, of course, Henrik's, and then return to Millennium. Goxie. So I won't have to fight with you too. No, you won't. You can ask for my help whenever you run into a problem. I'll make damn sure that Berger won't put any sort of obstacles in your way. And I'll try to talk to Cecilia, to calm her down. Thank you. I need to ask her some questions, and she's been resisting my attempts at conversation for a month now. Martin Vanger laughed. Perhaps you have other issues to iron out. But I won't get involved in that. They shook hands. Salander had listened to the conversation. When Martin Vanger left, she reached for the Hedestad Courier and scanned the article. She put the paper down without making any comment. Blomqvist sat in silence, thinking. Gunnar Karlman was born in 1948 and would have been 18 in 1966. He was one of the people on the island when Harriet disappeared. After breakfast he asked his research assistant to read through the police report. He gave her all the photographs of the accident, as well as the long summary of Vanger's own investigations. Blomqvist then drove to Frode's house and asked him kindly to draw up an agreement for Salander as a research assistant for the next month. By the time he returned to the cottage, Salander had decamped to the garden and was immersed in the police report. Blomqvist went in to heat up the coffee. He watched her through the kitchen window. She seemed to be skimming, spending no more than 10 or 15 seconds on each page. She turned the pages mechanically, and Blomqvist was amazed at her lack of concentration. It made no sense, since her own report was so meticulous. He took 2 cups of coffee and joined her at the garden table. Your notes were done before you knew we were looking for a serial killer. That's true. I simply wrote down questions I wanted to ask Henrik, and some other things. It was quite unstructured. Up until now I've really been struggling in the dark, trying to write a story, a chapter in the autobiography of Henrik Vanger. And now. In the past all the investigations focused on Hedeby Island. Now I'm sure that the story, the sequence of events that ended in her disappearance, started in Hedestad. That shifts the perspective. Salander said, it was amazing what you discovered with the pictures. Blomqvist was surprised. Salander did not seem the type to throw compliments around, and he felt flattered. On the other hand, from a purely journalistic point of view, it was quite an achievement. It's your turn to fill in the details. How did it go with that picture you were chasing up in Norsjö? You mean you didn't check the images in my computer? There wasn't time. I needed to read the resumes, your situation reports to yourself. Blomqvist started his IBCK and clicked on the photograph folder. It's fascinating. The visit to Norsjö was a sort of progress, but it was also a disappointment. I found the picture, but it doesn't tell us much. That woman, Mildred Berggren, had saved all her holiday pictures in albums. The picture I was looking for was one of them. It was taken on cheap color film, and after 37 years the print was incredibly faded with a strong yellow tinge. But, would you believe, she still had the negative in a shoebox. She let me borrow all the negatives from Hedestad and I've scanned them in. This is what Harriet saw. He clicked on an image which now had the file name harriet/bd19.eps. Salander immediately understood his dismay. She saw an unfocused image that showed clowns in the foreground of the Children's Day Parade. In the background could be seen the corner of Sundstrom's haberdashery. About 10 people were standing on the pavement in front of Sundstrom's. I'll think this is the person she saw. Partly because I tried to triangulate what she was looking at, judging by the angle that her face was turned I made a drawing of the crossroads there, and partly because this is the only person who seems to be looking straight into the camera. Meaning that perhaps he was staring at Harriet. What Salander saw was a blurry figure standing a little bit behind the spectators, almost in the side street. He had on a dark padded jacket with a red patch on the shoulders and dark trousers, possibly jeans. Blomqvist zoomed in so that the figure from the waist up filled the screen. The photograph became instantly fuzzier still. It's a man. He's about 5'11", normal build. He has dark blonde, semi-long hair and is clean-shaven. But it's impossible to make out his facial features or even estimate his age. He could be anywhere between his teens and middle age. You could manipulate the image. I have manipulated the image, damn it. I even sent a copy to the image processing wizard at Millennium. Blomqvist clicked up a new shot. This is the absolute best I can get out of it. The camera is simply TCK, lousy and the distance too far. Have you shown the picture to anyone? Someone might recognize the man's bearing or, L showed it to Frode. He has no idea who the man is. Herr Frode probably isn't the most observant person in Hidestad. No, but I'm working for him and Henrik Vanger. I want to show the picture to Henrik before I cast the net wider. Perhaps he's nothing more than a spectator. That's possible. But he managed to trigger a strange Resix NSE from Harriet. During the next several days Blomqvist and Salander worked on the Harriet case virtually every waking moment. Salander went on reading the police report, rattling off one question after another. There could only be one truth, and each vague answer or uncertainty led to more intense. They spent one whole day examining timetables for the cast of characters at the scene of the accident on the bridge. Salander became more and more of an enigma to him. Despite the fact that she only schemed the documents in the report, she always seemed to settle on the most obscure and contradictory details. They took a break in the afternoons, when the heat made it unbearable out in the garden. They would swim in the channel or walk up to the terrace at Suzanne's Bridge Cafe. Suzanne now treated Blomqvist with an undisguised coolness. He realized that Salander looked barely legal and she was obviously living at his cottage, and that in Suzanne's eyes made him a dirty old middle-aged man. It was not pleasant. Blomqvist went out every evening for a run. Salander made no comment when he returned out of breath to the cottage. Running was obviously not her thing. I'm over 40, he said. I have to exercise to keep from getting too fat around the middle. I see. Don't you ever exercise, L, once in a while? You box? Yeah, you know, with gloves. What weight do you box in, he said, when he emerged from the shower. None at all. I spar a little now and then against the guys in a club in Sadr. Why is that no surprise? He thought. But at least she had told him something about herself. He knew no basic facts about her. How did she come to be working for Arminsky? What sort of education did she have? What did her parents do? As soon as Blomqvist tried to ask about her life, she shut up like a clam, answered in single syllables or ignored him. One afternoon Salander suddenly put down a binder, frowning. What do you know about Otto Falk? The pastor? Not much. I met the present incumbent a few times earlier in the year, and she told me that Falk lives in some geriatric home in Hidestad. Alzheimer's. Where did he come from? From Hidestad. He studied in Uppsala. He was unmarried. And Harriet hung out with him. Why do you ask? I'm just saying that Morel went pretty easy on him in the interview. In the 60s pastors enjoyed a considerably different status in society. It was natural for him to live out here on the island, close to the power brokers, so to speak. I'll wonder how carefully the police searched the parsonage. In the photographs it looks like it was a big wooden house, and there must have been plenty of places to hide a body for a while. That's true, but there's nothing in the material to indicate that he would have any connection to the serial murders or to Harriet's disappearance. Actually, there is, Salander said, with a wry smile. First of all, he was a pastor, and pastors more than anyone else have a special relationship to the Bible. Second, he was the last person known to have seen and talked with Harriet. But he went down to the scene of the accident and stayed there for several hours. He's in lots of the pictures, especially during the time when Harriet must have vanished. Alright, I can't crack his alibi. But I was actually thinking about something else. This story is about a sadistic killer of women. Had a little time to myself this spring and read quite a bit about sadists in a rather different context. One of the things I read was an FBI manual. It claimed that a striking of convicted serial killers came from dysfunctional homes and tortured animals in their childhood. Some of the convicted American serial killers were also arrested for arson. Tortured animals and arson crop up in several of Harriet's murder cases, but what I was really thinking about was the fact that the parsonage burned down in the late 70s. It's a long shot, Blomkvist said. Lisbeth nodded. Agreed. But I find nothing in the police report about the cause of the fire, and it would be very interesting to know if there were other unexplained fires hereabouts in the 60s. It would also be worth checking to see if there were any cases of animal abuse or mutilation in the area back then. When Salander went to bed on her seventh night in Hedeby, she was mildly irritated with Blomkvist. For almost a week she had spent practically every waking minute with him. Normally 7 minutes of another person's company was enough to give her a headache, so she set things up to live as a recluse. She was perfectly content as long as people left her in. Unfortunately, society was not very smart or understanding. She had to protect herself from social authorities, child welfare authorities, guardianship authorities, tax authorities, police, curators, psychologists, psychiatrists, teachers, and bouncers, who, apart from the guys watching the door at Kvarnen, who by this time knew who she was, would never let her into the bar even though she was 25. There was a whole army of people who seemed not to have anything better to do than to try to disrupt her life, and, if they were given the opportunity, to correct the way she had chosen to live it. It did no good to cry, she had learned that early on. She had also learned that every time she tried to make someone aware of something in her life, the situation just got worse. Consequently, it was up to her to solve her problems by herself, using whatever methods she deemed necessary. Something that Advocate German had found out the hard way. Blomkvist had the same tiresome habit as everyone else, poking around in her life and asking questions. On the other hand, he did not react at all like most other men she had met. When she ignored his questions, he simply shrugged and left her in peace. Astounding. Her immediate move, when she got hold of his iBook that first morning, had naturally been to transfer all the information to her own computer. That way it was 0K if he dumped her from the case, she would still have access to the material. She had expected a furious outburst when he appeared for his breakfast. Instead he had looked almost resigned, muttered something sarcastic, and gone off to the shower. Then he began discussing what she had read. A strange guy. She might even be deluded into thinking that he trusted her. That he knew Alxjid her propensities as a hacker was serious. Salander was aware that the legal description of the kind of hacking she did, both professionally and as a hobby, was unlawful data trespassing and could earn her 2 years in prison. She did not want to be locked up. In her case, a prison sentence would mean that her computers would be taken from her, and with them the only occupation that she was really good at. She had never told Arminsky how she gathered the information they were paying her to find. With the exception of Plague and a few people on the net who, like her, devoted themselves to hacking on a professional level, and most of them knew her only as Wasp and did not know who she was or where she lived, Cal Blomkvist was the only one who had stumbled onto her secret. He had come to her because she made a blunder that not even a 12-year-old would commit, which only proved that her brain was being eaten up by worms and that she deserved to be flogged. But instead of going crazy with rage, he had hired her. Consequently, she was mildly irritated with him. When they had a snack just before she went to bed, he had suddenly asked her if she was a good hacker. To her own surprise, she replied, "I'm probably the best in Sweden. There may be 2 or 3 others at about my level." She did not doubt the accuracy of her reply. Plague had once been better than she was, but she had passed him long ago. On the other hand, it felt funny to say the words. She had never done it before. She had never had an outsider to have this sort of conversation with, and she enjoyed the fact that he seemed impressed by her talents. Then he had ruined the feeling by asking another question: how had she taught herself hacking? What could she say? I've always been able to do it. Instead she went to bed without saying good night. Irritating her yet further, he did not react when she left so abruptly. She lay listening to him moving about in the kitchen, clearing the table and washing the dishes. He had always stayed up later than she did, but now he was obviously on his way to bed too. She heard him in the bathroom, and then he went into his bedroom and shut the door. After a while she heard the bed creak when he got into it, not a yard away from her own but on the other side of the wall. She had been sharing a house with him for a week, and he had not once flirted with her. He had worked with her, asked her opinion, slapped her on the knuckles figuratively speaking when she was on the wrong track, and acknowledged that she was right when she corrected him. Damn it, he had treated her like a human being. She got out of bed and stood by the window, restlessly peering into the dark. The hardest thing for her was to show herself naked to another person for the first time. She was convinced that her skinny ex-dy was repulsive. Her breasts were pathetic. She had no hips to speak of. She did not have much to offer. Apart from that, she was a quite normal woman, with the same desires and sex drive as every other woman. She stood there for the next 20 minutes before she made up her mind. Blomqvist was reading a novel by Sarah Paretsky when he heard the door handle turn and looked up to see Salander. She had a sheet wrapped round her and stood in the doorway for a moment. "You're okay," he said. She shook her head. "What is it?" She went over to his bed, took the book, and put it on the bedside table. Then she bent down and kissed him on the mouth. She quickly got into his bed and sat looking at him, searching him. She put her hand on the sheet over his stomach. When he did not protest, she leaned over and bit him on the nipple. Blomqvist was flabbergasted. He took her shoulders and pushed her away a little so that he could see her face. "Lisbeth, I don't know if this is such a good idea. We have to work together. I want to have sex with you. And I won't have any problem working with you, but I will have a hell of a problem with you if you kick me out. But we hardly know each other." She laughed, an abrupt laugh that sounded almost like a cough. "You've never let anything like that stand in your way before. In fact, as I didn't say in my background report, you're one of these guys who can't keep his hands off women. So what's wrong? Aren't I sexy enough for you?" Blomqvist shook his head and tried to think of something clever to say. When he couldn't, she pulled the sheet off him and sat astride him. "Don't have any condoms," he said. "Screw it." When he woke up, he heard her in the kitchen. It was not yet 7 o'clock. He may only have slept for 2 hours, and he stayed in bed, dozing. This woman baffed him. At absolutely no point had she even with a glance indicated that she was the least bit interested in him. "Goxy morning," she said from the doorway. She even had the hint of a smile. "We are out of milk. I'll go to the petrol station. They open at 7. And she was gone. He heard her go out of the front door. He shut his eyes. Then he heard the front door open again, and seconds later she was back in the doorway. This time she was not smiling. "You'd better come and look at this," she said in a strange voice. Blomqvist was on his feet at once and pulled on his jeans. During the night someone had been to the cottage with an unwelcome present. On the porch lay the half-charred corpse of a cat. The cat's legs and head had been cut off, then the body had been flayed and the guts and stomach removed, flung next to the corpse, which seemed to have been roasted over a fire. The cat's head was intact, on the saddle of Salander's motorcycle. He recognized the reddish-brown fur. Chapter 22 Thursday, July 10. They ate breakfast in the garden in silence and without milk in their coffee. Salander had taken out a Canon digital camera and photographed the macabre tableau before Blomqvist got a rubbish sack and cleaned it away. He put the cat in the boot of the Volvo. He ought to file a police report for animal cruelty, possibly intimidation, but he did not think he would want to explain why the intimidation had taken place. At 8:30 Isabella Vanger walked past and onto the bridge. She did not see them, or at least pretended not to. "How are you doing?" Blomqvist said. "Oh, I'm fine." Salander looked at him, perplexed. "0k, then. He expects me to be upset. When I find the motherfucker who tortured an innocent cat to death just to send us a warning, I'm going to clobber him with a baseball bat." "You think it's a warning? Have you got a better explanation?" "It definitely means something. Whatever the truth is in this story, we've worried some xyeti enough for that person to do something really sick. But there's another problem too. No. This is an animal sacrifice in the style of 1954 and 1960, and it doesn't seem credible that someone active 50 years ago would be putting tortured animal corpses on your doorstep today." Blomqvist agreed. "The only ones who could be suspected in that case are Harold Vanger and Isabella Vanger. There are a number of older relatives on Johan Vanger's side, but none of them live in the area." Blomqvist sighed. "Isabella is a repulsive bitch who could certainly kill a cat, but I doubt she was running around killing women in the 50s. Harold Vanger, don't know, he seems so decrepit he can hardly walk, and I can't see him sneaking over here last night, catching a cat, and doing all this. Unless it was two people. One older, one younger." Blomqvist heard a car go by and looked up and saw Cecilia driving away over the bridge. Harold and Cecilia, he thought, but they hardly spoke. Despite Martin Vanger's promise to talk to her, Cecilia had still not answered any of his telephone messages. "It must be somebody who knows we're doing this work and that we're making progress," Salander said, getting up to go inside. When she came back out, she had put on her leathers. "I'm going to seek home. I'll be back tonight." "What are you going to do?" "Pick up some gadgets. If someone is crazy enough to kill a cat in that disgusting way, he or she could attack us next time. Or set the cottage on fire while we're asleep. I want you to go into Hedestad and buy 2 fire extinguishers and 2 smoke alarms today. One of the fire extinguishers has to be halon." Without another word, she put on her helmet, kick-started the motorcycle, and roared off across the bridge. Blomqvist hid the corpse and the head and guts in the rubbish bin beside the petrol station before he drove into Hedestad to do his errands. He drove to the hospital. He had made an appointment to meet Frode in the cafeteria, and he told him what had happened that morning. Frode blanched. "Mikhail, I never imagined that the story could take this turn." "Why not? The job was to find a murderer, after all. But this is disgusting and inhuman. If there's a danger to your life or to Fröken Salander's life, we are going to call it off. Let me talk to Henrik." "No. Absolutely not. I don't want to risk his having another attack. He asks me all the time how things are going with you. Say hello from me, please, and tell him I'm moving forward." "What is next, then?" "I have a few questions. The first incident occurred just after Henrik had his heart attack and I was down in Stockholm for the day. Some xy went through my office. I had printed out the Bible verses, and the photographs from Jarnvagsgaten were on my desk. You knew and Henrik knew. Martin knew a part of it since he organized for me to get into the courier offices. How many other people knew? Well, I don't know who Martin talked to. But both Berger and Cecilia knew about it. They discussed your hunting in the pictures archive between themselves. Alexander knew about it too. And, by the way, Gunnar and Helena Nilsson did too. They were up to say hello to Henrik and got dragged into the conversation. And Anita Vanger. Anita? The one in London. Cecilia's sister. She came back with Cecilia when Henrik had his heart attack but stayed at a hotel. As far as I know, she hasn't been out to the island. Like Cecilia, she doesn't want to see her father. but she flew back when Henrik came out of intensive care. "Where's Cecilia living? I saw her this morning as she drove across the bridge, but her house is always dark. She's not capable of doing such a thing, is she?" "No, I just wonder where she's staying." "She's staying with her brother, Birger. It's within walking distance to visit Henrik." "Do you know where she is right now?" "No. She's not visiting Henrik, at any rate." "Thanks," Blomqvist said, getting up. The Vanger family was hovering around Hedestad Hospital. In the reception, Birger Vanger passed on his way to the lifts. Blomqvist waited until he was gone before he went out to the reception. Instead he ran into Martin Vanger at the entrance, at exactly the same spot where he had run into Cecilia on his previous visit. They said hello and shcx, K Hans. "Have you been up to see Henrik?" "No, I just happened to meet Road." Martin looked tired and hollow-eyed. It occurred to Mikhail that he had aged appreciably during the 6 months since he had met him. "How are things going with you, Mikhail?" he said. "More interesting with every day that passes. When Henrik is feeling better, I hope to be able to satisfy his curiosity." Birger Vangers was a white brick terrace house a 5-minute walk from the hospital. He had a view of the sea and the Hedestad marina. No one answered when Blomqvist rang the doorbell. He called Cecilia's mobile number but got no answer there either. He sat in the car for a while, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. Birger Vanger was the wild card in the deck, born in 1939 and so 10 years old when Rebecca Jacobson was murdered, 27 when Harriet disappeared. According to Henrik, Birger and Harriet hardly ever saw each other. He had grown up with his family in Uppsala and only moved to Hedestad to work for the firm. He jumped ship after a couple of years and devoted himself to but he had been in Uppsala at the time Lena Andersson was murdered. The incident with the cat gave him an ominous feeling, as if he were about to run out of time. Otto Falk was 36 when Harriet vanished. He was now 72, younger than Henrik Vanger but in a considerably worse mental state. Blomqvist sought him out at the Svalin Convalescent Home, a yellow brick building a short distance from the Hid River at the other end of the town. Blomqvist introduced himself to the receptionist and asked to be allowed to speak with Pastor Falk. He knew, he explained, that the pastor suffered from Alzheimer's and inquired how lucid he was now. A nurse replied that Pastor Falk had first been diagnosed 3 years earlier and that alas the disease had taken an aggressive course. Falk could communicate, but he had a very feeble short-term memory, and did not recognize all of his relatives. He was on the whole slipping into the shadows. He was also prone to anxiety attacks if he was confronted with questions he could not answer. Falk was sitting on a bench in the garden with 3 other patients and a male nurse. Blomqvist spent an hour trying to engage him in conversation. He remembered Harriet Vanger quite well. His face lit up, and he described her as a charming girl. But Blomqvist was soon aware that the pastor had forgotten that she had been missing these last 37 years. He talked about her as if he had seen her recently and asked Blomqvist to say hello to her and urge her to come and see him. Blomqvist promised to do so. He obviously did not remember the accident on the bridge. It was not until the end of their conversation that he said something which made Blomqvist prick up his ears. It was when Blomqvist steered the talk to Harriet's interest in religion that Falk suddenly seemed hesitant. It was as though a cloud passed over his face. Falk sat rocking back and forth for a while and then looked up at Blomqvist and asked who he was. Blomqvist introduced himself again and the old man thought for a while. At length he said, "She's still a seeker. She has to take care of herself and you have to warn her." "What should I warn her about?" Falk grew suddenly agitated. He shck his head with a frown. "She has to read sola scriptura and understand sufficientia scripturae. That's the only way that she can maintain sola fide. Joseph will certainly exclude them. They were never accepted into the canon." Blomqvist understood nothing of this, but took assiduous notes. Then Pastor Falk leaned towards him and whispered, Elle thinks she's a Catholic. She loves magic and has not yet found her God. She needs guidance. The word Catholic obviously had a negative connotation for Pastor Falk. Elle thought she was interested in the Pentecostal movement. No, 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 not the Pentecostals. She's LCX, King for the Forbidden Truth. She is not a good Christian. Then Pastor Falk seemed to forget all about Blomqvist and started talking with the other patients. He got back to Hedeby Island just after 2 o'clock. He walked over to Cecilia Vangers and knocked on the door, but without success. He tried her mobile number again but no answer. He attached one smoke alarm to a wall in the kitchen and one next to the front door. He put one fire extinguisher next to the Waxa stove beside the door and another one beside the bathroom door. Then he made himself lunch, which consisted of coffee and open sandwiches, and sat in the garden, where he was typing up the notes of his conversation with Pastor Falk. When that was done, he raised his eyes to the church. Hedeby's new parsonage was quite an ordinary modern dwelling a few minutes' walk from the church. Blomqvist knocked on the door at 4 o'clock and explained to Pastor Margareta Strand that he had come to seek advice on a theological matter. Margareta Strand was a dark-haired woman of about his own age, dressed in jeans and a flannel shirt. She was barefoot and had painted toenails. He had run into her before at Suzanne's Bridge Cafe on a couple of occasions and talked to her about Pastor Falk. He was given a friendly reception and invited to come and sit in her courtyard. Blomqvist told her that he had interviewed Otto Falk and what the old man had said. Pastor Strand listened and then asked him to repeat it word for word. I was sent to serve here in Hedeby only 3 years ago, and I've never actually met Pastor Falk. He retired several years before that, but I believe that he was fairly high church. What he said to you meant something on the lines of keep to scripture alone sola scriptura and that it is sufficientia scripturae. This latter is an expression that establishes the sufficiency of scripture among literal believers. Sola fide means faith alone or the true faith. All this is basic dogma, so to speak. In general it's the platform of the church and nothing unusual at all. He was saying quite simply, read the Bible, it will provide sufficient knowledge and vouches for the true faith. Mikhail felt a bit embarrassed. Now I have to ask you in what connection this conversation occurred, she said. I was asking him about a person he had met many years ago, someone I'm writing about. A religious seeker. Something along that line. 0K I think I understand the context. You told me that Pastor Falk said 2 other things, that Joseph will certainly exclude them and that they were never accepted into the canon. Is it possible that you misunderstood and that he said Josephus instead of Joseph? It's actually the same name. That's possible, Blomqvist said. I'll tape the conversation if you want to listen to it. No, I don't think that's necessary. These 2 sentences establish fairly unequivocally what he was alluding to. Josephus was a Jewish historian, and the sentence they were never accepted into the canon may have meant that they were never in the Hebrew canon. And that means. She laughed. Pastor Falk was saying that this person was enthralled by esoteric sources, specifically the Apocrypha. The Greek word apokryphos means hidden, and the Apocrypha are therefore the hidden books which some consider highly controversial and others think should be included in the Old Testament. They are Tobias, Judith, Esther, Baruch, Sirach, the books of the Maccabees, and some others. Forgive my ignorance. I've heard about the books of the Apocrypha but have never read them. What's special about them? There's really nothing special about them at all, except that they came into existence somewhat later than the rest of the Old Testament. The Apocrypha were deleted from the Hebrew Bible not because Jewish scholars mistrusted their content but simply because they were written after the time when God's revelatory work was concluded. On the other hand, the Apocrypha are included in the Old Greek translation of the Bible. They're not considered controversial in, for example, the Roman Catholic Church. However, they are controversial in the Protestant Church. During the Reformation, theologians looked to the Old Hebrew Bible. Martin Luther deleted the Apocrypha from the Reformation's Bible, and later Calvin declared that the Apocrypha absolutely must not serve as the basis for convictions in matters of faith. Thus their contents contradict or in some way conflict with claritas scripturae, the clarity of Scripture. In other words, censored books. Quite right. For example, the Apocrypha claim that magic can be practiced and that lies in certain cases may be permissible, and such statements, of course, upset dogmatic interpreters of Scripture. So if someone has a passion for religion, it's not unthinkable that the Apocrypha will pop up on their reading list, or that someone like Pastor Falk would be upset by this. Exactly. Encountering the Apocrypha is almost unavoidable if you're studying the Bible or the Catholic faith, and it's equally probable that someone who is interested in esoterica in general might read them. You don't happen to have a copy of the, do you? She laughed again. A bright, friendly laugh. Of course I do. The Apocrypha were actually published as a state report from the Bible Commission in the 80s. Arminsky wondered what was going on when Salander asked to speak to him in private. He shut the door behind her and motioned her to the visitor's chair. She told him that her work for Mikhail Blomkvist was done. The lawyer would be paying her before the end of the month, but that she had decided to keep on with this particular investigation. Blomkvist had offered her a considerably higher salary for a month. I am self-employed, Salander said. Until now I've never taken a job that you haven't given me, in keeping with our agreement. What I want to know is what will happen to our relationship if I take a job on my own. Arminsky shrugged. You're a freelancer, you can take any job you want and charge what you think it's worth. I'm just glad you're making your own money. It would, however, be disloyal of you to take on clients you find through us. I have no plans to do that. I've finished the job according to the contract we signed with Blomkvist. What this is about is that I want to stay on the case. I'd even do it for nothing. Don't ever do anything for nothing. You know what I mean. I want to know where the story is going. I've convinced Blomkvist to ask the lawyer to keep me on as a research assistant. She passed the agreement over to Arminsky, who read rapidly through it. With this salary you might as well be working for free. Lisbeth, you've got talent. You don't have to work for small change. You know you can make a hell of a lot more with me if you come on board full-time. L don't want to work full-time. But, Dragan, my loyalty is to you. You've been great to me since I started here. I want to know if a contract like this is 0K with you, that there won't be any friction between us. I see. He thought for a moment. It's 100% 0K. Thanks for asking. If any more situations like this crop up in the future, I'd appreciate it if you ask me so there won't be any misunderstandings. Salander thought over whether she had anything to add. She fixed her gaze on Arminsky, saying not a word. Instead she just nodded and then stood up and left, as usual with no farewell greeting. She got the answer she wanted and instantly lost interest in Arminsky. He smiled to himself. That she had even asked him for advice marked a new high point in her socialization process. He opened a folder with a report on security at a museum where a big exhibition of French Impressionists was opening soon. Then he put down the folder and looked at the door through which Salander had just gone. He thought about how she had laughed with Blomkvist in her office and wondered if she was finally growing up or whether it was Blomkvist who was the attraction. He also felt a strange uneasiness. He had never able to shake off the feeling that Lisbeth Salander was a perfect victim. And here she was, hunting a madman out in the back of beyond. On the way north again, Salander took on impulse a detour by way of a Pelviken nursing home to see her mother. Except for the visit on Midsummer Eve, she had not seen her mother since Christmas, and she felt bad for so seldom taking the time. A second visit within the course of a few weeks was quite unusual. Her mother was in the day room. Salander stayed a good hour and took her mother for a walk down to the duck in the grounds of the hospital. Her mother was still muddling Lisbeth with her sister. As usual, she was hardly present, but she seemed troubled by the visit. When Salander said goodbye, her mother did not want to let go of her hand. Salander promised to visit her again soon, but her mother gazed after her sadly and anxiously. It was as if she had a premonition of some approaching disaster. Blomqvist spent 2 hours in the garden behind his cabin going through the Apocrypha without gaining a single insight. But a thought had occurred to him. How religious had Harriet Wenger actually been? Her interest in Bible studies had started the last year before she vanished. She had linked a number of Bible quotes to a series of murders and then had methodically read not only her Bible but also the Apocrypha, and she had developed an interest in Catholicism. Had she really done the same investigation that Blomqvist and Salander were doing 37 years later? Was it the hunt for a murderer that had spurred her interest rather than religiosity? Pastor Falk had indicated that in his eyes she was more of a seeker, less a Goxa Christian. He was interrupted by Berger calling him on his mobile. "Elle just wanted to tell you that Gregor and I are leaving on holiday next week. I'll be gone for 4 weeks. Where are you going?" "New York. Gregor has an exhibition, and then we thought we'd go to the Caribbean. We have a chance to borrow a house on Antigua from a friend of Greg's and we're staying there 2 weeks. That sounds wonderful. Have a great time. And say hi to Gregor. The new issue is finished and we've almost wrapped up the next one. I wish you could take over as editor, but Krista has said he will do it. He can call me if he needs any help. How's it going with Jana Dahlman?" She hesitated. "He's also going on holiday. I pushed Henry into being the acting managing editor. He and Krista are minding the store. 0K. I'll be back on August 7th. In the early evening Blomqvist tried 5 times to telephone Cecilia Wenger. He sent her a text asking her to call him. But he received no answer. He put away the Apocrypha and got into his tracksuit, locking the door before he set off. He followed the narrow path along the shore and then turned into the woods. He ground his way through thickets and around uprooted trees as fast as he could go, emerging exhausted at the fortress with his pulse racing. He stopped by one of the old artillery batteries and stretched for several minutes. Suddenly he heard a sharp crack and the grey concrete wall next to his head exploded. Then he felt the pain as fragments of concrete and shrapnel tore a deep gash in his scalp. For what seemed an eternity Blomqvist stood paralyzed. Then he threw himself into the artillery trench, landing hard on his shoulder and knocking the wind out of himself. A second round came at the instant he dived. The bullet smacked into the concrete foundation. He got to his feet and looked all around. He was in the middle of the fortress. To the right and left narrow, overgrown passages a yard deep ran to the batteries that were spread along a line of 250 yards. In a crouch, he started running south through the labyrinth. He suddenly heard an echo of Captain Adolfsson's inimitable voice from winter maneuvers at the infantry school in Kiruna. "Blomqvist, keep your fucking head down if you don't want to get your arse shot off." Years later he still remembered the extra practice drills that Captain Adolfsson used to devise. He stopped to catch his breath, his heart pounding. He could hear nothing but his own breathing. The human eye perceives motion much quicker than shapes and figures. Move slowly when you're scouting. Blomqvist slowly peeked an inch over the top edge of the battery. The sun was straight ahead and made it impossible to make out details, but he could see no movement. He pulled his head back down and ran onto the next battery. It doesn't matter how good the enemy's weapons are. If he can't see you, he can't hit you. Cover, cover, cover. Make sure you're never exposed. He was 300 yards from the edge of Ostergarden Farm. Some 40 yards from where he knelt there was an almost impenetrable thicket of low brush. But to reach the thicket he would have to sprint down a grass slope from the artillery battery, and he would be completely exposed. It was the only way. At his back was the sea. He was suddenly aware of pain in his temple and discovered that he was bleeding and that his t-shirt was drenched with blood. Scalp wounds never stop bleeding, he thought before he again concentrated on his position. One shot could just have been an accident, but 2 meant that somebody was trying to kill him. He had no way of knowing if the marksman was waiting for him to reappear. He tried to be calm, think rationally. The choice was to wait or to get the hell out. If the marksman was still there, the latter alternative was assuredly not a good idea. If he waited where he was, the marksman would calmly walk up to the fortress, find him, and shoot him at close range. He, or she, can't know if I've gone to the right or left. Rifle, maybe a moose rifle. Probably with telescopic sights. Which would mean that the marksman would have a limited field of vision if he was looking for Mikhail through the sights. If you're in a tight spot, take the initiative. Better than waiting. He watched and listened for sounds for 2 minutes, then he clambered out of the battery and raced down the slope as fast as he could. He was halfway down the slope as a third shot was fired, but he only heard a vague smack behind him. He threw himself flat through the curtain of brush and rolled through a sea of stinging nettles. Then he was on his feet and moving away from the direction of the fire, crouching, running, stopping every 50 yards, listening. He heard a branch crack somewhere between him and the fortress. He dropped to his stomach. Crawl using your elbows was another of Captain Adolfsson's favorite expressions. Blomqvist covered the next 150 yards on his knees and toes and elbows through the undergrowth. He pushed aside twigs and branches. Twice he heard sudden cracks in the thicket behind him. The first seemed to be very close, maybe 20 paces to the right. He froze, lay perfectly still. After a while he cautiously raised his head and looked around, but he could see no one. He lay still for a long time, his nerves on full alert, ready to flee or possibly make a desperate counterattack if the enemy came at him. The next crack was from farther away. Then silence. He knows I'm here. Has he taken up a position somewhere, waiting for me to start moving, or has he retreated? Blomqvist kept crawling through the undergrowth until he reached the Ostergarden's fence. This was the next critical moment. A path ran inside the fence. He lay stretched out on the ground, watching. The farmhouse was 400 yards down a gentle slope. To the right of the house he saw cows grazing. Why hadn't anyone heard the shots and come to investigate? Summer. Maybe nobody is at home right now. There was no question of crossing the pasture there. He would have no cover at all. The straight path beside the fence was the place he himself would have picked for a clear field of fire. He retreated into the brush until he came out on the other side into a sparse pine. He took the long way around Ostergarden's fields and Soderberget to reach home. When he passed Ostergarden he could see that their car was gone. At the top of Soderberget he stopped and down on Hedeby. In the old fishing cabins by the marina there were summer visitors. Women in bathing suits were sitting talking on a dock. He smelled something cooking on an outdoor grill. Children were splashing in the water near the docks in the marina. Just after 8 o'clock. It was 50 minutes since the shots had been fired. Nilsson was watering his lawn, wearing shorts and no shirt. How long have you been there? Wanger's house was empty but for Anna. Harold Wanger's house LCX, Ked deserted as always. Then he saw Isabella Wanger in her back garden. She was sitting there, obviously talking to someone. It took a second for Blomqvist to realize it was the sickly Gerda Wanger, born in 1922 and living with her son, Alexander, in one of the houses Ia and Henrik's. He had never met her, but he had seen her a few times. Cecilia Wanger's house looked empty, but then Mikhail saw a movement in her kitchen. She's home. Was the marksman a woman? He knew that Cecilia could handle a gun. He could see Martin Wanger's car in the drive in front of his house. How long have you been home? Or was it someone else that he had not thought of yet? A road. Alexander. Too many possibilities. He climbed down from Soderberget and followed the road into the village. He got home without encountering anyone. The first thing he saw was that the door of the cottage was ajar. He went into a crouch almost instinctively. Then he smelled coffee and saw Salander through the kitchen window. She heard him come in the front door and turn towards him. She stiffened. His face looked terrible, smeared with blood that had begun to congeal. The left side of his white t-shirt was crimson. He was holding a sodden red handkerchief to his head. "It's bleeding like hell, but it's not dangerous," Blomqvist said before she could ask. She turned and got the first aid kit from the cupboard. It contained 2 packets of elastic bandages, a mosquito stick, and a little roll of surgical tape. He pulled off his clothes and dropped them on the FLCXR, then he went to the bathroom. The wound on his temple was a gash so deep that he could lift up a big flap of flesh. It was still bleeding and it needed stitches, but he thought it would probably heal if he taped it closed. He ran a towel under the cold tap and wiped his face. He held the towel against his temple while he stood under the shower and closed his eyes. Then he slammed his fist against the tile so hard that he scraped his knuckles. "Fuck you, whoever you are," he thought. "I'm going to find you, and I will get you." When Salander touched his arm he jumped as if he had had an electric shock and stared at her with such anger in his eyes that she took a step back. She handed him the soap and went back to the kitchen without a word. He put on 3 strips of surgical tape. He went into the bedroom, pulled on a clean pair of jeans and a new t-shirt, taking the folder of printed out with him. He was so furious he was almost shaking. "Stay here, Lisbeth," he shouted. He walked over to Cecilia Vanger's house and rang the doorbell. It was half a minute before she opened the door. "Elle don't want to see you," she said. Then she saw his face, where blood was already seeping through the tape. "Let me in. We have to talk." She hesitated. "We have nothing to talk about." "We do now, and you can discuss it here on the steps or in the kitchen." Blomqvist's tone was so determined that Cecilia stepped back and let him in. He sat at her kitchen table. "What have you done?" she said. "You claim that my digging for the truth about Harriet Vanger is some futile form of occupational therapy for Henrik. But an hour ago someone bloody nearly shot my head off, and last night someone, maybe the same humorist, left a horribly dead cat on my—" Cecilia opened her mouth, but Blomqvist cut her off. "Cecilia, I don't give a shit about your hang-ups or what you worry about or the fact that you suddenly hate the sight of me. I'll never come near you again, and you don't have to worry that I'm going to you or run after you. Right this minute I wish I'd never heard of you or anyone else in the Vanger family. But I require answers to my questions. The sooner you answer them, the sooner you'll be rid of what do you want to know. Number 1, where were you an hour ago?" Cecilia's face clouded over. "An hour ago I was in Hidestad." "Can anyone confirm where you were?" "Not that I can think of, and I don't have to account to you." Number 2, why did you open the window in Harriet's the day she disappeared?" "What? You heard me. For all these years Henrik has tried to work out who opened the window in Harriet's room during those critical minutes. Every EY has denied doing it. Someone is lying. And what in hell makes you think it was me?" "This picture," Blomqvist said, and flung the blurry photograph onto her kitchen table. Cecilia walked over to the table and studied the picture. Blomqvist thought he could read shock on her face. She looked up at him. He felt a trickle of blood run down his cheek and drop onto his shirt. "There were 60 people on the island that day," he said. "And 28 of them were women. 5 or 6 of them had shoulder-length blonde hair. Only one of those was wearing a light-colored dress." She stared intently at the photograph. "And you think that's supposed to be me? If it isn't you, I'd like you to tell me who you think it is. Nobody knew about this picture before. I've had it for weeks and tried to talk to you about it. I may be an idiot, but I haven't showed it to Henrik or anyone else because I'm deathly afraid of casting suspicion on you or doing you wrong. But I do have to have an answer. You'll get your answer." She held out the photograph to him. "Elle didn't go into Harriet's RCX-M that day. It's not me in the picture. I didn't have the slightest thing to do with her disappearance." She went to the front door. You have your answer. Now please go. But I think you should have a doctor look at that wound. Salander drove him to Hidestad Hospital. It took only 2 stitches and a good dressing to close the wound. He was given cortisone salve for the rash from the stinging nettles on his neck and hands. After they left the hospital, Blomqvist sat for a long time wondering whether he ought to go to the police. He could see the headlines now. Libel journalist in shooting drama. He shook his head. Let's go home, he said. It was dark when they arrived back at Hidebi Island, and that suited Salander fine. She lifted a sports bag onto the kitchen table. Elle borrowed this stuff from Milton Security, and it's time we made use of it. She planted 4 battery-operated motion detectors around the house and explained that if anyone came closer than 20 feet, a radio signal would trigger a small chirping alarm that she set up in Blomqvist's bedroom. At the same time, 2 light-sensitive video cameras that she had put in trees at the front and back of the cabin would send signals to a PC laptop that she set by the front door. She camouflaged the cameras with dark cloth. She put a 3rd camera in a birdhouse above the door. She drilled a hole right through the wall for the cable. The lens was aimed at the road and the path from the gate to the front door. It took a low-resolution image every second and stored them all on the hard drive of another PC laptop in the wardrobe. Then she put a pressure-sensitive doormat in the entrance. If someone managed to evade the infrared detectors and got into the house, a 115 decibel siren would go off. Salander demonstrated for him how to shut off the detectors with a key to a box in the wardrobe. She had also borrowed a night vision scope. You don't leave a lot to chance, Blomqvist said, pouring coffee for her. One more thing. No more jogging until we crack this. Believe me, I've lost all interest in exercise. I'm not joking. This may have started out as a historical mystery, but what with dead cats and people trying to blow your head off, we can be sure we're on somebody's trail. They ate dinner late. Blomqvist was suddenly dead tired and had a splitting headache. He could hardly talk anymore, so he went to bed. Salander stayed up reading the report until 2 o'clock. Chapter 23 Friday, July 11th. He awoke at 6 o'clock with the sun shining through a gap in the curtains right in his face. He had a vague headache, and it hurt when he touched the bandage. Salander was asleep on her stomach with one arm flung over him. He looked down at the dragon on her shoulder blade. He counted her tattoos. As well as a wasp on her neck, she had a loop around one ankle, another loop around the biceps of her left arm, a Chinese symbol on her hip, and a rose on one calf. He got out of bed and pulled the curtains tight. He went to the bathroom and then padded back to bed, trying to get in without waking her. A couple of hours later over breakfast, Blomqvist said, "How are we going to solve this puzzle? We sum up the facts we have. We try to find more. For me, the only question is, why? Is it because we're trying to solve the mystery about Harriet, or because we've uncovered a hitherto unknown serial killer?" There must be a connection, Salander said. If Harriet realized that there was a serial killer, it can only have been someone she knew. If we look at the cast of characters in the 60s, there were at least 24 possible candidates. Today hardly any of them are left except Harold Vanger, who is not running around in the woods of Friscogen at almost 93 with a gun. Everybody is either too old to be of any danger today, or too young to have been around in the 50s. So we're back to square one. Unless there are 2 people who are collaborating. One older and one younger. Harold and Cecilia? I don't think so. I think she was telling the truth when she said that she wasn't the person in the window. Then who was that? They turned on Blomqvist's iBook and spent the next hour studying in detail once again all the people visible in the photographs of the accident on the bridge. I can only assume that everyone in the village must have been down there, watching all the excitement. It was September. Most of them are wearing jackets or sweaters. Only one person has long blonde hair and a light-colored dress. Cecilia Vanger is in a lot of the pictures. She seems to be everywhere. between the buildings and the people who are looking at the accident. Here she's talking to Isabella. Here she's standing next to Pastor Falk. Here she's with Gregor Vanger, the middle brother. Wait a minute, Blomqvist said. What does Gregor have in his hand? Something square-shaped. It looks like a box of some kind. It's a Hasselblad. So he too had a camera. They scrolled through the photographs one more time. Gregor was in more of them, though often blurry. In one it could be clearly seen that he was holding a square-shaped box. "I think you're right. It's definitely a camera. Which means that we go on another hunt for a 0K, but let's leave that for a moment," Salander said. "Let me propose a theory." "Go ahead." "What if someone of the younger generation knows that someone of the older generation is a serial killer, but they don't want it acknowledged? The family's honor and all that crap. That would mean that there are two people involved, but not that they're in it together. The murderer could have died years ago, while our nemesis just wants us to drop the whole thing and go home. But why, in that case, put a mutilated cat on our porch? It's an unmistakable reference to the murders." Blomqvist tapped Harry Euro's Bible. Again a parody of the laws regarding burnt offerings. Salander leaned back and looked up at the church as she quoted from the Bible. It was as if she were talking to herself. "Then he shall kill the bull before the Lord, and Aaron's sons the priests shall present the blood, and they shall throw the blood round about against the altar that is the door of the tent of meeting. And he shall flay the burnt offering and cut it into pieces." She fell silent, aware that Blomqvist was watching her with a tense expression. He opened the Bible to the first chapter of Leviticus. "Do you know verse 12 too?" Salander did not reply. "And he shall," he began, nodding at her. "And he shall cut it into pieces, with its head and its fat, and the priest shall lay them in order upon the wood that is on the fire upon the altar." Her voice was ice. "And the next verse." Abruptly she up. "Lisbeth, you have a photographic memory," Mikhail exclaimed in surprise. "That's why you can read a page of the investigation in 10 seconds. Her reaction was almost explosive. She fixed her eyes on Blomqvist with such fury that he was astounded. Then her expression changed to despair, and she turned on her heel and ran for the gate. "Lisbeth," he shouted after her. She disappeared up the road. Mikhail carried her computer inside, set the alarm, and locked the front door before he set out to look for her. He found her 20 minutes later on a jetty at the marina. She was sitting there, dipping her feet in the water and smoking. She heard him coming along the jetty, and he saw her shoulders stiffen. He stopped a couple of paces away. "I don't know what I did, but I didn't mean to upset you." He sat down next to her, tentatively placing a hand on her shoulder. "Please, Lisbeth. Talk to me." She turned her head and looked at him. "There's nothing to talk about," she said. "I'm just a freak, that's all. I'd be overjoyed if my memory was what yours is." She tossed the cigarette end into the water. Mikhail sat in silence for a long time. "What am I supposed to say? You're a perfectly ordinary girl. What does it matter if I re a little different? What kind of self-image do you have, anyway?" "I thought there was something different about you the instant I saw you," he said. "And you know what? It's been a really long time since I've had such a spontaneous good impression of anyone from the very beginning. Some children came out of a cabin on the other side of the harbor and jumped into the water. The painter, Eugen Norman, with whom Blomqvist still had not exchanged a single word, was sitting in a chair outside his house, sucking on his pipe as he regarded Blomqvist and Salander. "I'll really want to be your friend, if you'll let me," he said. "But it's up to you. I'm going back to the house to put on some more coffee. Come home when you feel like it." He got up and left her in peace. He was only halfway up the hill when he heard her footsteps behind him. They walked home together without exchanging a word. She stopped him just as they reached the house. I was in the process of formulating a theory. We talked about the fact that all this is a parody of the Bible. It's true that he took a cat apart, but I suppose it would be hard to get hold of an ox. But he's following the basic story? I wonder. She looked up at the church again. And they shall throw the blood round about against the altar that is the door of the tent of meeting. They walked over the bridge to the church. Blomqvist tried the door, but it was locked. They wandered around for a while, looking at headstones until they came to the chapel, which stood a short distance away, down by the water. All of a sudden Blomqvist opened his eyes wide. It was not a chapel, it was a crypt. Above the DCX, he could read the name Vanger chiseled into the stone, along with a verse in Latin, but he could not decipher it. Slumber to the end of time, Salander said behind him. Blomqvist turned to look at her. She shrugged. Elle happened to see that verse somewhere. Blomqvist roared with laughter. She stiffened and at first she lcx, get furious, but then she relaxed when she realized that he was laughing at the comedy of the situation. Blomqvist tried the door. It was locked. He thought for a moment, then told Salander to sit down and wait for him. He walked over to see Anna Nygren and knocked. He explained that he wanted to have a closer 100k at the family crypt, and he wondered where Henrik might keep the key. Anna looked doubtful, but she collected the key from his desk. As soon as they opened the door, they knew that they had been right. The stench of burned cadaver and charred remains hung heavy in the air. But the cat torturer had not made a fire. In one corner stood a blowtorch, the kind used by skiers to melt the wax on their skis. Salander got the camera out of the pocket of her jeans skirt and took some pictures. Then, gingerly, she picked up the blowtorch. This could be evidence. He might have left fingerprints, she said. Oh sure, we can ask the Vanger family to line up and give us their fingerprints. Blomqvist smiled. Elle would love to watch you get Isabella's. There are ways, Salander said. There was a great deal of blood on the floor, not all of it dry, as well as a bolt cutter, which they reckoned had been used to cut off the cat's head. Blomqvist looked around. A raised sarcophagus belonged to Alexander van Giersad, and 4 graves in the floor housed the remains of the earliest family members. More recently the Vangers had apparently settled for cremation. About 30 niches on the wall had the names of the clan ancestors. Blomqvist traced the family chronicle forward in time, wondering where they buried family members who were not given space inside the crypt, those not deemed important enough. Now we know, Blomqvist said as they were recrossing the bridge. We're hunting for the complete lunatic. What do you mean? Blomqvist paused in the middle of the bridge and leaned on the rail. If this was some run-of-the-mill crackpot who was trying to frighten us, he would have taken the cat down to the garage or even out into the woods. But he went to the crypt. There's something compulsive about that. Just think of the risk. It's summer and people are out and about at night, going for walks. The road through the cemetery is a main road between the north and south of Hidepi. Even if he shut the door behind him, the cat must have raised Cain, and there must have been a burning smell. Elle don't think that Cecilia Vanger would be creeping around here in the night with a blowtorch. Salander shrugged. Elle don't trust any last one of them, including Frode or your friend Henrik. They're all part of a family that would swindle you if they had the chance. So what do we do now? Blomqvist said, I've discovered a lot of secrets about you. How many people, for example, know that you're a hacker? No one. No one except me, you mean? What are you getting at? I want to know if you're 0k with me. If you trust me. She at him for a long moment. Finally, for an answer, she only shrugged. There's nothing I can do about it. Do you trust me? Blomqvist persisted. For the time being, she said. Goxie. Let's go over to see Frixie. This was the first time Advocate Frode's wife had met Salander. She gave her a wide-eyed look at the same time as she smiled politely. Frode's face lit up when he saw Salander. He stood to welcome them. "How nice to see you," he said. "I've been feeling guilty that I never properly expressed my gratitude for the extraordinary work you did for us. Both last winter and now, this summer." Salander gave him a suspicious glare. "I was paid," she said. "That's not it. I made some assumptions about you when I first saw you. You would be kind to pardon me in retrospect." Blomqvist was surprised. Frode was capable of asking a 25-year-old pierced and tattooed girl to forgive him for something for which he had no need to apologize. The lawyer climbed a few notches in Blomqvist's eyes. Salander stared straight ahead, ignoring him. Frode LCK, ked at Blomqvist. "What did you do to your head?" They sat down. Blomqvist summed up the developments of the past 24 hours. As he how someone had shot at him out near the fortress, leaped to his feet. "This is barking mad." He paused and fixed his eyes on Blomqvist. "I'm sorry, but this has to stop. I can't have it. I am going to talk to Henrik and break the contract." "Sit down," said Blomqvist. "You don't understand. What I understand is that Lisbeth and I have got so close that whoever is behind all of this is reacting in a deranged manner, in panic. We've got some questions. First of all, how many keys are there to the Wenger family crypt and who has one?" "It's not my province, and I have no idea," Frode said. "L would suppose that several family members would have access to the crypt. I know that Henrik has a key, and that Isabella sometimes goes there, but I can't tell you whether she has her own key or whether she borrows Henrik's." 0K You're still on the main board. Are there any corporate archives? A library or something like that, where they've collected press clippings and information about the firm over the years? Yes, there is. At the Hedestad main office. We need access to it. Are there any old staff newsletters or anything like that? Again, I have to concede that I don't know. I haven't been to the archives myself in 30 years. You need to talk to a woman named Bodil Lindgren. Could you call her and arrange that Lisbeth has access to the archives this afternoon? She needs all the old press clippings about the Wenger Corfx ration. That's no problem. Anything else? Yes. Gregor Wenger was holding a Hasselblad in his hand on the day the bridge accident occurred. That means that he also might have taken some pictures. Where would the pictures have ended up after his death? With his widow or his son? Let me call Alexander and ask him. What MILCX, King for? Salander said when they were on their way back to the island. Press clippings and staff newsletters. I want you to read through everything around the dates when the murders in the 50s and 60s were committed. Make a note of anything that strikes you. Better if you do this part of the job. It seems that your memory. She punched him in the side. 5 minutes later her Kawasaki was clattering across the bridge. Blomqvist shook hands with Alexander Wenger. He had been away for most of the time that Blomqvist had been in Hedeby. He was 20 when Harriet disappeared. Dirch said that you wanted to look at old photographs. Your father had a Hasselblad, I believe. That's right. It's still here, but no one uses it. I'll expect you know that Henrik has asked me to study again what happened to Harriet. That's what I understand. And there are plenty of people who aren't happy about that. Apparently so, and of course you don't have to show me anything. Please, what would you like to see? If your father took any pictures on the day of the accident, the day that Harriet disappeared. They went up to the attic. It took several minutes before Alexander was able to identify a box of unsorted photographs. Take home the whole box, he said. If there are any at all, they'll be in there. As illustrations for the family chronicle, Gregor Wenger's box held some real gems, including a number of Gregor together with Sven-Olof Lindholm, the big Swedish Nazi leader in the 40s. Those he set aside. He found envelopes of pictures that Gregor had taken of family gatherings as well as many typical holiday photographs fishing in the mountains and a journey in Italy. He found 4 pictures of the bridge accident. In spite of his exceptional camera, Gregor was a wretched. 2 pictures were close-ups of the tanker truck itself, 2 were of spectators, taken from behind. He found only one in which Cecilia Wenger was visible in semi-profile. He scanned in the pictures, even though he knew that they would tell him nothing new. He put everything back in the box and had a sandwich lunch as he thought things over. Then he went to see Anna. Do you think Henrik had any photograph albums other than the ones he assembled for his investigation about Harriet? Yes, Henrik has always been interested in photography ever since he was young, I've been told. He has lots of albums in his office. Could you show me? Her reluctance was plain to see. It was one thing to lend Blomqvist the key to the family crypt. He was in charge there, after all, but it was another matter to let him into Henrik Wang's office. God's writ did not extend there. Blomqvist suggested that Anna should call for Xi. Finally she agreed to allow him in. Almost 3 feet of the very bottom shelf was taken up with photograph albums. He sat at the desk and opened the first album. Wenger had saved every last family photograph. Many were obviously from long before his time. The oldest pictures dated back to the 1870s, showing gruff men and stern women. There were pictures of Wenger's parents. One showed his father celebrating midsummer with a large and cheerful group in Sandom in 1906. Another Sandom photograph showed Frederick Wenger and his wife, Ulrika, with Anders Zorn and Albert Engström sitting at a table. Others showed workers on the factory floor and in offices. He found Captain Oscar Granath, who had transported Wenger and his beloved Edith Lobach to safety in Karlskrona. Anna came upstairs with a cup of coffee. He thanked her. By then he had reached modern times and was paging through images of Wenger in his prime, opening factories, shaking hands with Tage Erlander, one of Wenger, and Marcus Wallenberg, the 2 capitalists staring grimly at each other. In the same album he found a spread on which Wenger had written in pencil Family Council 1966. 2 color photographs showed men talking and smoking cigars. He recognized Henrik, Harold, Gregor, and several of the male-in-laws in Johan Wang's branch of the family. 2 photographs showed the formal dinner, 40 men and women seated at the table, all looking into the camera. The pictures were taken after the drama at the bridge was over, but before anyone was aware that Harriet had disappeared. He studied their faces. This was the dinner she should have attended. Did any of the men know that she was gone? The photographs provided no answer. Then suddenly he choked on his coffee. He started coughing and sat up straight in his chair. At the far end of the table sat Cecilia Wenger in her light-colored dress, smiling into the camera. Next to her sat another blonde woman with long hair and an identical light-colored dress. They were so alike that they could have been twins. And suddenly the puzzle piece fell into place. Cecilia wasn't the one in Harriet's window, it was her sister, Anita, 2 years her junior and now living in London. What was it Salander had said? Cecilia Wenger is in a lot of pictures. Not at all. There were 2 girls, and as chance would have it until now they had never been seen in the same frame. In the black and white photographs, from a distance, they looked identical. Wenger had presumably always been able to tell the sisters apart, but for Blomqvist and Salander the girls looked so alike that they had assumed it was one person. And no one had ever pointed out their mistake because they had never thought to ask. Blomqvist turned the page and felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. It was as if a cold gust of wind passed through There were pictures taken the next day, when the search for Harriet had begun. A young Inspector Morel was giving instructions to a search party consisting of 2 uniformed police officers and 10 men wearing boots who were about to set out. Wenger was wearing a knee-length raincoat and a narrow-brimmed English hat. On the left of the photograph stood a young, slightly stout young man with light, longish hair. He had on a dark padded jacket with a red patch at the shoulder. The image was very clear. Blomqvist recognized him at once and the jacket, but, Just to make sure, he removed the photograph and went down to ask Anna if she recognized the man. Yes, of course, Tatto Martin. Salander plowed through year after year of press cuttings, moving in chronological order. She began in 1949 and worked her way forward. The archive was huge. The company was mentioned in the media nearly every day during the relevant time period, not only in the local press but also in the national media. There were financial analyses, trade union negotiations, the threat of strikes, factory openings and factory closings, annual changes in managers, new products that were launched. There was a floxy of news. Click. 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 Her brain was working at high speed as she focused and absorbed the information from the yellowing pages. After several hours she had an idea. She asked the archives manager if there was a chart showing where the Wenger Corporation had factories or companies during the 50s and 60s. Bodil Lindgren LCX, Ked at Salander with undisguised coldness. She was not at all happy giving a total stranger permission to enter the inner sanctum of the firm's archives, being obliged to allow her to look through whatever documents she liked. And besides, this girl looked like some sort of half-wit 15-year-old anarchist. But Herr Freud had given her instructions that could not be misinterpreted. This slip of a girl was to be free to look at anything she pleased. And it was urgent. She brought out the printed annual reports for the years that Salander wanted to see. Each report contained a chart of the firm's divisions throughout Sweden. Salander looked at the charts and saw that the firm had many factories, offices, and sales outlets. At every site where a murder was committed, there was also a red dot, sometimes several, indicating the Wenger Corporation. She found the first connection in 1957. Rachel Lund, Landskrona, was found dead the day after the VNC construction company clinched an order worth several million to build a galleria in the town. VNC STCK, D for Wenger and Carlin Construction. The local paper had interviewed Gottfried Wenger, who had come to town to sign the contract. Salander recalled something she had read in the police investigation in the provincial record office in Landskrona. Rachel Lund, fortune teller in her free time, was an office cleaner. She had worked for VNC Construction. At 7 o'clock in the evening Blomqvist called Salander a dozen times and each time her mobile was turned off. She did not want to be disturbed. He wandered restlessly through the house. He had pulled out Wenger's notes on Martin's activities at the time of Harriet's disappearance. Martin Wenger was in his last year at the preparatory school in Uppsala in 1966. Uppsala. Lena Andersson, 17-year-old preparatory school pupil. Had separated from the fat. Wenger had mentioned this at one point, but Blomqvist had to consult his notes to find the passage. Martin had been an introverted boy. They had been worried about him. After his father drowned, Isabella had decided to send him to Uppsala, a change of scene where he was given room and board with Harold Wenger. Harold and Martin? It hardly felt right. Martin Wenger was not with Harold in the car going to the gathering in Hedestad, and he had missed a train. He arrived late in the afternoon and so was among those stranded on the wrong side of the bridge. He only arrived on the island by boat sometime after 6 o'clock. He was received by Wenger himself, among others. Wenger had put Martin far down the list of people who might have had anything to do with Harriet's disappearance. Martin said that he had not seen Harriet on that day. He was lying. He had arrived in Hedestad earlier in the day and he was on Jarnvägsgaten, face to face with his sister. Blomqvist could prove the lie with that had been buried for almost 40 years. Harriet Wenger had seen her brother and reacted with shock. She had gone out to Hedeby Island and tried to talk to Henrik, but she was gone before any conversation could take place. What were you thinking of telling him? Uppsala. But Lena Andersson, Uppsala, was not on the list. You could not have known about it? The story still did not make sense to Blomqvist. Harriet had disappeared around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Martin was unquestionably on the other side of the water at that time. He could be seen in the photograph from the church hill. He could not possibly have hurt Harriet on the island. One puzzle piece was still missing. An accomplice? Anita Wenger? From the archives, Salander could see that Gottfried Wenger's position within the firm had changed over the years. At the age of 20 in 1947, he met Isabella and immediately got her pregnant. Martin Wenger was born in 1948, and with that there was no question but that the young people would marry. When Gottfried was 22, he was brought into the main office of the Wenger Corporation by Henrik Wenger. He was obviously talented and they may have been grooming him to take over. He was promoted to the board at the age of 25, as the assistant head of the company's development division. A rising star. Sometime in the mid-50s his star began to plummet. He drank. His marriage to Isabella was on the rocks. The children, Harriet and Martin, were not doing well. Henrik drew the line. Gottfried's career had reached its zenith. In 1956 another appointment was made, another assistant head of development. Two assistant heads, one who did the work while Gottfried drank and was absent for long periods of time. But Gottfried was still a Wenger, as well as charming and eloquent. From 1957 on, his work seemed to consist of traveling around the country to open factories, resolve all conflicts, and spread an image that company management really did care. "We're sending out one of our own sons to listen to your problems. We do take you seriously." Salander found a second connection. Gottfried Wenger had participated in a negotiation in Karlstad, where the Wenger Corporation had bought a timber company. On the following day a farmer's wife, Magda Lovisa Sjoberg, was found murdered. Salander discovered the third connection just 15 minutes later. Uddevalla, 1962. The same day that Lee Persson disappeared, the local paper had interviewed Gottfried Wenger about a possible expansion of the harbor. When Fru Lindgren had wanted to close up and go home at 5:30, Salander had snapped at her that she was a long way from finished yet. She could go home as long as she left the key, and Salander would lock up. By that time the archives manager was so infuriated that a girl like this one could her around that she called Herr Frode. Frode told her that Salander could stay all night if she wanted to. Would Fru Lindgren please notify security at the office so that they could let Salander out when she wanted to leave? 3 hours later, getting on for 8:30, Salander had concluded that Gottfried Wenger had been close to where at least 5 of the 8 murders were committed, either during the days before or after the event. She was still missing information about the murders in 1949 and 1954. She studied a newspaper photograph of him. A slim, handsome man with dark blonde hair, he looked rather like Clark Gable in Gone with the Wind. In T949 Gottfried was 22 years old. The first murder took place in his home territory. Hedestad. Rebecca Jacobson, who worked at the Wenger Corporation. Where did the two of you meet? What did you promise her? Salander bit her lip. The problem was that Gottfried Wenger had drowned when he was drunk in 1965, while the last murder was committed in Uppsala in February 1966. She wondered if she was mistaken when she had added Lena Andersson, the 17-year-old schoolgirl, to the list. No. It might not be the same signature, but it was the same Bible parody. They must be connected. By 9 o'clock it was getting dark. The air was cool and it was drizzling. Mikhail was sitting in the kitchen, drumming his fingers on the table, when Martin Wenger's Volvo crossed the bridge and turned out towards the point. That somehow brought matters to a head. He did not know what he should do. His whole being was burning with a desire to ask questions, to initiate a confrontation. It was certainly not a sensible attitude to have if he suspected Martin Wenger of being an insane murderer who had killed his sister and a girl in Uppsala, and who had also very nearly succeeded in killing him tcx. But Martin was also a magnet. And he did not know that Blomqvist knew. He could go and see him with the pretext that. Well, he wanted to return the key to Gottfried Wenger's cabin. Blomqvist locked the door behind him and strolled out to the point. Harold Vanger's house was pitch dark, as usual. In Henrik's house the lights were off except in one room facing the courtyard. Anna had gone to bed. Isabella's house was dark. Cecilia wasn't at home. The lights were on upstairs in Alexander's house, but they were off in the two houses occupied by people who were not members of the Vanger family. He did not see a soul. He paused irresolutely outside Martin Vanger's house, TCX, K out his mobile, and punched in Salander's number. Still no answer. He turned off his mobile so that it would not start ringing. There were lights on downstairs. Blomqvist walked across the lawn and stopped a few yards from the kitchen window, but he could see no one. He continued on around the house, pausing at each window, but there was no sign of Martin. On the other hand, he did discover that the small side door into the garage was slightly open. Don't be a damn fool. But he could not resist the temptation to look. The first thing he saw on the carpenter's bench was an open box of ammunition for a moose rifle. Then he saw 2 gasoline cans on the floor under the bench. Preparations for another nocturnal visit, Martin. Come in, Mikhail. I saw you on the road. Blomqvist's heart skipped a beat. Slowly he turned his head and saw Martin Vanger standing in the dark by a door leading into the house. You simply couldn't stay away, could you? His voice was calm, almost friendly. Hi, Martin, Blomqvist said. Come in, Martin repeated. This way. He took a step forward and to the side, holding out his left hand in an inviting gesture. He raised his right hand, and Blomqvist saw the reflection of dull metal. I have a Glock in my hand. Don't do anything stupid. At this distance I won't miss. Blomqvist slowly moved closer. When he reached Martin, he stopped and looked him in the eye. I had to come here. There are so many questions. I'll understand. Through the door. Blomqvist entered the house. The passage led to the hall near the kitchen, but before he got that far, Martin Vanger stopped him by putting a hand lightly on Blomqvist's shoulder. No, not that way. To your right. Open the door. The basement. When Blomqvist was halfway down the steps, Martin Vanger turned a switch and the lights went on. To the right of him was the boiler room. Ahead he could smell the scents of laundry. Martin guided him to the left, into a storage with old furniture and boxes, at the back of which was a steel security door with a deadbolt lock. Here, Martin said, tossing a key ring to Blomqvist. Open it. He opened the door. The switch is on the left. Blomqvist had opened the door to hell. Around 9 o'clock Salander went to get some coffee and a plastic-wrapped sandwich from the vending machine in the corridor outside the archives. She kept on paging through old documents, looking for any trace of Gottfried Vanger in Kalmar in 1954. She found nothing. She thought about calling Blomqvist, but decided to go through the staff newsletters before she called it a day. The space was approximately 10 by 20 feet. Blomqvist assumed that it was situated along the north side of the house. Martin Vanger had contrived his private torture chamber with great care. On the left were chains, metal eyelets in the ceiling and floor, a table with leather straps where he could restrain his victims. And then the video equipment. A taping studio. In the back of the room was a steel cage for his guests. To the right of the door was a bench, a bed, and a TV corner with videos on a shelf. As soon as they entered the room, Martin Vanger aimed the pistol at Blomqvist and told him to lie on his stomach on the floor. Blomqvist refused. Very well, Martin said. Then I'll shoot you in the kneecap. He took aim. Blomqvist capitulated. He had no choice. He had hoped that Martin would relax his guard just a tenth of a second. He knew he would win any sort of fight with him. He had had half a chance in the passage upstairs when Martin put his hand on his shoulder, but he had hesitated. After that Martin had not come close. With a bullet in his kneecap he would have lost his chance. He lay down on the floor. Martin approached from behind and told him to put his hands on his back. He handcuffed him. Then he kicked Mikhail in the crotch and punched him viciously and repeatedly. What happened after that seemed like a nightmare. Martin swung between rationality and pure lunacy. For a time quite calm, the next instant he would be pacing back and forth like an animal in a cage. He kicked Blomqvist several times. All Blomqvist could do was try to protect his head and take the blows in the soft parts of his body. For the first half hour Martin did not say a word, and he appeared to be incapable of any sort of communication. After that he seemed to recover control. He put a chain round Blomqvist's neck, fastening it with a padlock to a metal eyelet on the floor. He left Blomqvist alone for about 15 minutes. When he returned, he was carrying a liter bottle of water. He sat on a chair and ked at Blomqvist as he drank. "Could I have some water?" Blomqvist said. Martin leaned down and let him take a good long drink from the bottle. Blomqvist swallowed greedily. "Thanks." "Still so polite, Cal Blomqvist. Why all the punching and kicking?" Blomqvist said. "Because you make me very angry indeed. You deserve to be punished. Why didn't you just go home? You were needed at Millennium. I was serious, we could have made it into a great magazine. We could have worked for years." Blomqvist grimaced and tried to shift his body into a more comfortable position. He was defenseless. All he had was his voice. "I'll assume you mean that the opportunity has passed," Blomqvist said. Martin Vanger laughed. "I'm sorry, Mikhail. But, of course, you know perfectly well that you're going to die down here." Blomqvist nodded. "How the hell did you find me, you and that anorexic spook that you dragged into this? You lied about what you were doing on the day that Harriet disappeared. You were in Hidestad at the Children's Day Parade. You were photographed there, looking at Harriet. Was that why you went to Norsjö? To get the picture, yes. It was taken by a Hunnimks, and couple who happened to be in Hidestad." He shook his head. "That's a crass lie," Martin said. Blomqvist thought hard, what to say to prevent or postpone his execution. "Where's the picture now?" "The negative? It's in a safe deposit box at Handelsbanken here in Hidestad." "You didn't know that I have a safe deposit box?" He lied easily. "There are copies in various places. In my computer and in the girls', on the server at Millennium, and on the server at Milton Security, where the girl works." Martin waited, trying to work out whether or not Blomqvist was bluffing. "How much does the girl know?" Blomqvist hesitated. Salander was right now his only hope of rescue. What would she think when she came home and found him not there? He had put the photograph of Martin Vanger wearing the padded jacket on the kitchen table. Would she make the connection? Would she sound the alarm? She is not going to call the police. The nightmare was that she would come to Martin Vanger's house and ring the bell, demanding to know where Blomqvist was. "Answer me," Martin said, his voice ice cold. "I'm thinking. She knows almost as much as I do, maybe even a little more. Yes, I would reckon she knows more than I do. She's bright. She's the one who made the link to Lena Andersson." "Lena Andersson?" Martin sounded perplexed. "The girl you tortured and killed in Uppsala in 1966. Don't tell me you've forgotten?" "I don't know what you're talking about." But for the first time he sounded shaken. It was the first time that anyone had made that connection. Lena Andersson was not included in Harriet's date book. "Martin," Blomqvist said, making his voice as steady as he could. "It's over. You can kill me, but it's finished. Too many people know." Martin started pacing back and forth again. "I have to remember that he's irrational. The cat. He could have brought the cat down here, but he went to the family crypt." Martin stopped. "I think you're lying. You and Salander are the only ones who know anything. You obviously haven't talked to anyone, or the police would have been here by now. A nice little blaze in the guest cottage and the proof will be gone. And if you're wrong, If I'm wrong, then it really is over. But I don't think it is. I'll bet that you're bluffing. And what other choice do I have? I'll give that some thought. It's that anorexic little cunt who's the weak link. She went to Stockholm at lunchtime. Martin laughed. Bluff away, Mikhail. She has been sitting in the archives at the Wenger Corporation offices all evening. Blomqvist's heart skipped a beat. He knew. He's known all along. That's right. The plan was to visit the archive and then go to Stockholm, Blomqvist said. Elle didn't know she stayed there so long. Stop all this crap, Mikhail. The archives manager rang to tell me that Dirch had let the girl stay there as late as she liked. Which means she'll certainly be home. The night watchman is going to call me when she leaves. Part 4 Hostile takeover July 11 to December 30. 92% of women in Sweden who have been subjected to sexual assault have not reported the most recent violent incident to the police. Chapter 24 Friday, July 11 Saturday, July 12 Martin Wenger bent down and went through Mikhail's. He took the key. Smart of you to change the lock, he said. I'm going to take care of your girlfriend when she gets back. Blomqvist reminded himself that Martin was a negotiator experienced from many industrial battles. He had already seen through one bluff. Why? Why what? Why all of this? Blomqvist gestured vaguely at the space around him. Martin bent down and put one hand under Blomqvist's chin, lifting his head so their eyes met. Because it's so easy, he said. Women disappear all the time. Nobody misses them. Immigrants. Whores from Russia. Thousands of people pass through Sweden every year. He let go of Blomqvist's head and stood up. Martin's words hit Blomqvist like a punch in the face. Christ Almighty. This is no historical mystery. Martin Wenger is murdering women today. And I wandered right into it. As it happens, I don't have a guest right now. But it might amuse you to know that while you and Henrik sat around babbling this winter and spring, there was a girl down here. Irina from Belarus. While you sat and ate dinner with me, she was locked up in the cage down here. It was a pleasant evening as I remember, no. Martin perched on the table, letting his legs dangle. Blomqvist shut his eyes. He suddenly felt acid in his throat and he swallowed hard. The pain in his gut and in his ribs seemed to swell. What do you do with the bodies? I have my boat at the dock right below here. I take them a long way out to sea. Unlike my father, I don't leave traces. But he was smart and he spread his victims out all over Sweden. The puzzle pieces were falling into place. Gottfried Wenger. From 1949 until 1965. Then Martin Wenger, starting in Uppsala. You admire your father. He was the one who taught me. He initiated me when I was 14. Uddevalla. Lee person. Aren't you clever? Yes, I was there. I only watched, but I was there. 1964 Sarah Witt in Ronneby. I was 16. It was the first time I had a woman. My father taught me. I was the one who strangled her. He's bragging. Good Lord, what a revoltingly sick family. You can't have any notion of how demented this is. You are a very ordinary little person, Mikhail. You would not be able to understand the godlike feeling of having absolute control over someone's life and death. You enjoy torturing and killing women, Martin. Elle don't think so really. If I do an intellectual analysis of my condition, I'm more of a serial rapist than a serial murderer. In fact, most of all I'm a serial kidnapper. The killing is a natural consequence, so to speak, because I have to hide my crime. Of course my actions aren't socially acceptable, but my crime is first and foremost a crime against the conventions of society. Death doesn't come until the end of my guests' visits here, after I've grown weary of them. It's always so fascinating to see their disappointment. Disappointment. Exactly. Disappointment. They imagine that if they please me, Theft Live. They adapt to my rules. They start to trust me and develop a certain camaraderie with me, hoping to the very end that this camaraderie means something. The disappointment comes when it finally dawns on them that they've been well and truly screwed. Martin walked around the table and leaned against the steel cage. You with your bourgeois conventions would never grasp this, but the excitement comes from planning a kidnapping. They're not done on impulse. Those kinds of kidnappers invariably get caught. It's a science with thousands of details that I have to weigh. I have to identify my prey, map out her life. Who is she? Where does she come from? How can I make contact with her? What do I have to do to be alone with my prey without revealing my name or having it turn up in any future police investigation? Shut up, for God's sake, Blomqvist thought. Are you really interested in all this, Mikhail? He bent down and stroked Blomqvist's cheek. The touch was almost tender. You realize that this can only end one way? Will it bother you if I smoke? You could offer me a cigarette, he said. Martin lit 2 cigarettes and carefully placed one of them between Blomqvist's lips, letting him take a long drag. Thanks, Blomqvist said, automatically. Martin Vanger laughed again. You see. You've already started to adapt to the submission principle. I hold your life in my hands, Mikhail. You know that I can dispatch you at any second. You pleaded with me to improve your quality of life, and you did so by using reason and a little good manners. And you were rewarded. Blomqvist nodded. His heart was pounding so hard it was almost unbearable. At 1:15 Lisbeth Salander drank the rest of the water from her pet bottle as she turned the pages. Unlike Blomqvist, who earlier in the day had choked on his coffee, she didn't get the water down the wrong way. On the other hand, she did open her eyes wide when she made the connection. Click. For 2 hours she had been wading through the staff newsletters from all points of the compass. The main newsletter was company information. It bore the Vanger logo, a Swedish banner fluttering in the wind, with the point forming an arrow. The publication was presumably put together by the firm's advertising department, and it was filled with propaganda that was supposed to make the employees feel that they were members of one big family. In association with the winter sports holiday in February 1, 967, Henrik Vanger, in a magnanimous gesture, had invited 50 employees from the main office and their families to a week's skiing holiday in Harjadalen. The company had made record profits during the previous year. The PR department went to and put together a picture report. Many of the pictures with amusing captions were from the slopes. Some showed groups in the bar, with laughing employees hoisting beer mugs. 2 photographs were of a small morning function when Henrik Vanger proclaimed Ulla-Britt Magarin to be the best office worker of the year. She was given a bonus of 500 kronor and a glass bowl. The ceremony was held on the terrace of the hotel, clearly right before people were thinking of heading back to the slopes. About 20 people were in the picture. On the far right, just behind Henrik Vanger, stood a man with long blonde hair. He was wearing a dark padded jacket with a distinctive patch at the shoulder. Since the publication was in black and white, the color wasn't identifiable, but Salander was willing to bet her life that the shoulder patch was red. The caption explained the connection. Far right, Martin Vanger, 19, who is studying in Uppsala. He is already being discussed as someone with a promising future in the company's management. Gotcha, Salander said in a low voice. She switched off the desk lamp and left the newsletters in piles all over the desk. Something for that slut Lindgren to take care of tomorrow. She went out to the car park through a side door. As it closed behind her, she remembered that she had promised to tell the night watchman when she left. She stopped and let her eyes sweep over the car park. The watchman's office was on the other side of the building. That meant that she would have to walk all the way round to the other side. Let sleeping dogs lie, she decided. Before she put on her helmet, she turned on her mobile and called Blomqvist's number. She got a message saying that the subscriber could not be reached. But she also saw that he had tried to call her no fewer than 13 times between 3:30 and 9 o'clock. In the last 2 hours, no call. Salander tried the cottage but there was no answer. She frowned, strapped on her computer, put on her helmet, and kick-started the motorcycle. The ride from the main office at the entrance to Hidestad's industrial district out to Hidebi Island took 10 minutes. A light was on in the kitchen. Salander looked around. Her first thought was that Blomqvist had gone to see Frode, but from the bridge she had already noticed that the lights were off in Frode's house on the other side of the water. She looked at her watch, 11:40. She went into the cottage, opened the wardrobe, and took out the 2 PCs that she was using to store the surveillance pictures from the cameras she had installed. It took her a while to run up the sequence of events. At 15:32 Blomqvist entered the cabin. At 16:03 he took his coffee cup out to the garden. He had a folder with him, which he studied. He made 3 brief telephone calls during the hour he spent out in the garden. The 3 calls corresponded exactly to calls she had not answered. At 17:21 Blomqvist left the cottage. He was back less than 15 minutes later. At 18:20 he went to the gate and LCX, Ket in the direction of the bridge. At 21 he went out. He had not come back. Salander fast-forwarded through the pictures from the other PC, which photographed the gate and the road outside the front door. She could see who had gone past during the day. At 19:12 Nilsson came home. At 19:42 the Saab that belonged to Ostergarden drove towards Hidestad. At 20:02 the Saab was on its way back. At 21 Martin Vanger's car went by. 3 minutes later Blomqvist left the house. At 21:50, Martin Vanger appeared in the camera's viewfinder. He stood at the gate for over a minute, looking at the house, then peering through the kitchen window. He went up to the porch and tried the door, taking out a key. He must have discovered that they had put in a new lock. He stood still for a moment before he turned on his heel and left the house. Salander felt an ice-cold fear in her gut. Martin Vanger once again left Blomqvist alone. He was still in his uncomfortable position with his hands behind his back and his neck fastened by a thin chain to an eyelet in the floor. He fiddled with the handcuffs, but he knew that he would not be able to get them off. The cuffs were so tight that his hands were numb. He had no chance. He shut his eyes. He did not know how much time had passed when he heard Martin's footsteps again. He appeared in Blomqvist's field of vision. He looked worried. "Uncomfortable," he said. "Very," said Blomqvist. "You've only got yourself to blame. You should have gone back to Stockholm." "Why do you kill, Martin?" "It's a choice that I made. I could discuss the moral and intellectual aspects of what I do, we could talk all night, but it wouldn't change anything. Try to look at it this way. A human being is a shell made of skin keeping the cells, blood, and chemical components in place. Very few end up in the history books. Most people succumb and disappear without a trace. You kill women. Those of us who murder for pleasure, I'm not the only one with this hobby, we live a complete life. But why Harriet? Your own sister." In a second Martin grabbed him by the hair. "What happened to her, you little bastard? Tell me. What do you mean?" Blomqvist gasped. He tried to turn his head to lessen the pain in his scalp. The chain tightened round his neck. "You and Salander. What have you come up with? Let go, for heaven's sake. We're talking." Martin Vanger let go of his hair and sat cross-legged in front of Blomqvist. He took a knife from his jacket and opened it. He set the point against the skin just below Blomqvist's eye. Blomqvist forced himself to meet Martin's gaze. "What the hell happened to her, bastard? Don't understand. I thought you killed her." Martin Vanger stared at Blomqvist for a long moment. Then he relaxed. He got up and wandered around the room, thinking. He threw the knife on the floor and laughed before he came back to face Blomqvist. "Harriet, Harriet, always Harriet. We tried to talk to her. Gottfried tried to teach her. We thought that she was one of us and that she would accept her duty, but she was just an ordinary cunt. I had her under control, or so I thought, but she was planning to tell Henrik, and I realized that I couldn't trust her. Sooner or later she was going to tell someone about me. You killed her. Elle wanted to kill her. I thought about it, but I arrived too late. I couldn't get over to the island. Blomqvist's brain was with difficulty trying to absorb this information, but it felt as if a message had popped up with the words information overload. Martin Vanger did not know what had happened to his sister. All of a sudden Martin pulled his mobile telephone out of his pocket, glanced at the display, and put it on the chair next to the pistol. It's time to stop all this. I have to dispose of your anorexic bitch tonight too. He took out a narrow leather strap from a cupboard and slipped it around Blomqvist's neck, like a noose. He loosened the chain that held him shackled to the floor, hauled him to his feet, and shoved him towards the wall. He slipped the leather strap through a loop above Blomqvist's head and then tightened it so that he was forced to stand on tiptoes. Is that too tight? Can you breathe? He loosened it a notch and locked the other end of the strap in place, further down the wall. Elle don't want you to suffocate all at once. The noose was cutting so hard into Blomqvist's throat that he was incapable of uttering a word. Martin looked at him attentively. Abruptly he unzipped Blomqvist's trousers and tugged them down, along with his boxer shorts. As he pulled them off, Blomqvist lost his foothold and dangled for a second from the noose before his toes again made contact with the floor. Martin went over to a cupboard and took out a pair of scissors. He cut off Blomqvist's t-shirt and tossed the bits on the floor. Then he took up a position some distance away from Mikhail and regarded his victim. I've never had a in here, Martin said in a serious voice. I've never touched another man, as a matter of fact. Except for my father. That was my duty. Blomqvist's temples where he could not put his weight on his feet without being strangled. He tried to use his fingers to get a grip on the concrete wall behind him, but there was nothing to hold onto. It's time, Martin Vanger said. He put his hand on the strap and pulled down. Blomqvist instantly felt the NCX-SE cutting into his neck. I've always wondered how a man tastes. He increased the pressure on the noose and leaned forward to kiss Blomqvist on the lips at the same time that a cold voice cut through the "Hey, you fucking creep, in this shithole I've got a monopoly on that one." Blomqvist heard Salander's voice through a red fog. He managed to focus his eyes enough to see her standing in the doorway. She was looking at Martin Vanger without expression. No. Run, he croaked. He could not see the look on Martin's face, but he could almost physically feel the shock when he turned around. For a second, time stood still. Then Martin reached for the pistol he had left on the chair. Salander took 3 swift strides forward and swung a golf club she had hidden at her side. The iron flew in a wide arc and hit Martin on the collarbone near his shoulder. The blow had a terrible force, and Blomqvist heard something snap. Martin howled. Do you like pain, creep? Salander said. Her voice was as rough as sandpaper. As long as Blomqvist lived, he would never forget her face as she went on the attack. Her teeth were bared like a beast of prey. Her eyes were glittering, black as coal. She moved with the lightning speed of a tarantula and seemed totally focused on her prey as she swung the club again, striking Martin in the ribs. He stumbled over the chair and fell. The pistol tumbled to the floor at Salander's feet. She kicked it away. Then she struck for the 3rd time, just as Martin Vanger was trying to get to his feet. She hit him with a loud smack on the hip. A horrible cry issued from Martin's throat. The 4th blow struck him from behind, between the shoulder blades. Liss. Youth. Blomqvist gasped. He was about to pass out, and the pain in his temples was almost unbearable. She turned to him and saw that his face was the color of a tomato, his eyes were open wide, and his tongue was popping out of his mouth. She looked about her and saw the knife on the floor. Then she spared a glance at Martin Vanger, who was trying to crawl away from her, one arm hanging. He would not be making any trouble for the next few seconds. She let go of the golf club and picked up the knife. It had a sharp point but a dull edge. She stood on her toes and frantically sawed at the leather strap to get it off. It took several seconds before Blomqvist sank to the floor. But the noose was pulled tighter round his neck. Salander looked again at Martin Vanger. He was on his feet but doubled over. She tried to dig her fingers under the noose. At first she did not dare cut it, but finally she slipped the point of the knife underneath, scoring Blomqvist's neck as she tried to expand the noose. At last it loosened and Blomqvist took several shaky, wheezing breaths. For a moment Blomqvist had a sensation of his body and soul uniting. He had perfect vision and could make out every speck of dust in the room. He had perfect hearing and registered every breath, every rustle of clothing, as if they were entering his ears through a headset, and he was aware of the odor of Salander's sweat and the smell of leather from her jacket. Then the illusion burst as blood began streaming to his head. Salander turned her head just as Martin Vanger disappeared out the door. She got up, grabbed the pistol, checked the magazine and flicked off the safety. She looked around and focused on the keys to the handcuffs, which lay in plain sight on the table. "I'm going to take him," she said, running for the door. She grabbed the keys as she passed the table and tossed them backhanded to the floor next to Blomqvist. He tried to shout to her to wait, but he managed only a rasping sound and by then she had vanished. Salander had not forgotten that Martin Vanger had a rifle somewhere, and she stopped, holding the pistol ready to fire in front of her, as she came upstairs to the passageway between the garage and the kitchen. She listened, but she could hear no sound telling her where her prey was. She moved stealthily towards the kitchen, and she was almost there when she heard a car starting up in the courtyard. From the drive she saw a pair of tail lights passing Henrik Vanger's house and turning down to the bridge, and she ran as fast as her legs could carry her. She stuffed the pistol in her jacket pocket and did not bother with the helmet as she started her motorcycle. Seconds later she was crossing the bridge. He had maybe a 90-second start when she came into the roundabout at the entrance to the E4. She could not see his car. She braked and turned off the motor to listen. The sky was filled with heavy clouds. On the horizon she saw a hint of the dawn. Then she heard the sound of an engine and caught a glimpse of tail lights on the E4, going south. Salander kicked the motorcycle, put it into gear, and raced under the viaduct. She was doing 40 miles per hour as she took the curve of the entrance ramp. She saw no traffic and accelerated to full speed and flew forward. When the road began to curve along a ridge, she was doing 90 miles per hour, which was about the fastest her souped-up lightweight bike could manage going downhill. After 2 minutes she saw the lights about 650 yards ahead. Analyze consequences. What do I do now? She decelerated to a more reasonable 75 and kept pace with him. She lost sight of him for several seconds when they took several bends. Then they came onto a long straight. She was only 200 yards behind him. He must have seen the headlight from her motorcycle, and he sped up when they along curve. She accelerated again but lost ground on the bends. She saw the headlights of a truck approaching. Martin Vanger did too. He increased his speed again and drove straight into the oncoming lane. Salander saw the truck swerve and flash its lights, but the collision was unavoidable. Martin Vanger drove straight into the truck and the sound of the crash was terrible. Salander braked. She saw the trailer start to jackknife across her lane. At the speed she was going, it took 2 seconds for her to cover the distance up to the accident site. She accelerated and steered onto the hard shoulder, avoiding the hurtling back of the truck by 2 yards as she flew past. Out of the corner of her eye she saw flames coming from the front of the truck. She rode on, braking and thinking, for another 150 yards before she stopped and turned around. She saw the driver of the truck climb out of his cab on the passenger side. Then she accelerated again. At Akerby, about a mile south, she turned left and took the old road back north, parallel to the E4. She went up a hill past the scene of the crash. 2 cars had stopped. Big flames were boiling out of the wreckage of Martin's car, which was wedged underneath the truck. A man was spraying the flames with a small fire extinguisher. She was soon rolling across the bridge at a low speed. She parked outside the cottage and walked back to Martin Vanger's house. Mikhail was still fumbling with the handcuffs. His hands were so numb that he could not get a grip on the key. Salander unlocked the cuffs for him and held him tight as the blood began to circulate in his hands again. "Martin," he said in a hoarse voice. "Dead." He drove slap into the front of a truck a couple of miles south on the E4. Blomqvist stared at her. She had only been gone a few minutes. "We have to call the police," he whispered. He began coughing hard. "Why?" Salander said. For 10 minutes Blomqvist was incapable of standing up. He was still on the FLCX, naked, leaning against the wall. He massaged his neck and lifted the water bottle with clumsy fingers. Salander waited patiently until his sense of touch started to return. She spent the time thinking. "Put your trousers on." She used Blomqvist's cut-up t-shirt to wipe fingerprints from the handcuffs, the knife, and the golf club. She picked up her pet bottle. "What are you doing? Get dressed and hurry up. It's getting light outside." Blomqvist stood on shaky legs and managed to pull on his boxers and jeans. He slipped on his trainers. Salander stuffed his socks into her jacket pocket and then stopped him. "What exactly did you touch down here?" Blomqvist looked around. He tried to remember. At last he said that he had touched nothing except the door and the keys. Salander found the keys in Martin Vanger's jacket, which he had hung over the chair. She wiped the door handle and the switch and turned off the light. She helped Blomqvist up the basement stairs and told him to wait in the passageway while she put the golf club back in its proper place. When she came back she was carrying a dark t-shirt that belonged to Martin Vanger. "Put this on. I don't want anyone to see you scampering about with a bare chest tonight." Blomqvist realized that he was in a state of shock. Salander had taken charge, and passively he obeyed her instructions. She led him out of Martin's house. She held on to him the whole time. As soon as they stepped inside the cottage, she stopped him. "If anyone sees us and asks what we were doing outside tonight, you and I went out to the point for a nighttime walk, and we had sex out there. Lisbeth, I can't. Get in the shower. Now." She helped him off with his clothes and propelled him to the bathroom. Then she put on water for coffee and made half a dozen thick sandwiches on rye bread with cheese and liver sausage and dill pickles. She sat down at the kitchen table and was thinking hard when he came limping back into the room. She studied the bruise sand scrapes on his body. The noose had been so tight that he had a dark red mark around his neck, and the knife had made a gash in his skin on the left side. "Get into bed," she said. She improvised bandages and covered the wound with a makeshift compress. Then she poured the coffee and handed him a sandwich. "I'm really not hungry," he said. Don't give a damn if you're hungry. Just eat," Salander commanded, taking a big bite of her own cheese sandwich. Blomqvist closed his eyes for a moment, then he sat up and took a bite. His throat hurt so much that he could scarcely swallow. Salander took off her leather jacket and from the bathroom brought a jar of Tiger Balm from her sponge bag. "Let the coffee cool for a while. Lie face down." She spent 5 minutes massaging his back and rubbing him with the liniment. Then she turned him over and gave him the same treatment on the front. "You're going to have some serious bruises for a while. Lisbeth, we have to call the police." "No," she replied with such vehemence that Blomqvist opened his eyes in surprise. "If you call the police, I'm leaving. I don't want to have anything to do with them. Martin Vanger is dead. He died in a car accident. He was alone in the car. There are witnesses." Let the police or someone else discover that fucking torture chamber. You and I are just as ignorant about its existence as everyone else in this village. Why? She ignored him and started massaging his aching thighs. Lisbeth, we can't just. If you go on nagging, I'll drag you back to Martin's grotto and chain you up again. As she said this, Blomqvist fell asleep, as suddenly as if he had fainted. Chapter 25 Saturday, July 12 Monday, July 14 Blomqvist woke with a start at 5 o'clock in the morning, scrabbling at his neck to get rid of the news. Salander came in and took hold of his hands, keeping him still. He opened his eyes and looked at her blearily. "Elle didn't know that you played golf," he said, closing his eyes again. She sat with him for a couple of minutes until she was sure he was asleep. While he slept, Salander had gone back to Martin Vanger's basement to examine and photograph the crime scene. In addition to the torture instruments, she had found a collection of violent pornographic magazines and a large number of Polaroid pasted into albums. There was no diary. On the other hand, she did find 2 A4 binders with passport photographs and handwritten notes about the women. She put the binders in a nylon bag along with Martin's Dell PC laptop, which she found on the hall table upstairs. While Blomqvist slept, she continued her examination of Martin's computer and binders. It was after 6 o'clock by the time she turned off the computer. She lit a cigarette. Together with Mikhail Blomqvist, she had taken up the hunt for what they thought was a serial killer from the past. They had found something appallingly different. She could hardly imagine the horrors that must have played out in Martin Vanger's basement, in the midst of this well-ordered, idyllic spot. She tried to understand. Martin Vanger had been killing women since the 60s, during the past 15 years 1 or 2 victims per year. The killing had been done so discreetly and was so well planned that no one was even aware that a serial killer was at work. How was that possible? The binders provided a partial answer. His victims were often new arrivals, immigrant girls who had no friends or social contacts in Sweden. There were also prostitutes and social outcasts, with drug abuse or other problems in their background. From her own studies of the psychology of sexual sadism, Salander had learned that this type of murderer usually collected souvenirs from his victims. These souvenirs functioned as reminders that the killer could use to recreate some of the pleasure he had experienced. Martin Vanger had developed this peculiarity by keeping a death book. He had catalogued and graded his victims. He had described their suffering. He had documented his killings with videotapes and photographs. The violence and the killing were the goal, but Salander concluded that it was the hunt that was Martin Vanger's primary interest. In his laptop he had created a database with a list of more than 100 women. There were employees from the Vanger Corporation, waitresses in restaurants where he regularly ate, reception staff in hotels, clerks at the Social Security office, the secretaries of business associates, and many other women. It seemed as if Martin had pigeonholed practically every woman he had ever come into contact with. He had killed only a fraction of these women, but every woman anywhere near him was a potential victim. The cataloging had the mark of a passionate hobby, and he must have devoted countless hours to it. Is she married or single? Does she have children and family? Where does she work? Where does she live? What kind of car does she drive? What sort of education does she have? Hair color? Skin color? Figure? The gathering of personal information about potential victims must have been a significant part of Martin Vanger's sexual fantasies. He was first of all a stalker, and second a murderer. When she had finished reading, she discovered a small envelope in one of the binders. She pulled out 2 much-handled and faded Polaroid pictures. In the first picture, a dark-haired girl was sitting at a table. The girl had on dark jeans and had a bare torso with tiny, pointed breasts. She had turned her face away from the camera and was in the process of lifting one arm in a gesture of defense, almost as if the photographer had surprised her. In the second picture she was completely naked. She was lying on her stomach on a blue bedspread. Her face was still turned away from the camera. Salander stuffed the envelope with the pictures into her jacket pocket. After that she carried the binders over to the wood stove and struck a match. When she was done with the fire, she stirred the ashes. It was pouring down with rain when she took a short walk and, kneeling as if to tie a shoelace, discreetly dropped Martin Vanger's laptop into the water under the bridge. When Frode marched through the open door at 7:30 that morning, Salander was at the kitchen table smoking a cigarette and drinking coffee. Frode's face was ashen, and he looked as if he had had a cruel awakening. "Where's Mikhail?" he said. "He's still asleep." Frode sat down heavily on a kitchen chair. Salander poured coffee and pushed the cup over to him. "Martin. I just found out that Martin was killed in a car accident last night." "That's sad," Salander said, taking a sip of her own coffee. Frode lck, get up. At first he stared at her, uncomprehending. Then his eyes opened wide. "What?" he crashed. "How annoying. What do you know about this?" He drove his car right into the front of a truck. He committed suicide. The press, the stress, a floundering financial empire, ... too much for him. At least that's what I suppose it will say on the placards. Frode looked as if he were about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. He stood up swiftly and walked unsteadily to the Badresk KJM. "Let him sleep," Salander snapped. Frode looked at the sleeping figure. He saw the black and blue marks on Blomqvist's face and the contusions on his chest. Then he saw the flaming line where the noose had been. Salander touched his arm and closed the door. Frode backed out and sank onto the kitchen bench. Lisbeth Salander told him succinctly what had happened during the night. She told him what Martin Vanger's chamber of horrors looked like and how she had found Mikhail with a noose around his neck and the CEO of the Vanger standing in front of his naked body. She told him what she had found in the company's archives the day before and how she had established a possible link between Martin's father and the murders of at least 7 women. Frode interrupted her recitation only once. When she stopped talking, he sat mutely for several minutes before he took a deep breath and said, "What are we going to do?" "That's not for me to say," Salander said. "But, as I see it, I've never set foot in Hidestad. L don't understand. Under no circumstances do I want my name in any police report. I don't exist in connection with any of this. If my name is mentioned in connection with this story, I'll deny that I've ever been here, and I'll refuse to answer a single question." Frode gave her a searching look. "L don't understand. You don't need to understand. Then what should I do? You'll have to work that out for yourself. Only leave me and Mikhail out of it." Frode was deathly pale. "ICX, at it this way, the only thing you know is that Martin Vanger died in a traffic accident. You have no idea that he was also an insane, nauseating serial killer, and you've never heard about the room in his basement." She put the key on the table between them. "You've got time before anyone is going to clean out Martin's house and discover the basement. We have to go to the police about this." "Not we. You can go to the police if you like. It's your decision. This can't be brushed under a carpet. I'm not suggesting that it should be brushed anywhere, just that you leave me and Mikhail out of it. When you discover the room, you draw your own conclusions and decide for yourself who you want to tell. If what you say is true, it means that Martin has kidnapped and murdered women. There must be families that are desperate because they don't know where their children are. We can't just..." "That's right. But there's just one problem. The bodies are gone. Maybe you'll find passports or ID cards in some drawer. Maybe some of the victims can be identified from the videotapes. But you don't need to decide today. Think it over." Frode looked panic-stricken. "Oh, dear God. This will be the death blow for the company. Think of how many families will lose their livelihood if it gets out that Martin..." Frode rocked back and forth, juggling with a moral dilemma. That's one issue. If Isabella Wenger is to inherit, you may think it would be inappropriate if she were the first one to light upon her son's hobby. I have to go and see. I'll think you should stay away from that room today, Salander said sharply. You have a lot of things to take care of. You have to go and tell Henrik, and you have to call a special meeting of the board and do all those things you chaps do when your CEO dies. Frode thought about what she was saying. His heart was thumping. He was the old attorney and problem solver who was expected to have a plan ready to meet any eventuality, yet he felt powerless to act. It suddenly dawned on him that here he was, taking orders from a child. She had somehow seized control of the situation and given him the guidelines that he himself was unable to formulate. And Harriet? Mikhail and I are not finished yet. But you can tell Herr Wenger that I think now that we're going to solve it. Martin Vang's unexpected demise was the top story on the 9 o'clock news on the radio when Blomqvist woke up. Nothing was reported about the Nauros events other than to say that the industrialist had inexplicably and at high speed crossed to the wrong side of the E4, traveling south. He had been alone in the car. The local radio ran a story that dealt with concern for the future of the Wenger Corporation and the consequences that this death would inevitably have for the company. A hastily composed lunchtime update from the TT Wire service had the headline "A Town in Shock," and it summed up the problems of the Wenger Corporation. It escaped no one's notice that in Hedestad alone more than 3,000 of the town's 21,000 inhabitants were employed by the Wenger Corporation or were otherwise dependent on the prosperity of the company. The firm's CEO was dead, and the former CEO was seriously ill after a heart attack. There was no natural heir. All this at a time considered to be among the most critical in the company's history. Blomqvist had had the option of going to the police in Hedestad and telling them what had happened that night, but Salander had already set a certain process in motion. Since he had not immediately called the police, it became harder to do so with each hour that passed. He spent the morning in gloomy silence, sitting on the kitchen bench, watching the rain outside. Around 1 midnight there was another cloudburst, but by lunchtime the rain had stopped and the wind had died down a bit. He went out and wiped off the garden furniture and then sat there with a mug of coffee. He was wearing a shirt with the collar turned up. Martin's death cast a shadow, of course, over the daily life of Hedeby. Cars began parking outside Isabella Wenger's house as the clan gathered to offer condolences. Salander observed the procession without emotion. "How are you feeling?" she said at last. "I'll think I'm still in shock," he said. "I was helpless. For several hours I was convinced that I was going to die. I felt the fear of death and there wasn't a thing I could do." He stretched out his hand and placed it on her knee. "Thank you," he said. "But for you, I would be dead." Salander smiled her crooked smile. "All the same. One don't understand how you could be such an idiot as to tackle him on your own. I was chained to the floor down there, praying that you'd see the picture and put 2 and 2 and call the police. If I'd waited for you wouldn't have survived. I wasn't going to let that motherfucker kill you. Why don't you want to talk to the police?" "I'll never talk to the authorities." "Why not?" "That's my business. But in your case, I don't think it would be a terrific career move to be hung out to dry as the journalist who was stripped naked by Martin Wenger, the famous serial killer. If you don't like Cal Blomqvist, you can think up a whole new epithet. Just don't take it out of this chapter of your heroic life." Blomqvist gave her a searching look and dropped the subject. "We do still have a problem," she said. Blomqvist nodded. "What happened to Harriet?" "Yes." Salander laid the 2 Polaroid pictures on the table in front of him. She explained where she'd found them. Mikhail studied the pictures intently for a while before he looked up. "It might be her," he said at last. "Elle wouldn't swear to it, but the shape of her body and the hair remind me of the pictures I've seen." They sat in the garden for an hour, piecing together the details. They discovered that each of them, independently and from different directions, had identified Martin Wenger as the missing link. Salander never did find the photograph that Blomqvist had left on the kitchen table. She had come to the conclusion that Blomqvist had done something stupid after studying the pictures from the surveillance cameras. She had gone over to Martin Vanger's house by way of the shore and looked in all the windows and seen no one. She had tried all the doors and windows on the ground floor. Finally she had climbed in through an open balcony DCKJR upstairs. It had taken a long time, and she had moved extremely cautiously as she searched the house, room by eventually she found the stairs down to the basement. Martin had been careless. He left the door to his chamber of horrors ajar, and she was able to form a clear impression of the situation. Blomqvist asked her how much she had heard of what Martin said. Not much. I got there when he was asking you about what happened to Harriet, just before he hung you up by the noose. I left for a few minutes to go back and find a weapon. Martin had no idea what happened to Harriet, Blomqvist said. Do you believe that? Yes, Blomqvist said without hesitation. Martin was dafter than a syphilitic polecat. Where do I get these metaphors from? But he confessed to all the crimes he had committed. I think that he wanted to impress me. But when it came to Harriet, he was as desperate as Henrik Vanger to find out what happened. So. Where does that take us? We know that Gottfried was responsible for the first series of murders, between 1949 and 1965. 0K and he brought on little Martin. Talk about a dysfunctional family, Blomqvist said. Martin really didn't have a chance. Salander gave him a strange 100K. What Martin told me, even though it was rambling, was that his father started his apprenticeship after he reached puberty. He was there at the murder of Lee in Uddevalla in 1962. He was 14, for God's sake. He was there at the murder of Sarah in 1964, and that time he took an active part. He was 16. And he said that he had never touched another man except his father. That made me think that, well, the only conclusion is that his father raped him. Martin called it his duty. The sexual assaults must have gone on for a long time. He was raised by his father, so to speak. Bullshit, Salander said, her voice as hard as flint. Blomqvist stared at her in astonishment. She had a stubborn look in her eyes. There was not an ounce of sympathy in it. Martin had exactly the same opportunity as anyone else to strike back. He killed and he raped because he liked doing it. I'm not saying otherwise. But Martin was a repressed boy and under the influence of his father, just as Gottfried was cowed by his father, the Nazi. So you're assuming that Martin had no will of his own and that people become whatever they've been brought up to be. Blomqvist smiled cautiously. Is this a sensitive issue? Salander's eyes blazed with fury. Blomqvist quickly went on. I'm only saying that I think that a person's upbringing does play a role. Gottfried's father beat him mercilessly for years. That leaves its mark. Bullshit, Salander said again. Gottfried isn't the only kid who was ever mistreated. That doesn't give him the right to murder women. He made that choice himself. And the same is true of Martin. Blomqvist held up his hand. Can we not argue? I'm not arguing. I just think that it's pathetic that creeps always have to have someone else to blame. They have a personal responsibility. We'll work it all out later. What matters is that Martin was 17 when Gottfried died, and he didn't have anyone to guide him. He tried to continue in his father's footsteps. In February 1, 966, in Uppsala, Blomqvist reached for one of Salander's cigarettes. L won't speculate about what impulses Gottfried was trying to satisfy or how he himself interpreted what he was doing. There's some sort of biblical gibberish that a psychiatrist might be able to figure out, something to do with punishment and purification in a figurative sense. It doesn't matter what it was. He was a cut and dried serial killer. Gottfried wanted to kill women and clothe his actions in some sort of pseudo-religious claptrap. Martin didn't even pretend to have an excuse. He was organized and did his killing systematically. He also had money to put into his hobby. And he was shrewder than his father. Every time Gottfried left a body behind, it led to a police investigation and the risk that someone might track him down, or at least link together the various murders. Martin Vanger built his house in the 70s, Salander said pensively. I think Henrik mentioned it was in 1978. Presumably he ordered a safe room put in for important files or some such purpose. He got a soundproofed, windowless room with a steel door. He's had that room for 25 years. They fell silent for a while as Blomqvist thought about what atrocities must have taken place there for a quarter of a century. Salander did not need to think about the matter, she had seen the videotapes. She noticed that Blomqvist was unconsciously touching his neck. Gottfried hated women and taught his son to hate women at the same time as he was raping him. But there's also some sort of undertone. I think Gottfried fantasized that his children would share his, to put it mildly, perverted worldview. When I asked about Harriet, his own sister, Martin said, we tried to talk to her. But she was just an ordinary cunt. She was planning to tell Henrik. Elle heard him. That was about when I got down to the basement. And that means that we know what her aborted conversation with Henrik was to have been about. Blomqvist frowned. Not really. Think of the chronology. We don't know when Gottfried first raped his son, but he took Martin with him when he murdered Lee Persson in Uddevalla in 1962. He drowned in 1965. Before that, he and Martin tried to talk to Harriet. Where does that lead us? Martin wasn't the only one that Gottfried assaulted. He also assaulted Harriet. Gottfried was the teacher. Martin was the pupil. Harriet was what? Their plaything. Gottfried taught Martin to screw his sister. Salander pointed at the Polaroid prints. It's hard to determine her attitude from these two pictures because we can't see her face, but she's trying to hide from the camera. Let's say that it started when she was 14, in 1964. She defended herself, couldn't accept it, as Martin put it. That was what she was threatening to tell Henrik about. Martin undoubtedly had nothing to say in this connection, he just did what his father told him. But he and Gottfried had formed some sort of pact, and they tried to initiate Harriet into it too. Salander said, in your notes you wrote that Henrik had let Harriet move into his house in the winter of 1964. Henrik could see there was something wrong in her family. He thought it was the bickering and friction between Gottfried and Isabella that was the cause, and he took her in so that she could have some peace and quiet and concentrate on her studies. An unforeseen obstacle for Gottfried and Martin. They couldn't get their hands on her as easily or control her life. But eventually. Where did the assault take place? It must have at Gottfried's cabin. I'm almost positive that these pictures were taken there. It should be possible to check. The cabin is in a perfect location, isolated and far from the village. Then Gottfried got drunk one last time and died in a most banal way. So Harriet's father had attempted to have sex with her, but my guess is that he didn't initiate her into the killing. Blomqvist realized that this was a weak point. Harriet had made note of the names of Gottfried's victims, pairing them up with Bible quotes, but her interest in the Bible did not emerge until the last year, and by then Gottfried was already dead. He paused, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Sometime along the way Harriet discovered that Gottfried had not only committed incest, but he was also a serial sex murderer, he said. We don't know when she found out about the murders. It could have been right before Gottfried drowned. It might also have been after he drowned, if he had a diary or had saved press cuttings about them. Something put her on his track. But that wasn't what she was threatening to tell Henrik, Blomqvist said. It was Martin, Salander said. Her father was dead, but Martin was going on abusing her. Exactly. But it was a year before she took any action. What would you do if you found out that your father was a murderer who had been raping your brother? I'd kill the fucker, Salander said in such a sober tone that Blomqvist believed her. He remembered her face as she was attacking Martin Vanger. He smiled joylessly. 0k, but Harriet wasn't like you. Gottfried died before she managed to do anything. That also makes sense. When Gottfried died, Isabella sent Martin to Uppsala. He might have come home for Christmas or other holidays, but during that following year he didn't see Harriet very often. She was able to get some distance from him. And she started studying the Bible. And in light of what we now know, it didn't have to be for any religious reasons. Maybe she simply wanted to know what her father had been up to. She brooded over it until the Children's Day celebration in 1966. Then suddenly she sees her brother on Jarnvagsgaten and realizes that he's back. We don't know if they talked to each other or if he said anything. But no matter what happened, Harriet had an urge to go straight home and talk to Henrik. And then she disappeared. After they had gone over the chain of events, it was not hard to understand what the rest of the puzzle must have looked like. Blomqvist and Salander packed their bags. Before they left, Blomqvist called Frode and told him that he and Salander had to go away for a while, but that he absolutely wanted to see Henrik Vanger before they left. Blomqvist needed to know what Frode had told Henrik. The man sounded so stressed on the telephone that Blomqvist felt concerned for him. Frode said that he had only told him that Martin had died in a car accident. It was thundering again when Blomqvist parked outside Hedestad Hospital, and the sky was filled once more with heavy rain clouds. He hurried across the car park just as it started to rain. Vanger was wearing a bathrobe, sitting at a table by the window of his room. His illness had left its mark, but Vanger had regained some color in his face and looked as if he were on the path to recovery. They shook hands. Blomqvist asked the nurse to leave them alone for a few minutes. "You've been avoiding me," Vanger said. Mikhail nodded. "On purpose. Your family didn't want me to come at all, but today everyone is over at Isabella's house." "PCX, R. Martin," Vanger said. "Henrik. You gave me an assignment to dig up the truth about what happened to Harriet. Did you expect the truth to be painless?" The old man looked at him. Then his eyes widened. "Martin. He's part of the story?" Henrik closed his eyes. "Now I have got a question for you," Blomqvist said. "Tell me. Do you still want to know what happened? Even if it turns out to be painful and even if the truth is worse than you imagined." Henrik gave Blomqvist a long look. Then he said, "I want to know. That was the point of your assignment. 0k I think I know what happened to Harriet. But there's one last piece of the puzzle missing before I'm sure. Tell me." "No. Not today. What I want you to do right now is to rest. The doctors say that the crisis is over and that you're getting better. Don't you treat me like a child, young man. I haven't worked it all out yet. What I have is a theory. I am going out to find the last piece of the puzzle. The next time you see me, I'll tell you the whole story. It may take a while, but I want you to know that I'm coming back and that you'll know the truth." Salander pulled a tarpaulin over her motorcycle and left it on the shady side of the cabin. Then she got into Blomqvist's borrowed car. The thunderstorm had returned with renewed force, and just south of Gavel there was such a fierce downpour that Blomqvist could hardly see the road. Just to be safe, he pulled into a petrol station. They waited for the rain to let up, so they did not arrive in Stockholm until 7 o'clock that evening. Blomqvist gave Salander the security code to his building and dropped her off at the central tunnelbana. His apartment seemed unfamiliar. He vacuumed and dusted while Salander went to see Plague in Sundbyberg. She arrived at Blomqvist's apartment at around midnight and spent 10 minutes examining every nook and cranny of it. Then she stood at the window for a long time, looking at the view facing the Slussen locks. They got undressed and slept. At noon the next day they landed at London's Gatwick Airport. They were met with rain. Blomqvist had booked a room at the Hotel James near Hyde Park, an excellent hotel compared to all the one-star places in Bayswater where he had always ended up on his previous trips to London. At 5 p.m. they were standing at the bar when a youngish man came towards them. He was almost bald, with a blonde beard, and he was wearing jeans and a jacket that was too big for him. "Wasp." "Trinity," she said. They nodded to each other. He did not ask for Blomqvist's name. Trinity's partner was introduced as Bob the dog. He was in an old VW van around the corner. They climbed in through the sliding doors and sat down on folding chairs fastened to the sides. While Bob navigated through the London traffic, Wasp and Trinity talked. Plague said this had to do with some crash-bang job. Telephone tapping and checking emails in a computer. It might go fast, or it could take a couple of days, depending on how much pressure he applies. Lisbeth gestured towards Blomqvist with her thumb. "Can you do it? Do dogs have fleas?" Trinity said. Anita Vanger lived in a terrace house in the attractive suburb of St. Albans, about an hour's drive north. From the van they saw her arrive home and unlock the door sometime after 7:30 that evening. They waited until she had settled, had her supper, and was sitting in front of the TV before Blomqvist rang the doorbell. An almost identical copy of Cecilia Vanger opened the door, her expression politely questioning. "Hi, Anita. My name is Mikael Blomqvist. Henrik Vanger asked me to come and see you. I assume that you've heard the news Alxjit Martin." Her expression changed from surprise to wariness. She knew exactly who Mikael Blomqvist was. But Henrik's name meant that she was forced to open the door. She showed Blomqvist into her living RCX-M. He noticed a signed lithograph by Anders Zorn over the fireplace. It was altogether a charming room. "Forgive me for bothering you out of the blue, but I happened to be in St. Albans, and I tried to call you during the day. I'll understand. Please tell me what this is about. Are you planning to be at the funeral?" "No, as a matter of fact, I'm not. Martin and I weren't close, and anyway, I can't get away at the moment." Anita Vanger had stayed away from Hedestad for 30 years. After her father moved back to Hedeby Island, she had hardly set foot there. "I want to know what happened to Harriet Vanger, Anita. It's time for the truth." "Harriet? I don't know what you mean." Blomqvist smiled at her feigned surprise. "You were Harriet's closest friend in the family. You were the one she turned to with her horrible story." "Elle can't think what you're talking about," Anita said. "Anita, you were in Harriet's room that day. I have photographic proof of it, in spite of what you said to Inspector Morel. In a few days I'm going to report to Henrik, and he'll take it from there. It would be better to tell me what happened." Anita Vanger stood up. "Get out of my house this minute." Blomqvist, "Get up. Sooner or later you're going to have to talk to me. I have nothing now, nor ever will have, anything to say to you." "Martin is dead," Blomqvist said. "You never liked Martin. I think that you moved to London not only to avoid seeing your father but also so that you wouldn't have to see Martin. That means that you also knew about Martin, and the only one who could have told you was Harriet. The question is, what did you do with that knowledge?" Anita Vanger slammed her front DCKJR in his face. Salander smiled with satisfaction as she unfastened the microphone from under his shirt. She picked up the telephone about 20 seconds after she nearly took the door off its hinges. She said. "The country code is Australia," Trinity said, putting down the earphones on the little desk in the van. "I'll need to check the area code." He switched on his laptop. 0K, she called the following number, which is a telephone in a town called Tennant Creek, north of Alice Springs in the Northern Territory. "Do you want to hear the conversation?" Blomqvist nodded. "What time is it in Australia right now?" "About 5 o'clock in the morning." Trinity started the digital player and attached a speaker. Mikael counted 8 rings before someone picked up the telephone. The conversation took place in English. "Hi. It's me. Hmm, I know I'm a morning person but Elle thought of calling you yesterday. Martin is dead. He seems to have driven his car into a truck the day before yesterday. Silence. Then what sounded like someone clearing their throat, but it might have been, good. But we have got a problem. A disgusting journalist that Henrik dug up from somewhere has just knocked on my door, here in St. Albans. He's asking questions about what happened in 1966. He knows something. Again silence. Then a commanding voice. Anita. Put down the telephone right now. We can't have any contact for a while. But write a letter. Tell me what's going on. Then the conversation was over. Sharp chick, Salander said. They returned to their hotel just before 1100. The front desk manager helped them to reserve seats on the next available flight to Australia. Soon they had reservations on a plane leaving at 7:05 the following evening, destination Melbourne, changing in Singapore. This was Salander's first visit to London. They spent the morning walking from Covent Garden through Soho. They stopped to have a café latte on Old Compton Street. Around they were back at the hotel to collect their luggage. While Blomqvist paid the bill, Salander turned on her mobile. She had a text message. Arminsky says to call at once. She used a telephone in the lobby. Blomqvist, who was standing a short distance away, noticed Salander turn to him with a frozen expression on her face. He was at her side at once. What is it? My mother died. I have to go home. Salander looked so unhappy that he put his arms around her. She pushed him away. They sat in the hotel bar. When Blomqvist said that he would cancel the reservations to Australia and go back to Stockholm with her, she shook her head. No, she said. We can't screw up the job now. You'll have to go by yourself. They parted outside the hotel, each of them making for a different chapter. 26 Tuesday, July 15 to Thursday, July 17. Blomqvist flew from Melbourne to Alice Springs. After that he had to choose either to charter a plane or to rent a car for the remaining 250-mile trip north. He chose to go by car. An unknown person with the biblical signature of Joshua, who was part of Plagues or Trinity's mysterious international network, had left an envelope for him at the Central Information Desk at Melbourne Airport. The number that Anita had called belonged to a place called Cochrane Farm. It was a sheep station. An article pulled off the internet gave a snapshot guide. Australia, population of 18 million, sheep farmers, 53,000, approximate 120 million head of sheep. The export of wool approximate $3.5 billion annually. Australia exports 700 million tons of mutton and lamb, plus skins for clothing. Combined meat and wool production one of the country's most important industries. Cochrane Farm, founded 1891 by Jeremy Cochrane, Australia's fifth largest agricultural enterprise, approximate 60,000 merino sheep, wool considered especially fine. The station also raised cattle, pigs, and chickens. Cochrane Farm had impressive annual exports to the USA, Japan, China, and Europe. The personal biographies were fascinating. In 1972 Cochrane Farm passed down from Raymond Cochrane to Spencer Cochrane, Education Oxford. Spencer D. in 1994, and farm run by widow. Blomqvist found her in a blurry, low-resolution photograph downloaded from the Cochrane Farm website. It showed a woman with short blonde hair, her face partially hidden, shearing a sheep. According to Joshua's note, the couple had married in Italy in 1971. Her name was Anita Karan. Blomqvist stopped overnight in a dried-up hole of a town with the hopeful name of Juanato. At the local pub he ate roast mutton and downed 3 pints along with some locals who all called him mate. Last thing before he went to bed he called Burger in New York. I'm sorry, Ricky, but I've been so busy that I haven't had time to call. What the hell is going on, she exploded. Krista called and told me that Martin Vanger had been killed in a car accident. It's a long story. And why don't you answer your telephone? I've been calling like crazy for 2 days. It doesn't work here. Where is here? Right now I'm Alxjid 125 miles north of Alice Springs. In Australia, that is. Mikhail had rarely managed to surprise Berger. This time she was silent for nearly 10 seconds. And what are you doing in Australia? If I might ask. I'm finishing up the job. I'll be back in a few days. I just called to tell you that my work for Henrik Vanger is almost done. He arrived at Cochrane Farm around noon the following day, to be told that Anita Cochrane was at a sheep station near a place called Makawaka 75 miles farther west. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon by the time Mikhail found his way there on dusty back roads. He stopped at a gate where some sheep ranchers were gathered around of a jeep having coffee. Blomqvist got out and explained that he was looking for Anita Cochrane. They all turned towards a muscular young man, clearly the decision-maker of the group. He was bare-chested and very brown except for the parts normally covered by his t-shirt. He was wearing a wide-brimmed hat. The boss is about 18 miles off in that direction, he said, pointing with his thumb. He cast a skeptical glance at Blomqvist's vehicle and said that it might not be such a good idea to go on in that Japanese toy car. Finally the tanned athlete said that he was heading that way and would drive Blomqvist in his jeep. Blomqvist thanked him and took along his computer case. The man introduced himself as Jeff and said that he was the studs manager at the station. Blomqvist asked him to explain what that meant. Jeff gave him a sidelong look and concluded that Blomqvist was not from these parts. He explained that a studs manager was rather the equivalent of a financial manager in a bank, although he administered sheep, and that a station was the Australian word for ranch. They continued to converse as Jeff cheerfully steered the jeep at about 10 kilometers an hour down into a ravine with a 200 slope. Blomqvist thanked his lucky stars that he had not attempted the drive in his rental car. He asked what was down in the ravine and was told that it was the pasture land for 700 head of sheep. As I understand it, Cochrane Farm is one of the bigger ranches. We're one of the largest in all of Australia, Jeff said with a certain pride in his voice. We run about 9,000 sheep here in the Makawaka district, but we have stations in both New South Wales and Western Australia. We have 60,000 plus head. They came out from the ravine into a hilly but gentler landscape. Blomqvist suddenly heard shots. He saw sheep cadavers, big bonfires, and a dozen ranch hands. Several men seemed to be carrying rifles. They were apparently slaughtering sheep. Involuntarily, he thought of the biblical sacrificial lambs. Then he saw a woman with short blonde hair wearing jeans and a red and white checked shirt. Jeff stopped a few yards away from her. "Hi, boss. We've got a tourist," he said. Blomqvist got out of the jeep and looked at her. She looked back with an inquisitive expression. "Hi, Harriet. It's been a long time," he said in Swedish. None of the men who worked for Anita Cochrane understood what he said, but they all saw her reaction. She took a step back, looking shocked. The men saw her response, stopped their joking, and straightened up, ready to intervene against this odd stranger. Jeff's friendliness suddenly evaporated and he advanced toward Blomqvist. Blomqvist was keenly aware how vulnerable he was. A word from Anita Cochrane and he would be done for. Then the moment passed. Harriet Vanger waved her hand in a peaceful gesture and the men moved back. She came over to Blomqvist and met his gaze. Her face was sweaty and dirty. Her blonde hair had darker roots. Her face was older and thinner, but she had grown into the beautiful woman that her confirmation portrait had promised. "Have we met before?" she said. "Yes, we have. I am Mikhail Blomqvist. You were my babysitter one summer when I was 3 years old. You were 12 or 13 at the time." It took a few seconds for her puzzled expression to clear, and then he saw that she remembered. She looked surprised. "What do you want?" "Harriet, I'm not your enemy. I'm not here to make trouble for you. But I need to talk with you. She turned to Jeff and told him to take over, then signaled to Blomqvist to follow her. They walked a few hundred feet over to a group of white canvas tents in a grove of trees. She motioned him to a camp stool at a rickety table and poured water into a basin. She rinsed her face, dried it, and went inside the tent to change her shirt. She got 2 beers out of a cooler. So. Talk. Why are you shooting the sheep? We have a contagious epidemic. Most of these sheep are probably healthy, but we can't risk it spreading. We're going to have to slaughter more than 600 in the coming week. So I'm not in a very good mood. Blomqvist said, your brother crashed his car into a truck a few days ago. He must have died instantaneously. Elle heard that. From Anita, who called you. She scrutinized him for a long moment. Then she nodded. She knew that it was pointless to deny the fact. How did you find me? We tapped Anita's telephone. Blomqvist did not think there was any reason to lie. Elle saw your brother a few minutes before he died. Harriet Vanger frowned. He met her gaze. Then he took off the ridiculous scarf he was wearing, turned down his collar, and showed her the stripe left from the noose. It was still red and inflamed, and he would probably always have a scar to remind him of Martin Vanger. Your brother had hung me from a hook, but by the grace of my partner arrived in time to stop him killing me. Harriet's eyes suddenly burned. Elle think you'd better tell me the story from the beginning. It took more than an hour. He told her who he was and what he was working on. He described how he came to be given the assignment by Henrik Vanger. He explained how the police's investigation had come to a dead end, and he told her of Henrik's long investigation, and finally he told her how a photograph of her with friends in Jarnvagsgaten in Hedestad had led to the uncovering of the sorrows behind the mystery of her disappearance and its appalling sequel, which had ended with Martin Vanger's suicide. As he talked, dusk set in. The men quit work for the day, fires were started, and pots began to simmer. Blomqvist noticed that Jeff stayed close to his boss and kept a watchful eye on him. The cook served them dinner. They each had another beer. When he was finished, Harriet sat for a long time in silence. At length she said, I was so happy that my father was dead and the violence was over. It never occurred to me that Martin, I'm glad he's dead. I can understand that. Your story doesn't explain how you knew that I was alive. After we realized what had happened, it wasn't so difficult to work out the rest. To disappear, you needed help. Anita was your confidant and the only one you could even consider. You were friends, and she had spent the summer with you. You stayed out at your father's cabin. If there was anyone you had confided in, it had to be her, and also she had just got her driver's license. Harriet looked at him with an unreadable expression. So now that you know I'm alive, what are you going to do? I have to tell Henrik. He deserves to know. And then? You're a journalist. I'm not thinking of exposing you. I've already breached so many rules of professional conduct in this whole dismal mess that the Journalists Association would undoubtedly expel me if they knew about it. He was trying to make light of it. One more won't make any difference, and I don't want to make my old babysitter angry. She was not amused. How many people know the truth? That you're alive? Right now, you and me and Anita and my partner. Henrik's lawyer knows Alxja 2/3 of the story, but he still thinks you died in the 60s. Harriet Vanger seemed to be thinking something over. She stared out at the dark. Mikhail once again had an uneasy feeling that he was in a vulnerable situation, and he reminded himself that Harriet Vanger's own rifle was on a camp bed 3 paces away. Then he shook himself and stopped imagining things. He changed the subject. But how did you come to be a sheep farmer in Australia? I already know that Anita smuggled you off Hidebi Island, presumably in the boot of her car when the bridge reopened the day after the accident. Actually, I lay on the floor of the back seat with a blanket over me. But no one was looking. I went to Anita when she arrived on the island and told her that I had to escape. You guessed right that I confided in her. She helped me, and she's been a loyal friend all these years. Why Australia? Elle stayed in Anita's room in Stockholm for a few weeks. Anita had her own money, which she generously lent me. She also gave me her passport. We looked almost exactly like each other, and all I had to do was dye my hair blonde. For 4 years I lived in a convent in Italy. I wasn't a nun. There are convents where you can rent a room cheap, to have peace and quiet to think. Then I met Spencer Cochran. He was some years older, he'd just finished his degree in England and was hitchhiking around Europe. I fell in love. He did too. That's all there was to it. Anita Wenger married him in 1971. I've never had any regrets. He was a wonderful man. Very sadly, he died 8 years ago, and I became the owner of the station. But your passport, surely someone should have discovered that there were 2 Anita Wengers. No, why should they? A Swedish girl named Anita Wenger who's married to Spencer Cochran. Whether she lives in London or Australia makes no difference. The one in London has been Spencer Cochran's estranged wife. The one in Australia was his very much present wife. They don't match up computer files between Canberra and London. Besides, I soon got an Australian passport under my married name. The arrangement functioned perfectly. The only thing that could have upset the story was if Anita herself wanted to get married. My marriage had to be registered in the Swedish national registration files. But she never did. She claims that she never found anyone. But I know that she did it for my sake. She's been a true friend. What was she doing in your room? Elle wasn't very rational that day. I was afraid of Martin, but as long as he was in Uppsala, I could push the problem out of my mind. Then there he was in Hedestad, and I realized that I'd never be safe the rest of my life. I went back and forth between wanting to tell Uncle Henrik and wanting to flee. When Henrik didn't have time to talk to me, I just wandered restlessly around the village. Of course I know that the accident on the bridge overshadowed everything else for everyone, but not for me. I had my own problems, and I was hardly even aware of the accident. Everything seemed unreal. Then I ran into Anita, who was staying in a guest cottage in the compound with Gerda and Alexander. That was when I made up my mind. I stayed with her the whole time and didn't dare go outside. But there was one thing I had to take with me. I had written down everything that happened in a diary, and I needed a few clothes. Anita got them for me. I suppose she couldn't resist the temptation to look out at the accident scene. Blomqvist thought for a moment. What I don't understand is why you didn't just go to Henrik, as you had intended. Why do you think? Elle really don't know. Henrik would certainly have helped you. Martin would have been removed immediately, probably sent to Australia for some sort of therapy or treatment. You haven't understood what happened. Up to this point Blomqvist had only referred to Gottfried's sexual assault on Martin, leaving Harriet's role out of it. Gottfried molested Martin, he said cautiously. Elle suspect that he also molested you. Harriet Wenger did not move a muscle. Then she took a deep breath and buried her face in her hands. It took 5 seconds before Jeff was beside her, asking if everything was all right. Harriet looked at him and gave him a faint smile. Then she astonished Blomqvist by standing up and giving her stud's manager a hug and a kiss on the cheek. She turned to Blomqvist with her arm around Jeff's shoulder. Jeff, this is Mikael, an old friend from the past. He's brought problems and bad news, but we're not going to shoot the messenger. Mikael, this is Jeff Cochran, my oldest son. I also have another son and a daughter. Blomqvist stood up to shake hands with Jeff, saying that he was sorry to have brought bad news which had upset his mother. Harriet exchanged a few words with Jeff and then sent him away. She sat down again and seemed to have made a decision. No more lies. I accept that it's all over. In some sense I've been waiting for this day since 1966. For years I was terrified that someone might come up to me and say my name. But you know what? All of a sudden I don't care anymore. My crime falls outside the statute of limitations. And I don't give a shit what people think about me. Crime, said Mikhail. She gave him an urgent look, but he still didn't understand what she was talking about. I was 16. I was scared. I was ashamed. I was desperate. I was all alone. The only ones who knew the truth were Anita and Martin. I had told Anita about the sexual assaults, but I didn't have the courage to tell her that my father was also an insane killer of women. Anita had never known about that. But I did tell her about the crime that I committed myself. It was so horrible that when it came down to it, I didn't dare tell Henrik. I prayed to God to forgive me. And I hid inside a convent for several years. Harriet, your father was a rapist and a murderer. It wasn't your fault. I'll know that. My father molested me for a year. I did everything to avoid, but he was my father and I couldn't refuse to have anything to do with him without giving him some explanation. So I lied and played a role and tried to pretend that everything was okay. And I made sure that someone else was always around when I saw him. My mother knew what he was doing, of course, but she didn't care. Isabella knew. Harriet's voice took on a new harshness. Of course she knew. Nothing ever happened in our family without Isabella knowing. But she ignored everything that was unpleasant or showed her in a bad light. My father could have raped me in the middle of the living room right before her eyes and she wouldn't have noticed. She was incapable of acknowledging that anything was wrong in her life or mine. I've met her. She's not my favorite in the family. She's been like that her whole life. I've often wondered about my parents' relationship. I realized that they rarely or maybe never had sex with each other after I was born. My father had women, but for some strange reason he was afraid of Isabella. He stayed away from her, but he couldn't get a divorce. No one does in the Wenger family. She laughed for the first time. No, they don't. But the point is that I couldn't bring myself to say anything. The whole world would have found out. My schoolmates, all my relatives. Harriet, I'm so sorry I was 14 when he raped me the first time. And during the next year he would take me out to his cabin. Many times Martin came along. He forced both me and Martin to do things with him. And he held my arms while Martin had his way with me. When my father died, Martin was ready to take over his role. He expected me to become his lover and he thought it was perfectly natural for me to submit to him. At that time I no longer had any choice. I was forced to do what Martin said. I was rid of one tormentor only to land in the clutches of another, and the only thing I could do was to make sure there was never an occasion when I was alone with him. Henrik would have. You still don't understand. She raised her voice. Blomqvist saw that several of the men at the next tent were looking at him. She lowered her voice again and leaned towards him. All the cards are on the table. You'll have to work out the rest. She stood up and got 2 more beers. When she came back, Mikhail said a single word to her. Gottfried. She nodded. On August 7, 1965, my father forced me to go out to his cabin. Henrik was away. My father was drinking, and he tried to force himself on me. But he couldn't get it up and he flew into a drunken rage. He was always rough and violent towards me when we were alone, but this time he crossed the line. He urinated on me. Then he started telling me what he was going to do to me. That night he told me about the women he had killed. He was bragging about it. He quoted from the Bible. This went on for an hour. I didn't understand half of what he was saying, but I realized that he was totally, absolutely sick. She took a gulp of her beer. Sometime around midnight he had a fit. He was totally insane. We were up in the sleeping loft. He put a t-shirt around my neck and pulled it as tight as he could. I blacked out. I don't have the slightest doubt that he really was trying to kill me, and for the first time that night he managed to complete the rape. Harriet looked at Blomqvist. Her eyes entreated him to understand. But he was so drunk that somehow I managed to get away. I jumped down from the loft and fled. I was naked and I ran without thinking, and ended up on the jetty by the water. He came staggering after me. Blomqvist suddenly wished that she would not tell him anything more. I was strong enough to shove an old drunk into the water. I used an oar to hold him under until he wasn't struggling anymore. It didn't take long. When she stopped, the silence was deafening. And when I looked up, there stood Martin. He looked terrified, but at the same time he was grinning. I don't know how long he was outside the cabin, spying on us. From that moment I was at his mercy. He came up to me, grabbed me by the hair, and led me back to the cabin to Gottfried's bed. He tied me up and raped me while our father was still floating in the water. And I couldn't even offer any resistance. Blomqvist closed his eyes. He was terribly ashamed and wished that he had left Harriet Wenger in peace. But her voice had taken on a new force. From that day on, I was in his power. I did what he told me to do. I felt paralyzed, and the only thing that saved my sanity was that Isabella, or maybe it was Uncle Henrik, decided that Martin needed a change of scenery after his father's tragic death, so she sent him to Uppsala. Of course this was because she knew what he was doing to me, and it was her way of solving the problem. You can bet that Martin was disappointed. During the next year he was home only for the Christmas holiday. I managed to keep away from him. I went with Henrik on a trip to Copenhagen between Christmas and New Year's. And during the summer holiday, Anita was there. I confided in her, and she stayed with me the whole time, making sure that he didn't come near me. Until you saw him on Jarnvagsgaten, I was told that he wouldn't be coming to the family gathering, that he was staying in Uppsala. But obviously he changed his mind, and suddenly there he was on the other side of the street, staring at me. He smiled at me. It felt like a hideous dream. I had murdered my father, and I realized that I would never be free of my brother. Up until then, I had thought about killing myself. I chose instead to flee. She gave Blomqvist what was almost a look of relief. It feels fantastic to tell the truth. So now you know. Chapter 27 Saturday, July 26 Monday, July 28 Blomqvist picked up Salander by her front door on Lundegaten at 10:00 and drove her to the Norra crematorium. He stayed at her side during the ceremony. For a long time they were the only mourners along with the pastor, but when the funeral began Arminsky slipped in. He nodded curtly to Blomqvist and stood behind Salander, gently putting a hand on her shoulder. She nodded without looking at him, as if she knew who was standing there. Then she ignored them both. Salander had told him nothing about her mother, but the pastor had apparently spoken to someone at the nursing home where she died, and Blomqvist understood that the cause of death was a cerebral hemorrhage. Salander did not say a word during the ceremony. The pastor lost her train of thought twice when she turned directly to her. Salander looked her straight in the eye without expression. When it was over she turned on her heel and left without saying thank you or goodbye. Blomqvist and Arminsky took a deep breath and looked at each other. She's feeling really bad, Arminsky said. I'll know that, Blomqvist said. It was good of you to come. I'm not so sure about that. Arminsky fixed Blomqvist with his gaze. If you two are driving back north, keep an eye on her. He promised to do that. They said goodbye, and to the pastor, at the church door. Salander was already in the car, waiting. She had to go back with him to Hedestad to get her motorcycle and the equipment she had from Milton Security. Not until they had passed Uppsala did she break her silence and ask how the trip to Australia had gone. Blomqvist had landed at Arlanda late the night before and had slept only a few hours. During the drive he told her Harriet Wenger story. Salander sat in silence for half an hour before she opened her mouth. Bitch, she said. Harriet fucking Vanger. If she had done something in 1966, Martin Vanger couldn't have kept killing and raping for 37 years. Harriet knew about her father murdering women, but she had no idea that Martin had anything to do with it. She fled from a brother who raped her and then threatened to reveal that she had drowned her father if she didn't do what he said. Bullshit. After that they sat in silence all the way to Hedestad. Blomqvist was late for his appointment and dropped her at the turnoff to Hedeby Island. He asked if she would please be there when he came back. "Are you thinking of staying overnight?" she said. "I'll think so. Do you want me to be here?" He climbed out of the car and went around and put his arms around her. She pushed him away, almost violently. Blomqvist took a step back. "Lisbeth, you're my friend. Do you want me to stay here so you'll have somebody to fuck tonight?" Blomqvist gave her a long look. Then he turned and got into the car and started the engine. He wound down the window. Her hostility was palpable. "I want to be your friend," he said. "If you want otherwise, then you don't need to be here when I get home." Henrik Vanger was sitting up, dressed, when Dirch Frode led him into the hospital room. "They're thinking of letting me out for Martin's funeral tomorrow." "How much has Dirch told you?" Henrik looked down at the floor. "He told me about what Martin and Gottfried got up to. This is far, far worse than I could have imagined. I'll know what happened to Harriet." "Tell me, how did she die?" "She didn't die. She's still alive. And if you like, she really wants to see you." Both men stared at him as if their world had just been turned upside down. "It took a while to convince her to come, but she's alive, she's doing fine, and she's here in Hedestad. She arrived this morning and can be here in an hour. If you want to see her, that is." Blomqvist had to tell the story from beginning to end. A couple of times Henrik interrupted with a question or asked him to repeat something. Frode said not a word. When the story was done, Henrik sat in silence. Blomqvist had been afraid that it would be too much for the old man, but Henrik showed no sign of emotion, except that his voice might have been a bit thicker when he broke his silence. Poor Harriet. If only she had come to me." Blomqvist glanced at the clock. It was 5 minutes to 4. "Do you want to see her?" "She's still afraid that you won't want to after you found out what she did." "What about the flowers?" Henrik said. "Elle asked her that on the plane coming home. There was one person in the family, apart from Anita, whom she loved, and that was you. She, of course, was the one who sent the flowers. She said that she hoped you would understand that she was alive and that she was doing fine, without having to make an appearance. But since her only channel of information was Anita, who moved abroad as soon as she finished her studies and never visited Hedestad, Harriet's awareness about what went on here was limited. She never knew how terribly you suffered or that you thought it was her murderer taunting you. I'll assume it was Anita who the flowers. She worked for an airline and flew all over the world. She posted them from wherever she happened to be. But how did you know Anita was the one who helped her? She was the one in Harriet's window. But she could have been mixed up in. She could have been the murderer instead. How did you find out that Harriet was alive?" Blomqvist gave Henrik a long look. Then he smiled for the first time since he had returned to Hedestad. "Anita was involved in Harriet's disappearance, but she couldn't have killed her." "How could you be sure of that?" "Because this isn't some damned locked room mystery novel. If Anita had murdered Harriet, you would have found the body years ago. So the only logical thing was that she helped Harriet escape and hide. Do you want to see her?" "Of course I want to see her." Blomqvist found Harriet by the lift in the lobby. At first he did not recognize her. Since they had parted at Arlanda Airport the night before, she had dyed her hair brown again. She was dressed in black trousers, a white blouse, and an elegant grey jacket. She looked radiant, and Blomqvist bent down to give her an encouraging hug. Henrik got up from his chair when Mikhail opened the door. She took a deep breath. "Hi, Henrik," she said. The old man scrutinized her from top to toe. Then Harriet went over and kissed him. Blomqvist nodded to Frode and closed the door. Salander was not in the cottage when Blomqvist returned to Hedeby Island. The video equipment and her motorcycle were gone, as well as the bag with her extra clothes and her sponge bag. The cottage felt empty. It suddenly seemed alien and unreal. He looked at the stacks of paper in the office, which he would have to pack up in boxes and carry back to Henrik's house. But he could not face starting the process. He drove to Konsum and bought bread, milk, cheese, and something for supper. When he returned he put on water for coffee, sat in the garden, and read the evening papers without thinking of anything else. At 5:30 a taxi drove across the bridge. After 3 minutes it went back the way it came. Blomqvist caught a glimpse of Isabella Wenger in the back seat. Around 7 o'clock he had dozed off in the garden chair when Frode woke him up. "How's it going with Henrik and Harriet?" he said. "This unhappy cloud has its silver lining," Frixie said with a restrained smile. Isabella, would you believe, came rushing into Henrik's hospital room. She'd obviously seen that you'd come back and was completely beside herself. She screamed at him that there had to be an end to this outrageous fuss about her Harriet, adding that you were the one who drove her son to his death with your snooping. Well, she's right, in a way. She commanded Henrik to dismiss you forthwith and run you off the property for good. And would he, once and for all, stop searching for ghosts? Wow. She didn't even glance at the woman sitting beside the bed talking to Henrik. She must have thought it was one of the staff. I will never forget the moment when Harriet stood up and said, "Hello, Mama." What happened? We had to call a doctor to check Isabella's vital signs. Right now she's refusing to believe that it's Harriet. You are accused of dragging in an imposter. Frode was on his way to visit Cecilia and Alexander to give them the news that Harriet had risen from the dead. He hurried away, leaving Blomqvist to his solitary musings. Salander stopped and filled her tank at a petrol station north of Uppsala. She had been riding doggedly, staring straight ahead. She paid quickly and got back on her bike. She started it up and rode to the exit, where she stopped, undecided. She was still in a terrible mood. She was furious when she left Hedeby, but her rage had slowly dissolved during the ride. She could not make up her mind why she was so angry with Blomqvist, or even if he was the one she was angry with. She thought of Martin Wenger and Harriet fucking Wenger and Dirch fucking Frode and the whole damned Wenger clan sitting in Hedestad reigning over their little empire and plotting against each other. They had needed her help. Normally they wouldn't even have said hello to her in the street, let alone entrust her with their repellent secrets. Fucking riffraff. She took a deep breath and thought about her mother, whom she had consigned to ashes that very morning. She would never be able to mend things. Her mother's death meant that the wound would never heal, since she would never now get an answer to the questions she had wanted to ask. She thought about Armansky standing behind her at the crematorium. She should have said something to him. At least given him some sign that she knew he was there. But if she did that, he would have taken it as a pretext for trying to structure her life. If she gave him her little finger he'd take her whole arm. And he would never understand. She thought about the lawyer, German, who was still her guardian and who, at least for the time being, had been neutralized and was doing as he was told. She felt an implacable hatred and clenched her teeth. And she thought about Mikhail Blomqvist and wondered what he would say when he found out that she was a ward of the court and that her entire life was a fucking rat's nest. It came to her that she really was not angry with him. He was just the person on whom she had vented her anger when what she had wanted most of all was to murder somebody, several people. Being angry with him was pointless. She felt strangely ambivalent towards him. He stuck his nose in other people's business and poked around in her life but she had also enjoyed working with him. Even that was an odd feeling to work with somebody. She wasn't used to that, but it had been unexpectedly painless. He did not mess with her. He did not try to tell her how to live her life. She was the one who had seduced him, not vice versa. And besides, it had been satisfying. So why did she feel as if she wanted to kick him in the face? She sighed and unhappily raised her eyes to see an intercontinental roar past on the E4. Blomqvist was still in the garden at 8 o'clock when he was roused by the rattle of the motorcycle crossing the bridge and saw Salander riding towards the cottage. She put her bike on its stand and took off her helmet. She came up to the garden table and felt the coffee pot, which was empty and cold. Blomqvist stood up, gazing at her in surprise. She took the coffee pot and went into the kitchen. When she came back out, she had taken off her leathers and sat down in jeans and a t-shirt with the slogan "I can be a regular bitch. Just try me." "Elle thought you'd be in Stockholm by now," he said. Elle turned round in Uppsala. "Quite a ride." "I'm sore." "Why did you turn around?" No answer. He waited her out while they drank coffee. After 10 minutes she said, reluctantly, "Elle like your company." Those were words that had never before passed her lips. It was interesting to work with you on this case. Elle enjoyed working with UTCX, he said. The fact is, I've never worked with such a brilliant researcher. 0K, I know you're a hacker and hang out in suspect circles in which you can set up an illegal wiretap in London in 24 hours, but you get results. She looked at him for the first time since she had sat at the table. He knew so many of her secrets. That's just how it is. I know computers. I've never had a problem with reading a text and absorbing what it said. Your photographic memory, he said softly. Elle admitted. I just have no idea how it works. It's not only computers and telephone networks, but the motor in my bike and TV sets and vacuum cleaners and chemical processes and formulae in astrophysics. I'm a nutcase, I admitted, a freak. Blomqvist frowned. He sat quietly for a long time. Asperger's syndrome, he thought. Or something like that. A talent for seeing patterns and understanding abstract reasoning where other people perceive only white noise. Salander was staring down at the table. Most would give an eye tooth to have such a gift. Elle don't want to talk about it? We'll drop it? Are you glad you came back? Elle don't know. Maybe it was a mistake. Lisbeth, can you define the word friendship for me? It's when you like somebody. Sure, but what is it that makes you like Sumko? She shrugged. Friendship, my definition, is built on two things, he said. Respect and trust. Both elements have to be there. And it has to be mutual. You can have respect for someone, but if you don't have trust, the friendship will crumble. She was still silent. I'll understand that you don't want to discuss yourself with me, but someday you're going to have to decide whether you trust me or not. I want us to be friends, but I can't do it all by myself. I'll like having sex with you. Sex has nothing to do with friendship. Sure, friends can have sex, but if I had to choose between sex and friendship when it comes to you, there's no doubt which I would pick. Elle don't get it. Do you want to have sex with me or not? You shouldn't have sex with people you're working with, he muttered. It just leads to trouble. Did I miss something here, or isn't it true that you and Erica Berger fuck every time you get the chance? And she's married. Erica and Elle have a history that started long before we started working together. The fact that she's married is none of your business. Oh, I see, all of a sudden you're the one who doesn't want to talk Alxjit yourself. And there I was, learning that friendship is a matter of trust. What I mean is that I don't discuss a friend behind her back. I'd be breaking her trust. I wouldn't discuss you with Erica behind your back either. Salander thought Alxjit that. This had become an awkward conversation. She did not like awkward conversations. I do like having sex with you, she said. Elle like it too, but I'm still old enough to be your father. Elle don't give a shit about your age. No, you can't ignore our age difference. It's no sort of basis for a lasting relationship. Who said anything about lasting? Salander said. We just finished up a case in which men with fucked up sexuality played a prominent role. If I had to decide, men like that would be exterminated, every last one of them. Well, at least you don't compromise. No, she said, giving him her crooked non-smile. But at least you're not like them. She got up. Now I'm going in to take a shower, and then I think I'll get into your bed naked. If you think you're too old, you'll have to go and sleep on the camp bed. Whatever hang-ups Salander had, modesty certainly was not one of them. He managed to lose every argument with her. After a while he washed up the coffee things and went into the bedroom. They got up at 10 o'clock, took a shower and ate breakfast out in the garden. At 1 Dirchfrixie called and said that the funeral would take place at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and he asked if they were planning to attend. Elle shouldn't think so, said Mikhail. Frode asked if he could come over around 6 o'clock for a talk. Mikhail said that would be fine. He spent a few hours sorting the papers into the packing crates and carrying them over to Henrik's office. Finally he was left with only his own notebooks and the 2 binders about the Hans-Erik Wennerstrom affair that he hadn't opened in 6 months. He sighed and stuffed them into his bag. Frode rang to say he was running late and did not reach the cottage until 8 o'clock. He was still in his funeral suit and looked harried when he sat down on the kitchen bench and gratefully accepted the cup of coffee that Salander offered him. She sat at the side table with her computer while Blomqvist asked how Harriet's reappearance had been received by the family as a whole. You might say that it has overshadowed Martin's demise. Now the media have found out about her too. And how are you explaining the situation? Harriet talked with a reporter from the Courier. Her story is that she ran away from home because she didn't get along with her family, but that she obviously has done well in the world since she's the head of a very substantial enterprise. Blomqvist whistled. Elle discovered that there was money in Australian sheep, but I didn't know the station was doing that well. Her sheep station is going superbly, but that isn't her only source of income. The Cochrane Corporation is in mining, opals, manufacturing, transport, electronics, and a lot of other things too. Wow. So what's going to happen now? Honestly, I don't know. People have been turning up all day, and the family has been together for the first time in years. Thefra here from both Frederick and Yuan Vanger sides, and quite a few from the younger generation too, the ones in their 20s and up. There are probably around 40 Vangers in Hidestad this evening. Half of them are at the hospital wearing out Henrik, the other half are at the Grand Hotel talking to Harriet. Harriet must be the big sensation. How many of them know about Martin? So far I just me, Henrik, and Harriet. We had a long talk together. Martin and your uncovering of his unspeakable life, it's overshadowing just about everything for us at the moment. It has brought an enormous crisis for the company to a head. I can understand that. There is no natural heir, but Harriet is staying in Hidestad for a while. The family will work out who owns what, how the inheritance is to be divided and so on. She actually has a share of it that would have been quite large if she had been here the whole time. It's a nightmare. Mikhail laughed. Frode was not laughing at all. Isabella had a collapse at the funeral. She's in the hospital now. Henrik says he won't visit her. Good for Henrik. However, Anita is coming over from London. I am to call a family meeting for next week. It will be the first time in 25 years that she's participated. Who will be the new CEO? Berger is after the job, but he's out of the question. What's going to happen is that Henrik will step in as CEO pro tem from his sickbed until we hire either someone from outside or someone from within the family. Blomqvist raised his eyebrows. Harriet. You can't be serious. Why not? We're talking about an exceptionally competent and businesswoman. She has a company in Australia to 100k after. True, but her son Jeff Cochran is minding the store in her absence. He's the studs manager on a sheep ranch. If I understood the matter correctly, he sees to it that the correct sheep mate with each other. He also has a degree in economics from Oxford and a law degree from Melbourne. Blomqvist thought about the sweaty, muscular man with his shirt off who had driven him into and through the ravine. He tried to imagine him in a pinstripe suit. Why not? All of this will take time to work out, Frode said. But she would be a perfect CEO. With the right support team she could represent a whole new deal for the company. She doesn't have the experience. That's true. She can't just pop up out of more or less nowhere and start micromanaging the company. But the Wenger Corporation is international, and we could certainly have an American CEO who doesn't speak a word of Swedish. It's only business, when all's said and done. Sooner or later you're going to have to face up to the problem of Martin's basement. No. But we can't say anything without destroying Harriet. I'm glad I'm not the one who has to make the decision about this. Damn it, Dirch, you won't be able to bury the fact that Martin was a serial killer. Mikhail, I'm in very uncomfortable position. Tell me. I have a message from Henrik. He thanks you for the outstanding work you did and says that he considers the contract fulfilled. That means he is releasing you from any further obligations and that you no longer have to live or work here in Hedestad, etc. So, taking effect immediately, you can move back to Stockholm and devote yourself to your other pursuits. He wants me to vanish from the scene, is that the gist of it? Absolutely not. He wants you to visit him for a conversation about the future. He says he hopes that his involvement on the board of Millennium can proceed without restrictions. But Frode looked even more uncomfortable, if that was possible. Don't tell me, Dirch, he no longer wants me to write a history of the Wenger family. Dirch Frode nodded. He picked up a notebook, opened it, and pushed it over to Mikhail. He wrote you this letter. Dear Mikhail, I have nothing but respect for your integrity, and I don't intend to insult you by trying to tell you what to write. You may write and publish whatever you like, and I won't exert any pressure on you whatsoever. Our contract remains valid, if I want to continue. You have enough material to finish the chronicle of the Wenger family. Mikhail, I've never begged anyone for anything in my entire life. KVE always thought that a person should follow his morals and his convictions. This time I have no choice. I am, with this letter, begging you, both as a friend and as part owner of Millennium, to refrain from publishing the truth about Gottfried and Martin. I know that's wrong, but I see no way out of this darkness. I have to choose between two evils, and in this case there are no winners. I beg you not to write anything that would further hurt Harriet. You know firsthand what IMS like to be the subject of a media campaign. The campaign against you was of quite modest proportions. You can surely imagine what it would be like for Harriet if the truth were to come out. She has been tormented for 40 years and shouldn't he have to suffer any more for the deeds that her brother and her father committed. And I beg you to think through the consequences this story might have for the thousands of employees in the company. This could crush her and annihilate us. Henrik also says that if you require compensation for financial losses that may arise from your refraining from publishing the story, he is entirely open to discussion. You can set any financial demands you think fit. Henrik Wenger is trying to shut me up. Tell him that I wish he had never given me this offer. The situation is just as troublesome for Henrik as it is for you. He likes you very much and considers you his friend. Henrik Wenger is a clever bastard, Blomqvist said. He was suddenly furious. He wants to hush up the story. He's playing on my emotions and he knows I like him tcx. And what he's also saying is that I have a free hand to publish, and if I do so he would have to revise his attitude towards Millennium. Everything changed when Harriet stepped onto the stage. And now Henrik is feeling out what my price tag might be. I don't intend to hang Harriet out to dry, but somebody has to say something about the women who died in Martin's basement. Dirch, we don't even know how many women he tortured and slaughtered. Who is going to speak up on their behalf? Salander looked up from her computer. Her voice was almost inaudible as she said to Frode, "Isn't there anyone in your company who's going to try to shut me up?" Frode LCK, Ked astonished. Once again he had managed to ignore her existence. "If Martin Vanger were alive at this moment, I would have hung him out to dry," she went on. "Whatever agreement Mikhail made with you, I would have sent every detail about him to the nearest evening paper. And if I could, I would have stuck him down in his own torture hole and tied him to that table and stuck needles through his balls. Unfortunately he's dead." She turned to Blomqvist. "I'm satisfied with the solution. Nothing we do can repair the harm that Martin Vanger did to his victims. But an interesting situation has come up. You're in a position where you can continue to harm innocent women, especially that Harriet whom you so warmly defended in the car on the way up here. So my question to you is, which is worse, the fact that Martin Vanger raped her out in the cabin, or that you're going to do it in print? You have a fine dilemma. Maybe the Ethics Committee of the Journalists Association can give you some guidance." She paused. Blomqvist could not meet her gaze. He stared down at the table. "But I'm not a journalist," she said at last. "What do you want?" Dirch asked. "Martin videotaped his victims. I want you to do your damnedest to identify as many as you can and see to it that their families receive suitable compensation. And then I want the Vanger Corporation to donate 2 million kronor annually and in perpetuity to the National Organization for Women's Crisis Centers and Girls' Crisis Centers in Sweden." Frode weighed the price tag for a minute. Then he nodded. "Can you live with that, Mikhail?" Salander said. Blomqvist felt only despair. His professional life he had devoted to uncovering things which other people had tried to hide, and he could not be party to the covering up of the appalling crimes committed in Martin Vanger's basement. Who had lambasted his colleagues for not publishing the truth, here he sat, discussing, negotiating even, the most macabre cover-up he had ever heard of. He sat in silence for a long time. Then he nodded his assent. "So be it," Frode said. "And with regard to Henrik's offer for financial compensation, he can shove it up his backside, and Dirch, I want you to leave now. I understand your position, but right now I'm so furious with you and Henrik and Harriet that if you stay any longer we might not be friends anymore." Frode made no move to go. "Elle can't leave yet. I'm not done. I have another message to deliver, and you're not going to like this one either. Henrik is insisting that I tell you tonight. You can go up to the hospital and flay him tomorrow morning if you wish." Blomqvist looked up and stared at him. Frode went on. "This has got to be the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But I think that only complete candor with all the cards on the table can save the situation now. So it's candor at last, is it? When Henrik convinced you to take the job last Christmas," Dirch said, ignoring his sarcasm, "neither he nor I thought that anything would come of it." "That was exactly what he said, but he wanted to give it one last try. He had analyzed your situation, particularly with the help of the report that Fröken Salander put together. He played on your isolation, he offered Goxie pay, and he used the right bait." "Wennerström?" Frode nodded. "You were bluffing." No, Frode said. Salander raised an eyebrow with interest. "Henrik is going to make good on everything he promised. He's arranging an interview and is going public with a direct assault on Wennerström. You can have all the details later, but roughly the situation is this: when Wennerström was employed in the finance department of the Vanger Corporation, he spent several million kronor speculating on foreign currency. This was long before foreign exchange futures became the rage. He did this without authority. One deal after another went bad, and he was sitting there with a loss of 7 million kronor that he tried to cover up. Partly by cooking the books and partly by speculating even harder. It inevitably came to light and he was sacked. Did he make any profit himself? Oh yes, he made off with about 500,000 kronor, which ironically enough became the seed money for the Wennerström Group. We have documentation for all of this. You can use the information however you like, and Henrik will back up the accusations publicly. But, and it's a big but, Dirch, the information is worthless, Blomqvist said, slamming his fist on the table. It all happened 30 plus years ago and it's a closed book. You'll get confirmation that Wennerström is a crook. That will annoy Wennerström when it comes out, but it won't damage him any more than a direct hit from a peashooter. He's going to shuffle the deck by putting out a press release saying that Henrik Vanger is an old has-been who's still trying to steal some business from him, and then he'll probably claim that he was acting on orders from Henrik. Even if he can't prove his innocence, he can lay down enough smoke screens that no one will take the story seriously. Frode looked unhappy. You conned me, Blomqvist said. That wasn't our intention. I'll blame myself. I was grasping at straws, and I should have realized it was something like that. He laughed abruptly. Henrik is an old shark. He was selling a product and told me what I wanted to hear. It's time you went, Dirch. Mikael. I'm sorry that. Dirch. Go. Salander did not know whether to go over to Blomqvist or to leave him in peace. He solved the problem for her by picking up his jacket without a word and slamming the door behind him. For more than an hour she waited restlessly in the kitchen. She felt so bad that she cleared the table and washed the dishes, a role she usually left to Blomqvist. She went regularly to the window to see if there was any sign of him. Finally she was so nervous that she put on her jacket and went out to look for him. First she walked to the marina, where lights were still on in the cabins, but there was no sign of him. She followed the path along the water where they usually their evening walks. Martin Vanger's house was dark and already looked abandoned. She went out to the rocks at the point where they had often sat talking, and then she went back home. He still had not returned. She went to the church. Still no sign. She was at a loss to know what to do. Then she went back to her motorcycle and got a flashlight from the saddlebag and set off along the water again. It took her a while to wind her way along the half-overgrown road, and even longer to find the path to Gottfried's cabin. It loomed out of the darkness behind some trees when she had almost reached it. He was not on the porch and the door was locked. She had turned towards the village when she stopped and went back, all the way out to the point. She caught sight of Blomqvist's silhouette in the darkness on the end of the jetty where Harriet Vanger had drowned her father. She sighed with relief. He heard her as she came out onto the jetty, and he turned around. She sat down next to him without a word. At last he broke the silence. Forgive me. I had to be alone for a while. No. She lit 2 cigarettes and gave him one. Blomqvist looked at her. Salander was the most asocial human being he had ever met. Usually she ignored any attempt on his part to talk about anything personal, and she had never accepted a single expression of sympathy. She had saved his life, and now she had tracked him out here in the night. He put an arm around her. Now I know what my price is, he said. We've forsaken those girls. They're going to bury the whole story. Everything in Martin's basement will be vacuumed into oblivion. Salander did not answer. Erika was right, he said. Elle would have done more good if I'd gone to Spain for a month and then come home refreshed and taken on Wennerström. I've wasted all these months. If you'd gone to Spain, Martin Vanger would still be operating in his basement. They sat together for a long time before he suggested that they go home. Blomqvist fell asleep before Salander. She lay awake listening to him breathe. After a while she went to the kitchen and sat in the dark on the kitchen bench, smoking several cigarettes as she brooded. She had taken it for granted that Vanger and Frode might con him. It was in their nature. But it was Blomqvist's problem, not hers. Or was it? At last she made a decision. She stubbed out her cigarette and went into the bedroom, turned on the lamp, and shook Mikhail awake. It was 2:30 in the morning. What? I've got a question. Sit up. Blomqvist sat up, drunk with sleep. When you were indicted, why didn't you defend yourself? Blomqvist rubbed his eyes. He looked at the clock. It's a long story, Lisbeth. I've got time. Tell me. He sat for a long while, pondering what he should say. Finally he decided on the truth. I had no defense. The information in the article was wrong. When I hacked your computer and read your email exchange with Berger, there were plenty of references to the Wennerstrom affair, but you two kept discussing practical details about the trial and nothing about what actually happened. What was it that went wrong? Lisbeth, I can't let the real story get out. I fell into a trap. Erica and I are quite clear that it would damage our credibility even further if we told anyone what really happened. Listen, Cal Blomqvist, yesterday afternoon you sat here preaching about friendship and trust and stuff. I'm not going to put the story on the net. Blomqvist protested. It was the middle of the night. He could not face thinking about the whole thing now. She went on stubbornly sitting there until he gave in. He went to the bathroom and washed his face and put the coffee pot on. Then he came back to the bed and told her Alxjud how his old school friend Robert Lindberg, in a yellow mailer 30 in the guest marina in Arholma, had aroused his curiosity. You mean that your buddy was lying? No, not at all. He told me exactly what he knew, and I could verify each and every word in documents from the audit at SIB. I even went to Poland and photographed the sheet metal shack where this huge big minus company was housed. I interviewed several of the people who had been employed at the company. They all said exactly the same thing. Don't get it? Blomqvist sighed. It was a while before he spoke again. I had a damned good story. I still hadn't confronted Wennerstrom himself, but the story was airtight. If I had published it at that moment I really would have him up. It might not have led to an indictment for fraud, the deal had already been approved by the auditors, but I would have damaged his reputation. What went wrong? Somewhere along the way somebody heard about what I was poking my nose into, and Wennerstrom was made aware of my existence. And all of a sudden a whole bunch of strange things started happening. First I was threatened. Anonymous calls from card telephones that were to trace. Erica was also threatened. It was the usual nonsense, lie down or else we're going to nail you to a barn door, and so on. She, of course, was mad as a hellcat. He took a cigarette from Salander. Then something extremely unpleasant happened. Late one night when I left the office I was attacked by two men who just walked up to me and gave me a couple of punches. I got a fat lip and fell down in the street. I couldn't identify them, but one of them looked like an old biker. So, next. All these goings on, of course, only had the effect of making Erica very cross indeed, and I got stubborn. We beefed up security at Millennium. The problem was that the harassment was out of all proportion to the content of the story. We couldn't fathom why all this was happening. But the story you published was something quite different. Exactly. Suddenly we made a breakthrough. We found a source, a deep throat in Wennerstrom's circle. This source was literally scared to death, and we were only allowed to meet him in hotel rooms. He told us that the money from the Minas affair had been used for weapons deals in the war in Yugoslavia. Wennerstrom had been making deals with the right-wing Ustashi in Croatia. Not only that, the source was able to give us copies of documents to back it up. You believed him. He was clever. He only ever gave us enough information to lead us to the next source, who would confirm the story. We were even given a photograph of one of Wennerstrom's closest colleagues shaking hands with the buyer. It was detailed blockbuster material, and everything seemed verifiable. So we published. And it was a fake. It was all a fake from beginning to end. The documents were skillful forgeries. Wennerström's lawyer was able to prove that the photograph of Wennerström's subordinate and the Ustashi leader was a montage of two different images. Fascinating, Salander said. In hindsight, it was very easy to see how we had been manipulated. Our original story really had damaged Wennerström. Now that story was drowned in a clever forgery. We published a story that Wennerström could pick apart point by point and prove his innocence. You couldn't back down and tell the truth. You had absolutely no proof that Wennerström had committed the falsification. If we had tried to tell the truth and accused Wennerström of being behind the whole thing, nobody would have believed us. It would have looked like a desperate attempt to shift the blame from our stupidity onto an innocent leader of industry. Wennerström had two layers of protection. If the fake had been revealed, he would have been able to claim that it was one of his enemies trying to slander him. And we at Millennium would once again have lost all credibility, since we fell for something that turned out to be false. So you chose not to defend yourself and take the prison sentence. L deserved it, Blomqvist said. I had committed libel. Now you know. Can I go back to sleep now? He turned off the lamp and shut his eyes. Salander lay down next to him. Wennerström is a gangster. L no. No, I mean, I know that he's a gangster. He works with everybody from the Russian mafia to the Colombian drug cartels. What do you mean? When I turned in my report to Freud, he gave me an extra assignment. He asked me to try to find out what really happened at the trial. I had just started working on it when he called Armansky and cancelled the job. L wonder why. L assume that they scrapped the investigation as soon as you accepted Henrik Wanger's assignment. It would no longer have been of immediate interest. And, well, I don't like leaving things unresolved. I had a few weeks free last spring when Armansky didn't have any jobs for me, so I did some digging into Wennerström for fun. Blomqvist sat up and turned on the lamp and looked at Salander. He met her eyes. She actually looked guilty. Did you find out anything? I have his entire hard disk on my computer. You can have as much proof as you need that he's a gangster. Chapter 28 Tuesday, July 29 to Friday, October 24. Blomqvist had been poring over Salandid's computer printouts for 3 days, boxes full of papers. The problem was that the subjects kept changing all the time. An option deal in London. A currency deal in Paris through an agent. A company with a post office box in Gibraltar. A sudden doubling of funds in an account at the Chase Manhattan Bank in New York. And then all those puzzling question marks, a trading company with 200,000 kronor in an untouched account registered 5 years earlier in Santiago, Chile, one of nearly 30 such companies in 12 different countries, and not a hint of what type of activity was involved. A dormant company? Waiting for what? A front for some other kind of activity? The computer gave no clue as to what was going on in Wennerström's mind, or what may have been perfectly obvious to him and so was never formulated in an electronic document. Salander was persuaded that most of these questions would never be answered. They could see the message, but without a key they would never be able to interpret the meaning. Wennerström's empire was like an onion from which one layer after another could be removed, a labyrinth of enterprises owned by one another. Companies, accounts, funds, securities. They reckoned that nobody, perhaps not even Wennerström himself, could have a complete overview. Wennerström's empire had a life of its own. But there was a pattern, or at least a hint of a pattern. A labyrinth of enterprises owned by each other. Wennerström's empire was variously valued at between 100 and 400 billion kronor, depending on whom you asked and how it was calculated. But if companies own each other's assets, what then would be their value? They had left Hidebi Island in great haste early in the morning after Salander dropped the bomb that was now occupying every waking moment of Blomqvist's life. They drove to Salander's place and spent 2 days in front of her computer while she guided him through Wennerström's universe. He had plenty of questions. One of them was pure curiosity. Lisbeth, how are you able to operate his computer, from a purely practical point of view? It's a little invention that my friend Plague came up with. Wennerstrom has an IBM laptop that he works on, both at home and at the office. That means that all the information is on a single hard drive. He has a broadband connection to his property at home. Plague invented a type of cuff that you fasten around the broadband cable, and I'm testing it out for him. Everything that Wennerstrom sees is registered by the cuff, which forwards the data to a server somewhere else. Doesn't he have a firewall? Salander smiled. Of course he has a firewall. But the point is that the cuff also functions as a type of firewall. It takes a while to hack the computer this way. Let's say that Wennerstrom gets an email, it goes first to Plague's cuff and we can read it before it even passes through his firewall. But the ingenious part is that the email is rewritten and a few bytes of source code are added. This is repeated every time he downloads anything to his computer. Pictures are even better. He does a lot of surfing on the net. Each time he picks up a porn picture or opens a new home page, we add several rows of source code. After a while, in several hours or several days, depending on how much he uses the computer, Wennerstrom has downloaded an entire program of approximately 3 megabytes in which each bit is linked to the next bit. When the last bits are in place, the program is integrated with his internet browser. To him it will look as though his computer has locked up, and he has to restart it. During the restart a whole new software program is installed. He uses Internet Explorer. The next time he starts Explorer, he's really starting a whole different program that's invisible on his desktop and looks and functions just like Explorer, but it also does a lot of other things. First it takes control of his firewall and makes sure that everything is working. Then it starts to scan the computer and transmits bits of information every time he clicks the mouse while he's surfing. After a while, again depending on how much he surfs, we've accumulated a complete mirror image of the contents of his hard drive on a server somewhere. And then it's time for the HT. Sorry. Plague calls it the HT hostile takeover. The really subtle thing is what happens next. When the structure is ready, Wennerstrom has 2 complete hard drives, one on his own machine and one on our server. The next time he boots up his computer, it's actually the mirrored computer that's starting. He's no longer working on his own computer, in reality he's working on our server. His computer will run a little slower, but it's virtually not noticeable. And when I'm connected to the server, I can tap his computer in real time. Each time Wennerstrom presses a key on his computer I see it on mine. Your friend is also a hacker. He was the one who arranged the telephone tap in London. He's a little out of it socially, but on the net he's a legend. 0K, Blomqvist said, giving her a resigned smile. Question number 2, why didn't you tell me about Wennerstrom earlier? You never asked me. And if I never did ask you, let's suppose that I never met you, you would have sat here knowing that Wennerstrom was a gangster while Millennium went bankrupt. Nobody asked me to expose Wennerstrom for what he is, Salander replied in a know-it-all voice. Yes, but what if? Elle did tell you, she said. Blomqvist dropped the subject. Salander burned the contents of Wennerstrom's hard drive, about 5 gigabytes, onto 10 CDs, and she felt as if she had more or less moved into Blomqvist's apartment. She waited patiently, answering all the questions he asked. Elle can't understand how he can be so fucking dim to put all his dirty laundry on one hard drive, he said. If it ever got into the hands of the police. People aren't very rational. He has to believe that the police would never think of confiscating his computer. Above suspicion. I agree that he's an bastard, but he must have security consultants telling him how to handle his computer. There's material on this machine going all the way back to 1993. The computer itself is relatively new. It was manufactured a year ago, but he seems to have transferred all his old correspondence and everything else onto the hard drive instead of storing it on CDs. But at least he's using an encryption program. Which is totally useless if you're inside his computer and reading the passwords every time he types them in. After they'd been back in Stockholm for 4 days, Malm called on Blomqvist's mobile at 3 o'clock in the morning. Henry Cortez was at a bar with his girlfriend tonight. Uh-huh, Blomqvist said, sleepily. On the way home they ended up at Central End's bar. Not a very good place for a seduction. Listen. Dahlman is on holiday. Henry discovered him sitting at a table with some guy. Henry recognized the man from his byline pic. Christer Soder. Don't think I recognize the name, but he works for Monopoly Financial Magazine, which is owned by the Wennerström Group. Blomqvist sat up straight in bed. Are you there? I'm here. That might not mean anything. Soder is a journalist, and he might be an old friend. Maybe I'm being paranoid. But a while ago Millennium bought a story from a freelancer. The week before we were going to publish it, Soder ran an exposé that was almost identical. It was the story about the mobile telephone manufacturer and the defective component. I'll hear what you're saying. But that sort of thing does happen. Have you talked to Erica? No, she's not back until next week. Don't do anything. I'll call you back later, Blomqvist said. Problems? Salander asked. Millennium, Blomqvist said. I have to go there. Want to come along? The editorial offices were deserted. It took Salander 3 minutes to crack the password protection on Dahlman's computer, and another 2 minutes to transfer its contents to Blomqvist's EuroSI book. Most of Dahlman's emails were probably on his own laptop, and they did not have access to it. But through his desktop computer at Millennium, Salander was able to discover that Dahlman had a Hotmail account in addition to his millennium.se address. It took her 6 minutes to crack the code and download his correspondence from the past year. 5 minutes later Blomqvist had evidence that Dahlman had leaked information about the situation at Millennium and kept the editor of Monopoly Financial Magazine updated on which stories Berger was planning for which issues. The spying had been going on at least since the previous autumn. They turned off the computers and went back to Mikhail's apartment to sleep for a few hours. He called Christer Malm at 10 a.m. I have proof that Dahlman is working for Wennerström. Knew it? Great, I'm going to fire that fucking pig today. No, don't. Don't do anything at all. Nothing. Christer, trust me. Is Dahlman still on holiday? Yes, he's back on Monday. How many are in the office today? Well, about half. Can you call a meeting for 2 o'clock? Don't say what it's about. I'm coming over. There were 6 people around the conference table. Malm looked tired. Cortez looked like someone newly in love, the way that only 24-year-olds can look. Nilsson looked on edge. Malm had not told anyone what the meeting was about, but she had been with the company long enough to know that something out of the ordinary was going on, and she was annoyed that she had been kept out of the loop. The only one who looked the same as usual was the part-timer Ingela Oskarsson, who worked 2 days a week dealing with simple administrative tasks, the subscriber list and the like. She had not looked truly relaxed since she became a mother 2 years ago. The other part-timer was the freelance reporter Lotta Karim, who had a contract similar to Cortez's and had just started back to work after her holiday. Malm had also managed to get Magnusson to come in, although he was still on holiday. Blomqvist began by greeting everyone warmly and apologizing for being so long absent. What we're going to discuss today is something that Christer and I haven't taken up with Erica, but I can assure you that in this case I speak for her too. Today we're going to determine Millennium's future. He paused to let the words sink in. No one asked any questions. The past year has been rough. I'm surprised and proud that none of you has reconsidered and found a job somewhere else. I have to assume that either you're stark raving mad or wonderfully loyal and actually enjoy working on this magazine. That's why I'm going to lay the cards on the table and ask you for one last effort. One last effort? Nilsson said. That sounds as if you're thinking of shutting down the magazine. Exactly, Monica, Blomqvist said. And thank you for that. When she gets back, Erica is going to gather us all together for a gloomy editorial meeting and to tell us that Millennium will fold at Christmas and that you're all fired. Now alarm began spreading through the group. Even Malm thought for a moment that Blomqvist was serious. Then they all noticed his broad smile. What you have to do this autumn is play a double game. The disagreeable fact is that our dear managing editor, Jana Dahlman, is moonlighting as an informer for Hans-Erik Wennerström. This means that the enemy is being kept informed of exactly what's going on in our editorial offices. This explains a number of setbacks we've experienced. You especially, Sonny, when advertisers who seemed positive pulled out without warning. Dahlman had never been popular in the office, and the revelation was apparently not a shock to anyone. Blomqvist cut short the murmuring that started up. The reason that I'm telling you this is because I have absolute confidence in all of you. I know that you've all got your heads screwed on straight. I also know that you'll play along with what takes place this autumn. It's very important that Wennerström believes that Millennium is on the verge of collapse. It will be your job to make sure he does. What's our real situation? Cortez said. 0K, here it is. By all accounts Millennium should be on its way to the grave. I give you my word that that's not going to happen. Millennium is stronger today than it was a year ago. When this meeting is over, I'm going to disappear again for about 2 months. Towards the end of October I'll be back. Then we're going to clip Wennerström's wings. How are we going to do that? Nilsson said. Sorry, Monica. I don't want to give you the details, but I'm writing a new story, and this time we're going to do it right. I'm thinking of having roast Wennerström for the Christmas party and various critics for dessert. The mood turned cheerful. Blomqvist wondered how he would have felt if he were one of them sitting listening to all this. Dubious. Most likely. But apparently he still had some trust capital among Millennium's small group of employees. He held up his hand. If this is going to work, it's important that Wennerström believes that Millennium is on the verge of collapse because I don't want him to start some sort of retaliation or indeed get rid of the evidence which we mean to expose. So we're going to start writing a script that you'll follow during the coming months. First of all, it's important that nothing we discuss here today is written down or is referred to in emails. We don't know to what if any extent Dahlman has been digging around in our computers, and I've become aware that it's alarmingly simple to read co-workers' private email. So we're going to do this orally. If you feel the need to air anything, go and see Krista at home. Very discreetly. Blomqvist wrote no email on the whiteboard. Second, I want you to start squabbling among yourselves, complaining about me when Dahlman is around. Don't exaggerate. Just give your natural bitches selves full rein. Krista, I want you and Erica to have a serious disagreement. Use your imagination and be secretive about the cause. He wrote start bitching on the whiteboard. Third, when Erica comes home, her job will be to see to it that Jana Dahlman thinks our agreement with the Wenger Corporation, which is in fact giving us its full support, has fallen through because Henrik Wenger is seriously ill and Martin Wenger died in a car crash. He wrote the word disinformation. But the agreement really is solid. Nilsson said. Believe me, Blomqvist said, the Wenger Corporation will go to great lengths to ensure that Millennium survives. In a few weeks, let's say at the end of August, Erica will call a meeting to warn you about layoffs. You all know that it's a scam, and that the only one who's going to be leaving is Dahlman. But start talking about looking for new jobs and say what a lousy reference it is to have Millennium on your CV. And you really think that this game will end up saving Millennium? Magnusson said. No, it will. And Sonny, I want you to put together a fake report each month showing falling advertising sales and showing that the number of subscribers has also dropped. This sounds fun, Nilsson said. Should we keep it internal here in the office, or should we leak it to other media too? Keep it internal. If the story shows up anywhere, we'll know who put it there. In a very few months, If anyone asks us about it, we'll be able to tell them, you've been listening to baseless rumors, and we've never considered closing Millennium down. The best thing that could happen is for Dahlman to go out and tip off the other mass media. If you're able to give Dahlman a tip about a plausible but fundamentally idiotic story, so much the better. They spent an hour concocting a script and dividing up the various roles. After the meeting, Blomqvist had coffee with Malm at Java on Horngatsbucklen. Christer, it's really important that you pick up Erika at the airport and fill her in. You have to convince her to play along with the game. If I know her, she'll want to confront Dahlman instantly, but that can't happen. I don't want Wennerstrom to hear any kind of buzz and then manage to bury the evidence. Will do. And see to it that Erika stays away from her email until she installs the PGP encryption program and learns how to use it. It's pretty likely that through Dahlman, Wennerstrom is able to read everything we email to each other. I want you and everyone else in the editorial offices to install PGP. Do it in a natural way. Get the name of a computer consultant to contact and have him come over to inspect the network and all the computers in the office. Let him install the software as if it were a perfectly natural part of the service. I'll do my best. But Mikhail, what are you working on? Wennerstrom. What exactly? For the time being, that has to remain my secret. Malm looked uncomfortable. I've always trusted you, Mikhail. Does this mean that you don't trust me? Blomqvist laughed. Of course I trust you. But right now I'm involved in rather serious criminal activities that could get me 2 years in prison. It's the nature of my research that's a little dubious. I'm playing with the same underhand methods as Wennerstrom uses. I don't want you or Erika or anyone else at Millennium to be involved in any way. You're making me awfully nervous. Stay cool, Christer, and tell Erika that the story is going to be a big one. Really big. Erika will insist on knowing what you're working on. Mikhail thought for a second. Then he smiled. Tell her that she made it very clear to me in the spring when she signed a contract with Henrik Vanger behind my back that I'm now just an ordinary mortal freelancer who no longer sits on the board and has no influence on Millennium policy. Which means that I no longer have any obligation to keep her informed. But I promise that if she behaves herself, I'll give her first option on the story. She's going to go through the roof, Malm said cheerfully. Blomqvist knew that he had not been entirely honest with Malm. He was deliberately avoiding Berger. The most natural thing would have been to contact her at once and tell her about the information in his possession. But he did not want to talk to her. A dozen times he had stood with his mobile in his hand, starting to call her. Each time he changed his mind. He knew what the problem was. He could not look her in the eyes. The cover-up in which he had participated in Hidestad was unforgivable from a professional point of view. He had no idea how he could explain it to her without lying, and if there was one thing he had never thought of doing, it was lying to Erika Berger. Above all, he did not have the energy to deal with that problem at the same time as he was tackling Wennerstrom. So he put off seeing her, turned off his mobile, and avoided talking to her. But he knew that the reprieve could only be temporary. Right after the editorial meeting, Mikhail moved out to his cabin in Sandom. He hadn't been there in over a year. His baggage included 2 boxes of printouts and the CDs that Salander had given him. He stocked up on Foxy, locked the door, opened his iBook, and started writing. Each day he took a short walk, bought the newspapers, and shopped for groceries. The guest marina was still filled with yachts, and young who had borrowed their father's boat were usually sitting in the diver's bar, drinking themselves silly. Blomqvist scarcely took in his surroundings. He sat in front of his computer more or less from the moment he opened his eyes until he fell into bed at night, exhausted. Encrypted email from Editor-in-Chief Erika.Berger@millennium.se to publisher on leave of absence Mikhail.Blomqvist to millennium.se, Mikhail. I want to know why you're going on Goxy grief. I've come back from holiday to total chaos. The news about Jana Dahlman and this double game you've come up with. Martin Vanger dead. Harriet Vanger alive. What's going on in Hidebi? Where are you? Is there a story? Why don't you answer your mobile/EPS? I understood the insinuation that Krista relayed with such glee. You're going to have to eat your words. Are you seriously cross with me? PPS. I am trusting you for the time being, but you are going to have to give proof you remember, the stuff that stands up in court on J.D. from Too High Ricky. No, for God's sake, I'm not cross. Forgive me for not keeping you updated, but the past few months of my life have been topsy-turvy. I'll tell you everything when we see each other, but not by email. I'm at Sandom. There is a story, but the story is not Harriet Vanger. I'm going to be glued to my computer here for a while. Then it'll be over. Trust me. Hugs and kisses. M from Erica.burgeramillennium.se to Sandom. I'm coming to see you immediately. From to not right now. Wait a couple of weeks, at least until I've got the story organized. Besides, I'm expecting company. From Erica.burgeromillennium.se to Mikhail.blomkavist@millennium.se, in that case, of course I'll stay away. But I have to know what's going on. Henrik Vanger has become CEO again, and he doesn't answer my calls. If deal with Vanger is off, I absolutely need to know. Ricky PS. Who is she? From to Erica.burger@millennium.se. First of all, no question of Henrik pulling out. But he is still working only a short day, and I'm guessing that the chaos after Martin's death and Harriet's resurrection is taking its toll on his strength. Second, Millennium will survive. I'm working on the most important report of our lives, and when we publish it, it's going to sink Wennerstrom once and for all. Third, my life is up and down right now, but as for you and me and Millennium, nothing has changed. Trust me. Kisses/Mikhail. P.S. I'll introduce you as in presence itself. When Salander went out to Sandom, she found an unshaven and hollow-eyed Blomqvist, who gave her a quick hug and asked her to make some coffee and wait while he finished what he was writing. Salander looked around his cabin and decided almost at once that she liked it. It was right next to a jetty, with the water 3 paces from the door. It was only 15 by 18 feet, but it had such a high ceiling that there was space for a sleeping loft. She could stand up straight there, just. Blomqvist would have to stoop. The bed was wide enough for both of them. The cabin had one large window facing the water, right next to the front DCX-R. That was where his kitchen table stood, doubling as his desk. On the wall near the desk was a shelf with a CD player and a big collection of Elvis and hard rock, which was not Salander's first choice. In a corner was a wood stove made of soapstone with a glazed front. The rest of the sparse furnishings consisted of a large wardrobe for clothes and linen and a sink that also functioned as a washing alcove behind a shower curtain. Near the sink was a small window on one side of the cabin. Under the spiral stairs to the loft, Blomqvist had built a separate space for a composting toilet. The whole cabin was arranged like the cabin on a boat, with clever cubby holes for stowing things. During her personal investigation of Mikhail Blomqvist, Salander had found out that he had remodeled the cabin and built the furniture himself, a conclusion drawn from the comments of an acquaintance who had sent Mikhail an email after visiting Sandom and was impressed by his handiwork. Everything was clean, unpretentious, and simple, bordering on Spartan. She could see why he loved this cabin in Sandom so much. After 2 hours she managed to distract Mikhail enough that he turned off his computer in frustration, shaved, and took her out for a guided tour. It was raining and windy, and they quickly retreated to the inn. Blomqvist told her what he was writing, and Salander gave him a CD with updates from Wennerstrom's computer. Then she took him up to the loft and managed to get his clothes off and distract him even further. She woke up late that night to find herself alone. She peered down from the loft and saw him sitting hunched over his computer. She lay there for a long time, leaning on one hand, watching him. He seemed happy, and she too felt strangely content with life. Salander stayed only 5 days before she went back to Stockholm to do a job for Armansky. She spent 11 days on the assignment, made her report, and then returned to Sandom. The stack of printed pages next to Mikhail's iBook was growing. This time she stayed for 4 weeks. They fell into a routine. They got up at 8 o'clock, ate breakfast, and spent an hour together. Then Mikhail worked intently until late in the afternoon, when they took a walk and talked. Salander spent most of the days in bed, either reading books or surfing the net using Blomqvist's ADSL modem. She tried not to disturb him during the day. They ate dinner rather late, and only then did Salander take the initiative and force him up to the sleeping loft, where she saw to it that he devoted all his attention to her. It was as if she were on the very first holiday of her life. Encrypted email from erika.bergeromillennium.se to mikhail.blomqvist@millennium.se. Hi M. It's now official. Yana Dahlman has resigned and starts working at Monopoly Financial Magazine in 3 weeks. I've done as you asked and said nothing, and everyone is going around playing monkey games. EPS. They seem to be having fun. Henry and Lotta had a fight and started throwing things at each other a couple of days ago. They've been messing with Dahlman's head so blatantly that I can't understand how he can miss seeing that it's all a put-up job. From to erika.berger@millennium.se, wish him good luck from me, will you, and let him go straight away. But up the silverware. Hugs and kisses /M. From erika.bergeromillennium.se to mikhail.blomqvist@millennium.se, I have no managing editor 2 weeks before we go to press, and my investigative reporter is sitting out in Sandom refusing to talk to me. Mike, I'm on my knees. Can you come in, /Erika. From to hold out another couple of weeks, then we'll be home free. And start planning for a December issue that's going to be unlike anything we've ever done. The piece will take up 40 pages. M. From erika.bergeromillennium.se to mikhail.blomqvist@millennium.se, 40 pages. Are you out of your mind? From mikhail.blomqvist@millennium.se to it's going to be a special issue. I need 3 more weeks. Could you do the following? 1. Register a publishing company under the Millennium name. 2. Get an ISBN number. 3. Ask Krista to put together a cool logo for our new publishing company. And 4. Find a good printer that can produce a paperback quickly and cheaply. And by the way, we're going to need capital to print our first book. Kisses /Mikhail. From to mikhail.blomqvist@millennium.se, special issue. Book publisher. Money. Yes, master. Anything else I can do for you? Dance naked at Slusplan, /EPS. I assume you know what you're doing. But what do I do about Dahlman? From to erika.berger@millennium.se, don't do anything about Dahlman. Tell him he's free to go right away and you aren't sure you can pay his wages anyway. Monopoly isn't going to survive for long. Bring in more freelance material for this issue. And hire a new managing editor, for God's sake. MPS Slusplan? It's a date. From erika.bergeromillennium.se to mikhail.blomqvist@millennium.se, Slusplan in your dreams. But we've always done the hiring together /Ricky. From mikhail.blomqvist@millennium.se to and we've always agreed about who we should hire. We will this time too, no matter who you choose. We're going to scupper Wennerstrom. €s the whole story. Just let me finish this in peace. JM. In early Salander read an article on the internet edition of the Hedestad Courier. She told Blomqvist AEX, it? Isabella Wenger had died after a short illness. She was mourned by her daughter, Harriet Wenger, lately returned from Australia. Encrypted email from to mikhail.blomqvist@millennium.se. Hi Mikhail. Harriet Wenger came to see me at the office today. She called 5 minutes before she arrived, and I was totally unprepared. A beautiful woman, elegant clothes, and a cool gaze. She came to tell me that she'll be replacing Martin Vanger as Henrik's representative on our board. She was polite and friendly and assured me that the Vanger Corporation had no plans to back out of the agreement. On the contrary, the family stands fully behind Henrik's obligations to the magazine. She asked for a tour of the editorial offices, and she wanted to know how I see the situation. I told her the truth. That it feels as if I don't have solid ground under my feet, that you have forbidden me to come to Sandom, and that I don't know what you're working on, other than that you are planning to sink Wennerstrom. Elle assumed it was 0k to say that. She is on the board, after all. She raised an eyebrow and smiled and asked if I had doubts that you'd succeed. What was I supposed to say to that? I said that I would sleep a little easier if I knew exactly what you were writing. Geez, of course I trust you. But you're driving me crazy. I asked her if she knew what you were working on. She denied it but said that it was her impression that you were extremely resourceful, with an innovative way of thinking. Her words. I said that I also gathered that something dramatic had happened up in Hidestad and that I was ever so slightly curious about the story regarding Harriet Vanger herself. In short, I felt like an idiot. She asked me whether you really hadn't told me anything. She said that she understood that you and I have a special relationship and that you would undoubtedly tell me the story when you had time. Then she asked if she could trust me. What was I supposed to say? She's on the Millennium and you've left me here totally in the dark. Then she said something odd. She asked me not to judge either her or UTCK, harshly. She said she owed you some sort of debt of gratitude, and she would really like it if she and I could also be friends. Then she promised to tell me the story someday if you couldn't do it. Half an hour ago she left, and I'm still in a daze. I think I like her, but who is this person? Erica PS. I miss you. I have a feeling that something nasty happened in Hidestad. Krista says that you have a strange mark on your neck. From To Hi Ricky. The story about Harriet is so miserably awful that you can't even imagine it. It would be great if she could tell you about it herself. I can hardly bring myself to think about it. By the way, you can trust her. She was telling the truth when she said that she owes a debt of gratitude to me, and believe me, she will never do anything to harm Millennium. Be her friend if you like her. She deserves respect. And she's a hell of a businesswoman. M. The next day Mikhail received another email. From To Hi Mikhail. I've been trying to find time to write to you for several weeks now, but it seems there are never enough hours in the day. You left so suddenly from Hideby that I never had a chance to say goodbye. Since my return to Sweden, my days have been filled with bewildering impressions and hard work. The Vanger Corporation is in chaos, and along with Henrik I've been working hard to put its affairs in order. Yesterday I visited the Millennium offices. I'll be Henrik's representative on the board. Henrik has filled me in on all the details of the magazine's situation and yours. I hope that you will accept having me show up like this. If you don't want me, or anyone else from the family, on the board, I'll understand, but I do assure you that I'll do all I can to support Millennium. I am in great debt to you, and I will always have the best of intentions in this regard. I met your colleague Erika Berger. I'm not sure what she thought of me, and I was surprised to hear that you hadn't told her about what happened. I would very much like to be your friend. If you can stand to have anything more to do with the Vanger family. Best regards, Harriet PS. I understood from Erika that you're planning to tackle Wennerstrom again. Dirch Frode told me how Henrik pulled a Swiftie on you, as they say in Australia. What can I say? I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do, let me know. From To Harriet.Vanger@vangerindustries.com. Hi Harriet. I left Hideby in a big hurry and am now working on what I really should have been spending my time on this year. You'll be advised in plenty of time before the article goes to press, but I think I can say that the problems of the past year will soon be over. I hope you and Erika will be friends, and, of course, I have no problem with you being on Millennium's board. I'll tell Erica about what happened, if you think THA wise. Henrik wanted me never to say anything to anyone. Let's see, but right now I don't have the time or the energy and I need a little distance first. Let's keep in touch. Mikhail Salander was not especially interested in what Mikhail was writing. She looked up from her book when Blomqvist said something, but at first she could not make it out. Sorry. I was talking aloud. I said that this is horrible. What's horrible? Wennerström had an affair with a 22-year-old waitress and he got her pregnant. Have you read his correspondence with his lawyer? My dear Mikhail, you have 10 years of correspondence, emails, agreements, travel arrangements, and God knows what on that hard drive. I don't find Wennerström so fascinating that I'd cram 6 gigs of garbage into my head. I read through a fraction of it, mostly to satisfy my curiosity, and that was enough to tell me that he's a gangster. 0k He got her pregnant in 1997. When she wanted compensation, his lawyer got someone to try to convince her to have an abortion. I assume the intention was to offer her a sum of money, but she wasn't interested. Then the persuading ended up with the heavy holding her underwater in a bath until she agreed to leave Wennerström in peace. And Wennerström's idiot writes all this to the lawyer in an email, of course encrypted, but even so. It doesn't say much for the IQ of this bunch. What happened to the girl? She had an abortion, and Wennerström was pleased. Salander said nothing for 10 minutes. Her eyes had suddenly turned dark. One more man who hates women, she muttered at last. She borrowed the CDs and spent the next few days reading through Wennerström's emails and other documents. While Blomqvist kept working, Salander was up in the sleeping loft with her power book on her knees, pondering Wennerström's peculiar empire. An idea had occurred to her and she could not let it go. Most of all she wondered why it had not occurred to her sooner. In late October Mikhail turned off his computer when it was only 1 o'clock in the morning. He climbed up to the sleeping loft and handed Salander what he had written. Then he fell asleep. She woke him that evening and gave him her opinion of the article. Just after 2 o'clock in the morning, Blomqvist made the last backup of his work. The next day he closed the shutters on the windows and locked up. Salander's holiday was over. They went back to Stockholm together. He brought up the subject as they were drinking coffee from paper cups on the Vaxholm ferry. What the two of us need to decide is what to tell Erica. She's going to refuse to publish this if I can't explain how I got hold of the material. Erica Berger, Blomqvist's editor-in-chief and longtime lover. Salander had never met her and was not sure that she wanted to either. Berger seemed like some indefinable disturbance in her life. What does she know about me? Nothing. He sighed. The fact is that I've been avoiding her ever since the summer. She's very frustrated about the fact that I couldn't tell her what happened in Hedestad. She knows, of course, that I've been staying out at Sandom and writing this story, but she doesn't know what it's about. In a couple of hours she'll have the manuscript. Then she's going to give me the 3rd degree. The question is, what should I tell her? What do you want to tell her? I'd like to tell her the truth. Salander frowned. Lisbeth, Erica, and I argue almost all the time. It seems to be part of how we communicate. But she's absolutely trustworthy. You're a source. She would rather die than reveal who you are. How many others would you have to tell? Absolutely no one. It will go to the grave with me and Erica. But I won't tell her your secret if you don't want me to. On the other hand, it's not an option for me to lie to Erica, make up some source that doesn't exist. Salander thought about it until they docked by the Grand Hotel. Analysis of consequences. Reluctantly she finally gave Blomqvist permission to introduce her to Erica. He switched on his mobile and made the call. Berger was lunching with Malin Eriksson, whom she was considering hiring as managing editor. Eriksson was 29 years old and had been working as a temp for 5 years. She had never held a permanent job and had started to doubt that she ever would. Berger called her on the very day that Malin's latest temp job ended to ask if she would like to apply for the Millennium position. "It's a temporary post for 3 months, Berger said. "But if things work out, it could be permanent. I've heard rumors that Millennium is having a difficult time." Berger smiled. "You shouldn't believe rumors. This Dahlman that I would be replacing." Eriksson hesitated. "He's going to work at a magazine owned by Hans-Erik Wennerström." Berger nodded. "It's hardly a trade secret that we're in conflict with Wennerström. He doesn't like people who work for Millennium. So if I take the job at Millennium, I would end up in that category too." "It's very likely, yes. But Dahlman got a job with Monopoly Financial magazine, didn't he? You might say that it's Wennerström's way of paying for services rendered. Are you still interested?" Eriksson nodded. "When do you want me to start?" That's when Blomqvist called. She used her own key to open the door to his apartment. It was the first time since his brief visit to the office at midsummer that she was meeting him face to face. She went into the living room and found an anorexically thin girl sitting on the sofa, wearing a worn leather jacket and with her feet propped up on the coffee table. At first she thought the girl was about 15, but that was before she looked into her eyes. She was still looking at this creature when Blomqvist came in with a coffee pot and coffee cake. "Forgive me for being completely impossible," he said. Berger tilted her head. There was something different about him. He looked haggard, thinner than she remembered. His eyes had a shamed expression, and for a moment he avoided her gaze. She glanced at his neck. She saw a pale red line, clearly distinguishable. "I've been avoiding you. It's a very long story, and I'm not proud of my role in it. But we'll talk about that later. Now I want to introduce you to this young woman. Erika, this is Lisbeth Salander. Lisbeth, Erika Berger, editor-in-chief of Millennium and my best friend." Salander studied Berger's elegant clothes and self-confident manner and decided after 10 seconds that she was most likely not going to be her best friend. Their meeting lasted 5 hours. Berger twice made calls to cancel other meetings. She spent an hour reading parts of the manuscript that Blomqvist put in her hands. She had 1,000 questions but realized that it would take weeks before she got them answered. The important thing was the manuscript, which she finally put down. If even a fraction of these claims were accurate, a whole new situation had emerged. Berger looked at Blomqvist. She had never doubted that he was an honest person, but now she felt dizzy and wondered whether the Wennerström affair had broken him, that what he had been working on was all a figment of his imagination. Blomqvist was at that moment unpacking 2 boxes of printed out source material. Berger blanched. She wanted, of course, to know how it had come into his possession. It took a while to convince her that this odd girl, who had said not one word during the meeting, had unlimited access to Wennerström's computer. And not just his, she had also hacked into the computers of several of his lawyers and close associates. Berger's immediate reaction was that they could not use the material since it had been obtained through illegal means. But, of course, they could use it. Blomqvist out that they had no obligation to explain how they had acquired the material. They could just as well have a source with access to Wennerström's computer who had burned everything on his hard drive to a CD. Finally Berger realized what a weapon she had in her hands. She felt exhausted and still had questions, but she did not know where to begin. At last she leaned back against the sofa and threw out her hands. "Mikhail, what happened up in Hedestad?" Salander looked up sharply. Blomqvist answered with a question. "How are you getting along with Harriet Wenger?" "Fine. I think. I've met her twice. Krista and I drove up to Hedestad for a board meeting last week. We got drunk on wine. And the board meeting. She kept her word. Ricky, I know you're frustrated that I've been ducking you and coming up with excuses not to tell you what happened. You and I have never had secrets from each other, and all of a sudden there's 6 months of my life that I'm not prepared to tell you about. Berger met Blomqvist's gaze. She knew him inside and out, but what she saw in his eyes was something she had never seen before. He was begging her not to ask. Salander watched their wordless dialogue. She was no part of it. Was it that bad? It was worse. I've dreading this conversation. I promised to tell you, but I've spent several months suppressing my feelings while Wennerstrom has absorbed all my attention. I'm still not ready. I'd prefer it if Harriet told you instead. What's that mark around your neck? Lisbeth saved my life up there. If it weren't for her, I'd be dead. Berger's eyes widened. She stared at the girl in the leather jacket. And right now you need to come to an agreement with her. She is our source. Berger sat for a time, thinking. Then she did something that astonished Blomqvist and startled Salander. She surprised even herself. The whole time she had been sitting at Mikhail's living room table, she had felt Salander's eyes on her. A taciturn girl with hostile vibrations. Berger stood up and went around the table and threw her arms around the girl. Salander squirmed like a worm about to be put on a hook. Chapter 29 Saturday, November I Tuesday, November 25 Salander was surfing through Wennerstrom's cyber empire. She had been staring at her computer screen for almost 11 hours. The idea that had materialized in some unexplored nook of her brain during the last week at Sandom had grown into a manic preoccupation. For 4 weeks she had isolated herself in her apartment and ignored any communication from Armansky. She had spent 12 hours a day in front of her computer, some days more, and the rest of her waking hours she had brooded over the same problem. During the past month she had had intermittent contact with Blomqvist. He too was preoccupied, busy at the Millennium offices. They had conferred by telephone a couple of times each week, and she had kept him updated on Wennerstrom's correspondence and other activities. For the 100th time she went over every detail. She was not afraid that she had missed anything, but she was not sure that she had understood how every one of the intricate connections fitted together. This much discussed empire was like a living, formless, pulsating organism that kept changing shape. It consisted of options, bonds, shares, partnerships, loan interest, income interest, deposits, bank accounts, payment transfers, and thousands of other elements. An incredibly large proportion of the assets was deposited in post office box companies that owned one another. The financial pundits' most inflated analyses of the Wennerstrom Group estimated its value at more than 900 billion kronor. That was a bluff, or at least a figure that was grossly exaggerated. Obviously Wennerstrom himself was by no means poor. She calculated the real assets to be worth between 90 and 100 billion kronor, which was nothing to sneeze at. A thorough audit of the entire CORFX ration would take years. All in all, Salander had identified close to 3,000 separate accounts and bank holdings all over the world. Wennerstrom was devoting himself to fraud that was so extensive it was no longer merely criminal, it was business. Somewhere in the Wennerstrom organism there was also substance. 3 assets kept showing up in the hierarchy. The fixed Swedish assets were unassailable and genuine, available to public scrutiny, balance sheets, and audits. The American firm was solid, and a bank in New York served as the base for all liquid capital. The story was in the business with the post office box companies in places such as Gibraltar and Cyprus and Macau. Wennerstrom was like a clearinghouse for the illegal weapons trade, money laundering for suspect enterprises in Colombia, and extremely unorthodox businesses in Russia. An anonymous account in the Cayman Islands was unique. It was personally controlled by Wennerstrom but was not connected to any companies. A few hundredths of a % of every deal that Wennerstrom made would be siphoned into the Cayman Islands via the post office box companies. Salander worked in a trance-like state. The account click, email click, balance sheets click. She noted down the latest transfers. She tracked a small transaction in Japan to and on via Luxembourg to the Cayman Islands. She understood how it worked. It was as if she were part of the impulses in cyberspace. Small changes. The latest email. One brief message of somewhat peripheral interest was sent at 10 p.m. The PGP encryption program, Rattle, was a joke for anyone who was already inside his computer and could read the message in plain text. Burger has stopped arguing about the ads. Has she given up, or does she have something cooking? Your source at the editorial offices assured us that they were on the brink of ruin, but it sounds as if they just hired a new person. Find out what's happening. Blomqvist has been working at Sandom for the past few weeks, but no one knows what he's writing. He's been seen at the editorial offices the past few days. Can you arrange for an advance copy of the next issue, /Hugh/nothing dramatic. Let him worry. Your goose is cooked, old man. At 5:30 in the morning she turned off her computer and got out a new pack of cigarettes. She had drunk 5 cokes during the night, and now she got out a sixth and went to sit on the sofa. She was wearing only knickers and a washed-out camouflage shirt advertising Soldier of Fortune magazine, with the slogan "Kill them all and let God sort them out." She realized that she was cold, so she reached for a blanket, which she wrapped around herself. She felt high, as if she had consumed some inappropriate and presumably illegal substance. She focused her gaze on the street lamp outside the window and sat still while her brain worked at top speed. Click Holger Palmgren. Evil Fingers. And Arminsky. The Job. Harriet Van Earth. Click. Martin Van Earth. Click. The Golf Club. Click. The Lawyer Bjerman. Click. Every single fucking detail that she couldn't forget even if she tried. She wondered whether Bjerman would ever take his clothes off in front of a woman again, and if he did, how was he going to explain the tattoos on his stomach? And the next time he went to the doctor, how would he avoid taking off his clothes? And Mikhail Blomqvist. Click. She considered him to be a good person, possibly with a practical pig complex that was sometimes a little apparent. And he was unbearably naive with regard to certain elementary moral issues. He had an indulgent and forgiving personality that looked for explanations and excuses for the way people behaved, and he would never get it that the raptors of the world understood only one language. She felt almost awkwardly protective whenever she thought of him. She did not remember falling asleep, but she woke up at 9 a.m. with a crick in her neck and with her head leaning against the wall behind the sofa. She tottered to the bedroom and fell back to sleep. It was without a doubt the biggest story of their lives. For the first time in a year and a half, Berger was happy in the way that only an editor who has a spectacular scoop in the oven can be. She and Blomqvist were polishing the article one last time when Salander called him on his mobile. "El forgot to say that Wennerstrom is starting to get worried about what you've been doing lately, and he's asked for an advance copy of the next issue." "How do you know?" "Ah, forget that. Any idea what he plans to do?" "Nix. Just one logical guess." Blomqvist thought for a few seconds. "The printer," he exclaimed. Berger raised her eyebrows. "If you're keeping a lid on the editorial offices, there aren't many other possibilities. Provided none of his thugs is planning to pay you a nighttime visit." Blomqvist turned to Berger. "Book a new printer for this issue. Now. And call Dragan Arminsky. I want security here at night for the next week." Back to Salander. "Thanks. What's it worth?" "What do you mean?" "What's the tip worth?" "What would you like?" "I'd like to discuss it over coffee. Right now." They met at Cafe Bar on Hornsgaten. Salander looked so serious when Blomqvist sat down on the bench next to her that he felt a pang of concern. As usual, she came straight to the point. "I'll need to borrow some money." Blomqvist gave her one of his most foolish grins and reached for his wallet. "Sure. How much?" 120,000 kronor. Steady, steady." He put his wallet away. "I'm not kidding. I need to borrow 120,000 kronor for, let's say 6 weeks. I have a chance to make an investment, but I don't have anyone else to turn to." You've got roughly 140,000 kronor in your current account right now. You'll get your money back. No commenting on the fact that Salander had hacked his bank password. You don't have to borrow the money from me, he replied. We haven't discussed your share yet, but I've more than enough to cover what you want to borrow. My share. Lisbeth, I have an insane fee to cash in from Henrik Vanger, and we're going to finalize the deal at the end of the year. Without you, there wouldn't be a me and Millennium would have gone under. I'm planning to split the fee with you. 50-50. Salander gave him a searching look. A frown had appeared on her brow. Blomqvist was used to her silences. Finally she shook her head. L don't want your money. But L don't want one single krona from you, unless it comes in the form of presents on my birthday. Come to think of it, I don't even know when your birthday is. You're a journalist. Check it out. I'm serious, Lisbeth. About splitting the money. I'm serious too. I only want to borrow it, and I need it tomorrow. She didn't even ask how much her share would be. I'll be happy to go to the bank with you today and lend you the amount you need. But at the end of the year let's have another talk about your share. He held up his hand. And by the way, when is your birthday? On Walpurgis night, she replied. Very fitting, don't you think? That's when I gad around with a broom between my legs. She landed in Zurich at 7:30 in the evening and took a taxi to the Matterhorn Hotel. She had booked a room under the name of Irene Nesser, and she identified herself using a Norwegian passport in that name. Irene Nesser had shoulder-length blonde hair. Salander had bought a wig in Stockholm and used kronor of what she had borrowed from Blomqvist to buy 2 passports through one of the contacts in Plague's international network. She went to her room, locked the door, and got undressed. She lay on the bed and looked up at the ceiling in the room that cost 1,600 kronor per night. She felt empty. She had already run through half the sum she'd borrowed, and even though she had added in every krona of her own savings, she was still on a tight budget. She stopped thinking and fell asleep almost at once. She awoke just after 5 o'clock in the morning. She showered and spent a long time masking the tattoo on her neck with a thick layer of skin-colored lotion and powder over it. The second item on her checklist was to make an appointment at the beauty salon in the lobby of a significantly more expensive hotel for 6:30 that morning. She bought another blonde wig, this one in a pageboy style, and then she had a manicure, getting pink nails attached to her own chewed ones. She also got false eyelashes, more powder, rouge, and finally lipstick and other makeup. No change from 8,000 kronor. She paid with a credit card in the name of Monica Scholes, and she showed them her British passport with that name. Next stop was Camille's House of Fashion down the street. After an hour she came out wearing black boots, a sand-colored skirt with matching blouse, black tights, a waist-length jacket, and a beret. Every item bore an expensive designer label. She had let the salesgirl make the selection. She had also chosen an exclusive leather briefcase and a small Samsonite suitcase. The crowning touches were discreet earrings and a simple gold chain around her neck. The credit card had been debited 44,000 kronor. For the first time in her life Salander had a bust line that made her, when she glanced at herself in the full-length mirror, catch her breath. The breasts were as fake as Monica Scholl's identity. They were made of latex and had been bought in Copenhagen, where the transvestites shopped. She was ready for battle. Just after 9 o'clock she walked 2 blocks to the venerable Zimmertal Hotel, where she booked a room in Monica Scholl's name. She gave a generous tip to a boy who carried up her suitcase, which contained her travel bag. The suite was a small one, costing 22,000 kronor a day. She had booked it for 1 night. When she was alone she took a look around. She had a dazzling view of Lake Zurich, which didn't interest her in the least. But she did spend close to 5 minutes examining herself in the mirror. She saw a total stranger. Big busted Monica Scholes in a blonde pageboy wig, wearing more makeup than Lisbeth Salander dreamed of using in a whole month. She looked different. At 9:30 she had breakfast in the hotel bar, 2 cups of coffee and a bagel with jam. The cost was 210 kronor. Are these people soft in the head? Just before 10 o'clock Monica Scholes set down her coffee cup, opened her mobile, and punched in the number of a modem uplink in Hawaii. After 3 rings, the hand-shaking tone began. The modem was connected. Monica Scholes replied by punching in a 6-digit code on her mobile and texting a message containing instructions to start a program that Salander had written especially for this purpose. In Honolulu, the program came to life on an anonymous homepage on a server that was officially located at the university. The program was simple. Its only function was to send instructions to start another program in another server, which in this case was a perfectly ordinary commercial ISP offering internet services in Holland. The function of that program, in turn, was to 100K for the mirrored hard drive belonging to Hans-Erik Wennerstrom and take command of the program that showed the contents of his approximately 3,000 bank accounts around the world. There was only one account of any interest. Salander had noted that Wennerstrom looked at the account a couple of times each week. If he turned on his computer and IC/CAD at that particular file, everything would appear to be normal. The program showed small changes, which were to be expected, based on normal fluctuations in the account during the past 6 months. If during the next 48 hours Wennerstrom should go in and ask to have the funds paid out or moved from the account, the program would dutifully report that it had been done. In reality, the change would have occurred only on the mirrored hard drive in Holland. Monica Scholes switched off her mobile the moment she heard 4 short tones confirming that the program had started. She left the Tzimmertal Hotel and walked over to Bankhauser General, across the street, where she had made an appointment to see Herr Wagner, the general manager, at 10 o'clock. She was there 3 minutes ahead of schedule, and she spent the waiting time posing in front of the surveillance camera, which took her picture as she walked into the department with offices for discreet private consultations. "I'll need some assistance with a number of transactions," she said in Oxford English. When she opened her briefcase, she let drop a pen from the Tzimmertal Hotel, and Herr Wagner politely retrieved it for her. She gave him an arch smile and wrote an account number on the notepad on the desk in front of her. Herr Wagner pigeonholed her as the spoiled daughter, or possibly mistress, of some big shot. There are a number of accounts at the Bank of Kroonenfeld in the Cayman Islands. Automatic transfer can be done by sequential clearing codes, she said. "Fräulein Scholes, naturally you have all the required clearing codes," he asked. "Aber natürlich," she replied with such a heavy accent that it was obvious she had only school-level German. She started reciting several series of 16-digit numbers without once referring to any papers. Herr Wagner saw that it was going to be a long morning, but for a 4% commission on the transactions, he was prepared to skip lunch, and he was going to have to revise his pigeonhole for Fräulein Scholes. She did not leave Bankhauser General until just past noon, slightly later than planned, and she walked back to the Tzimmertal. She put in an appearance at the front desk before she went up to her room and took off the clothes she had bought. She kept on the latex breasts but replaced the pageboy wig with Irene Nesser's shoulder-length blonde hair. She put on more familiar clothes, boots with stiletto heels, black trousers, a simple shirt, and a nice black leather jacket from Malungsboden in Stockholm. She studied herself in the mirror. Not unkempt by any means, but she was no longer an heiress. Before Irene Nesser left the room, she sorted through a number of bonds, which she placed inside a thin portfolio. At 1:05, a few minutes behind schedule, she went into Bank Dorfman, about 70 yards away from Bankhauser General. Irene Nesser had made an appointment in advance with a Herr Hasselmann. She apologized for being late. She spoke impeccable German with a Norwegian accent. "No problem at all, Fräulein," Herr Hasselmann said. "How can I be of service?" "Elle would like to open an account. I have a number of private bonds that I'd like to convert." Irene Nesser placed her portfolio on the desk in front of him. Herr Hasselmann examined the contents, hastily at first, and then more slowly. He raised an eyebrow and smiled politely. She opened 5 numbered accounts, which she could access via the internet and which were owned by an apparently anonymous post office box company in Gibraltar. A broker had set them up for her for 50,000 kronor of the money she had borrowed from Blomqvist. She cashed in 50 of the bonds and deposited the money in the accounts. Each bond was worth the equivalent of 1 million kronor. Her business at the Bank Dorfman also took more time than expected, so now she was even more behind on her schedule. She had no chance to take care of her final transactions before the banks closed for the day. So Irene Nesser returned to the Matterhorn Hotel, where she spent an hour hanging around to establish her presence. But she had a headache and went to bed early. She bought some aspirin at the front desk and ordered a wake-up call for 8 a.m. Then she went back to her room. It was close to 5 o'clock p.m. and all the banks in Europe were closed for business. But the banks in North and South America were open. She booted up her PowerBook and uplinked to the net through her mobile. She spent an hour emptying the numbered accounts she had opened at Bank Dorfman earlier in the day. She divided the money up into small amounts and used it to pay invoices for a large number of fictional companies around the world. When she was done, the money had strangely enough been transferred back to the Bank of Kroonenfeld in the Cayman Islands, but this time to an entirely different account than the one from which it had been withdrawn earlier that day. Irene Nesser considered this first stage to be secure and almost impossible to trace. She made one payment from the account. The sum of nearly 1 million kronor was deposited into an account linked to a credit card that she had in her wallet. The account was owned by Wasp Enterprises, registered in Gibraltar. Several minutes later a girl with blonde pageboy hair left the Matterhorn by a door into the hotel bar. Monica Scholes walked to the Tzimmertal Hotel, nodded politely to the desk clerk, and took the lift up to her room. There she took her time putting on Monica Scholes' combat uniform, touching up her makeup, and applying an extra layer of skin cream to the tattoo before she went down to the hotel restaurant and had an insanely delicious fish dinner. She ordered a bottle of vintage wine that she had never heard of before, though it cost 200 kronor, drank 1 glass, and nonchalantly left the rest before she went into the hotel bar. She left absurd tips, which certainly made the staff notice her. She spent quite a while allowing herself to be picked up by a drunk young Italian with an aristocratic name which she did not bother to remember. They shared 2 bottles of champagne, of which she drank almost 1 glass. Around 1 o'clock her intoxicated suitor leaned forward and boldly squeezed her breast. She moved his hand down to the table, feeling pleased. He did not seem to have noticed that he was squeezing soft latex. At times they were so loud that they caused a certain amount of irritation among the other guests. Just before midnight, when Monica Scholes noticed that a hall porter was keeping a stern eye on them, she helped her Italian boyfriend up to his room. When he went to the bathroom, she poured 1 last glass of wine. She opened a folded piece of paper and spiked the wine with a crushed Rohypnol sleeping tablet. He passed out in a miserable heap on the bed within a minute after she drank a toast with him. She loosened his tie, pulled off his shoes, and drew a cover over him. She wiped the bottle clean, then washed the glasses in the bathroom and wiped them off too before going back to her. Monica Scholes had breakfast in her room at 6 o'clock and checked out of the Tzimmertal at 6:55. Before leaving her room, she spent 5 minutes wiping off fingerprints from the door handles, wardrobes, toilet, telephone, and other objects in the room that she had touched. Irene Nesser checked out of the Matterhorn around 8:30, shortly after the wake-up call. She took a taxi and left her luggage in a locker at the railway station. Then she spent the next few hours visiting 9 private banks, where she distributed some of the private bonds from the Cayman Islands. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon she had converted about 10% of the bonds into cash, which she deposited in 30 numbered accounts. The rest of the she bundled up and put in a safe deposit box. Irene Nesser would need to make several more visits to Zurich, but there was no immediate hurry. At 4:30 that afternoon Irene Nesser took a taxi to the airport, where she went into the ladies' room and cut up Monica Scholl's passport into little pieces, flushing them down the toilet. The credit card she also cut up and put the bits in 5 different rubbish bins, and the scissors too. After September 1 it was not a good idea to attract attention by having any sharp objects in your baggage. Irene Nesser took Lufthansa flight GD890 to Oslo and caught the airport bus to the Oslo train station, where she went into the ladies' room and sorted through her clothes. She placed all items belonging to the Monica Scholl's persona, the pageboy wig and the designer clothes, in 3 plastic bags and tossed them into 3 different rubbish containers and waste baskets in the train station. She put the empty Samsonite suitcase in an unlocked locker. The gold chain and earrings were designer jewelry that could be traced. They disappeared down a drain in the street outside the station. After a moment of anxious hesitation, Irene Nesser decided to keep the fake latex breasts. By then she did not have much time and took on some fuel in the form of a hamburger from McDonald's while she transferred the contents of the luxury leather briefcase to her travel bag. When she left, the empty briefcase remained under the table. She bought a latte to go at a kiosk and ran to catch the night train to Stockholm. She arrived as the doors were closing. She had booked a private sleeping berth. When she locked the door to her compartment, she could feel that for the first time in 2 days, her adrenaline levels had returned to normal. She opened the compartment window and defied the no-smoking regulations. She stood there sipping at her coffee as the train rolled out of Oslo. She ran through her checklist to be sure that she had forgotten no detail. After a moment she frowned and rummaged through her jacket pockets. She took out the complimentary pen from the Zimmertal Hotel and studied it for several minutes before she tossed it out of the window. After 15 minutes she crept into bed and fell asleep. Epilogue, Final Audit Thursday, November 27 to Tuesday, December 30. Millennium's special report on Hans-Erik Wennerström took up all of 46 pages of the magazine and exploded like a time bomb the last week of November. The main story appeared under the joint byline of Mikael Blomqvist and Erika Berger. For the first few hours the media did not know how to handle the scoop. A similar story just a year earlier had resulted in Blomqvist being convicted of libel, and it had also apparently resulted in his being dismissed from Millennium. For that reason his credibility was regarded as rather low. Now the same magazine was back with a story by the same journalist containing much more serious allegations than the article for which he had run into so much trouble. Some parts of the report were so absurd that they defied common sense. The Swedish media sat and waited, filled with mistrust. But that evening she on TV4 led off with an 11-minute summary of the highlights in Blomqvist's accusations. Berger had lunched with the host several days earlier and given her an advance exclusive. TV4's brutal profile scooped the state-run news channels, which did not clamber onto the bandwagon until the 9 o'clock news. By then the TT Wire service had also sent out its first wire with the cautious headline "CONVLCTED journalist accuses financier of serious crime." The text was a rewrite of the TV story, but the fact that TT addressed the subject at all unleashed feverish activity at the conservative morning newspaper and at a dozen of the larger regional papers as they reset their front pages before the presses started rolling. Up until then, the papers had more or less decided to ignore the Millennium allegations. The liberal morning newspaper commented on Millennium's SCCXP in the form of an editorial, written personally by the editor-in-chief, earlier in the afternoon. The editor-in-chief then went to a dinner party as TV4 started broadcasting its news program. He dismissed his secretary's frantic calls that there might be something to Blomqvist's claims with these later famous words, "Nonsense if there were, our financial reporters would have found out about it long ago." Consequently, the liberal editor-in-chief's editorial was the only media voice in the country that butchered Millennium's claims. The editorial contained phrases such as, "personal vendetta, criminally sloppy journalism," and demands that measures be taken against indictable allegations regarding decent citizens. But that was the only contribution the editor-in-chief made during the debate. That night the Millennium editorial offices were fully staffed. According to their plans, only Berger and the new managing editor, Malin Eriksson, were due to be there to handle any calls. But by 1 midnight p.m. the entire staff was still there, and they had also been joined by no fewer than 4 former staff members and half a dozen regular freelancers. At midnight Malm opened a bottle of champagne. That was when an old acquaintance sent over an advance copy from one of the evening papers, which devoted 16 pages to the Wennerström affair under the headline "The Financial Mafia." When the evening papers came out the next day, a media frenzy erupted, the likes of which had seldom been seen before. Eriksson concluded that she was going to enjoy working at Millennium. During the following week, the Swedish STCKK exchange trembled as the securities fraud police began investigating, prosecutors were called in, and a panicky selling spree set in. 2 days after the publication, the Minister of Commerce made a statement on the Wennerström affair. The frenzy did not mean, however, that the media swallowed Millennium's claims without criticism. The revelations were far too serious for that. But unlike the first Wennerström affair, this time Millennium could present a convincing burden of proof. Wennerström's own emails and copies of the contents of his computer, which contained balance sheets from secret bank assets in the Cayman Islands and 24 other countries, secret agreements, and other blunders that a more cautious racketeer would never in his life have left on his hard drive. It soon became clear that if Millennium's claims held up in a court of appeals, and everyone agreed that the case would end up there sooner or later, then it was by far the biggest bubble to burst in the Swedish financial world since the Kreuger crash of 1932. The Wennerström affair made all the Gota Bank imbroglios and trust frauds pale in comparison. This was fraud on such a grand scale that no one even dared to speculate on how many laws had been broken. For the first time in Swedish financial reporting, the terms organized crime, mafia, and gangster empire were used. Wennerström and his young stockbrokers, partners, and Armani-clad lawyers emerged like a band of hoodlums. During the first days of the media frenzy, Blomqvist was invisible. He did not answer his emails and could not be reached by telephone. All editorial comments on behalf of Millennium were made by Berger, who purred like a cat as she was interviewed by the Swedish national media and important regional newspapers, and eventually also by a growing number of overseas media. Each time she was asked how Millennium had come into possession of all those private and internal documents, she replied simply that she was unable to reveal the magazine's source. When she was asked why the previous year's exposé of Wennerström had been such a fiasco, she was even more Delphic. She never lied, but she may not always have told the whole truth. Off the record, when she did not have a microphone under her nose, she would utter a few mysterious catchphrases, which, if pieced, led to some rather rash conclusions. That is how a rumor was born that soon assumed legendary proportions, claiming that Mikael Blomqvist had not presented any sort of defense at his trial and had voluntarily submitted to the prison sentence and heavy fines because otherwise his documentation would have led inevitably to the identification of his source. He was compared to role models in the American media who had accepted jail rather than reveal their sources, and Blomqvist was described as a hero in such ludicrously flattering terms that he was quite embarrassed. But this was no time to deny the misunderstanding. There was one thing that everyone agreed on: the person who had delivered the documentation had to be someone within Wennerström's most trusted circle. This led to a debate about who the deep throat was. Colleagues with reason to be dissatisfied, lawyers, even Wennerström's cocaine-addicted daughter and other family members were put up as possible candidates. Neither Blomqvist nor Berger commented on the subject. Berger smiled happily, knowing that they had won, when an evening paper on the third day of the frenzy ran the headline "Millennium's Revenge." The article was an ingratiating portrait of the magazine and its staff, including illustrations with a particularly favorable portrait of Berger. She was named the Queen of Investigative Journalism. That sort of thing won points in the rankings of the entertainment pages, and there was talk of the big journalism prize. 5 days after Millennium fired the first salvo, Blomqvist's book The Mafia appeared in bookshops. The book had been written during those feverish days at Sandom in September and October, and in great haste and under the utmost secrecy it was printed by Halvigs Reklam in Morgongava. It was the first book to be published under Millennium's own logo. It was eccentrically dedicated to Sally, who showed me the benefits of the sport of golf. It was a brick of a book, 608 pages in paperback. The first edition of 2,000 copies was virtually guaranteed to be a losing proposition, but the print run actually sold out in a couple of days, and Berger ordered 10,000 more copies. The reviewers concluded that this time, at any rate, Mikhail Blomkvist had no intention of holding back, since it was a matter of publishing extensive source references. In this regard they were right. 2/3 of the book consisted of appendices that were actual copies of the documentation from Wennerström's computer. At the same time as the book was published, Millennium put the texts from Wennerström's computer as source material in downloadable PDF files on their website. Blomkvist's extraordinary absence was part of the media strategy that he and Berger had put together. Every newspaper in the country was looking for him. Not until the book was launched did he give an exclusive interview to She on TV4, once again scooping the state-run stations. But the questions were anything but sycophantic. Blomkvist was especially pleased with one exchange when he watched a video of his appearance. The interview was broadcast live at the very moment when the Stockholm Stock Exchange found itself in free fall and a handful of financial yuppies were threatening to throw themselves out of windows. He was asked what was Millennium's responsibility with regard to the fact that Sweden's economy was now headed for a crash. The idea that Sweden's economy is headed for a crash is nonsense, Blomkvist said. The host of She on TV4 looked perplexed. His reply did not follow the pattern she had expected, and she was forced to improvise. Blomkvist got the follow-up question he was hoping for. "We're experiencing the largest single drop in the history of the Swedish Stock Exchange, and you think that's nonsense? You have to distinguish between two things: the Swedish economy and the Swedish stock market. The Swedish economy is the sum of all the GCX, DS and services that are produced in this country every day. There are telephones from Ericsson, cars from Volvo, chickens from Scan, and shipments from Kiruna to Skaft. That's the Swedish economy, and it's just as strong or weak today as it was a week ago." He paused for effect and took a sip of water. "The stock exchange is something very different. There is no economy and no production of goods and services. There are only fantasies in which people from one hour to the next decide that this or that company is worth so many billions, more or less. It doesn't have a thing to do with reality or with the Swedish economy. So you're saying that it doesn't matter if the stock exchange drops like a rock?" "No, it doesn't matter at all," Blomkvist said in a voice so weary and resigned that he sounded like some sort of oracle. His words would be quoted many times over the following year. Then he went on. "It only means that a bunch of heavy speculators are now moving their shareholdings from Swedish companies to German ones. So it's the financial gnomes that some tough reporter should identify and expose as traitors. They're the ones who are systematically and perhaps deliberately damaging the Swedish economy in order to satisfy the profit interests of their clients." Then She on TV4 made the mistake of asking exactly the question that Blomkvist had hoped for. "And so you think that the media don't have any responsibility?" "Oh yes, the media do have an enormous responsibility. For at least 20 years many financial reporters have refrained from scrutinizing Hans-Erik Wennerström. On the contrary, they have actually helped to build up his prestige by publishing brainless, idolatrous portraits. If they had been doing their work properly, we would not find ourselves in this situation today." Blomkvist's appearance marked a turning point. In hindsight, Berger was convinced that it was only when Blomkvist went on TV and calmly defended his claims that the Swedish media, in spite of the fact that Millennium had been all over the headlines for a week, recognized that the story really did hold up. His attitude set the course for the story. After the interview, the Wennerström affair imperceptibly from the financial section over to the desks of the crime reporters. In the past, ordinary crime reporters had seldom or never written about financial crime, except if it had to do with the Russian mob or Yugoslav cigarette smugglers. Crime reporters were not expected to investigate intricate dealings on the stock exchange. One evening paper even took Blomqvist at his word and filled 2 spreads with portraits of several of the brokerage house's most important players, who were in the process of buying up German securities. The paper's headline read, "Selling out their country." All the brokers were invited to comment on the allegations. Every one of them declined. But the trading of shares decreased significantly that day, and some brokers who wanted to look like patriots started going against the stream. Blomqvist burst out laughing. The pressure got to be so great that somber men in dark suits put on a concerned expression and broke with the most important rule of the exclusive club that made up the innermost circles of Swedish finance. They commented on a colleague. All of a sudden retired industrial leaders and bank presidents were appearing on TV and answering questions in an attempt at damage control. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation, and it was a matter of distancing themselves as quickly as possible from the Wennerström Group and shedding any shares they might hold. Wennerström, they concluded almost with one voice, was not, after all, a real industrialist, and he had never truly accepted into the club. Some pointed out that he was just a simple working-class boy from Norrland whose success may have gone to his head. Some described his actions as a personal tragedy. Others discovered that they had had their doubts about Wennerström for years. He was too, and he put on airs. During the following weeks, as Millennium's documentation was scrutinized, pulled apart, and pieced together again, the Wennerström empire of obscure companies was linked to the heart of the international mafia, including everything from illegal arms dealing and money laundering for South American drug cartels to prostitution in New York, and even indirectly to the child sex trade in Mexico. One Wennerström company registered in Cyprus caused a dramatic stir when it was revealed that it had attempted to buy enriched uranium on the black market in Ukraine. Wennerström's apparently inexhaustible supply of obscure post office box companies seemed to be cropping up everywhere, linked to all manner of shady enterprises. Berger thought that the book was the best thing Blomqvist had ever written. It was uneven stylistically, and in places the writing was actually rather poor. There had been no time for any fine polishing, but the book was animated by a fury that no reader could help but notice. By chance Blomqvist ran into his old adversary, the former financial reporter William Borg, in front of Kvarnen when Blomqvist, Berger, and Malm took the evening off to celebrate the Santa Lucia holiday along with the magazine's other employees, going out to drink themselves senseless at the company's expense. Borg's companion was a very drunk girl about Salander's age. Blomqvist's loathing for Borg was palpable. Berger interrupted the macho posturing by taking Blomqvist by the arm and leading him into the bar. Blomqvist decided that when the opportunity arose, he would ask Salander to do one of her personal investigations of Borg. Just for form's sake. During the whole media storm, the main character in the drama, the financier Wennerström, was for the most part invisible. On the day that Millennium published its article, the financier was forced to comment on the text at a press conference that had been called for a different purpose. He declared the allegations unfounded and said that the documentation referred to was fabricated. He reminded everyone that the same reporter had been convicted of libel only 1 year before. After that, only Wennerström's lawyers would answer questions from the media. 2 days after Blomqvist's BCX came out, a persistent rumor began circulating that Wennerström had left Sweden. The evening papers used the word fled. During the second week, when the securities fraud police tried to contact Wennerström, he was nowhere to be found. In mid-December the police confirmed that Wennerström was formally sought, and on the day before New Year's Eve, an all-points bulletin was sent out via the international police organizations. The very same day one of Wennerström's advisors was seized at Arlanda as he was boarding a plane for London. Several weeks later a Swedish tourist reported that he had seen Wennerström get into a car in Bridgetown, the capital of Barbados. As proof of his claim, the tourist submitted a photograph, taken from quite a distance away, showing a white man wearing sunglasses, an open white shirt, and light-colored slacks. He could not be identified with certainty, but the evening papers contacted stringers who tried without success to track down the fugitive billionaire. After 6 months the hunt was called off. Then Wennerstrom was found dead in an apartment in Marbella, Spain, where he had been living under the name of Victor Fleming. He had been shot 3 times in the head at close range. The Spanish police were working on the theory, their statement said, that he had surprised a burglar. Wennerstrom's death came as no surprise to Salander. She suspected, with good reason, that his demise had to do with the fact that he no longer had access to the money in a certain bank in the Cayman Islands, which he may have needed to pay off certain debts in Colombia. If anyone had asked for Salander's help in tracking Wennerstrom, she could have told them almost on a daily basis where he was. Via the internet she had followed his flight through a dozen countries and remarked a growing desperation in his emails. Not even Blomqvist would have thought that the fugitive ex-billionaire would be stupid enough to take along the computer that had been so thoroughly penetrated. After 6 months Salander grew tired of tracking Wennerstrom. The question that remained to be answered was how far her own involvement should reach. Wennerstrom was without a doubt an Olympic-class creep, but he was not her personal enemy, and she had no interest in involving herself against him. She could tip off Blomqvist, but he would probably just publish a story. She could tip off the police, but there was quite a chance that Wennerstrom would be forewarned and again disappear. Besides, on principle, she did not talk to the police. But there were other debts that had to be paid. She thought about the once pregnant waitress whose head had been shoved underwater in her own bath. 4 days before Wennerstrom's body was found, she made up her mind. She switched on her mobile and called a lawyer in Miami, who seemed to be one of the people Wennerstrom was making a big effort to hide from. She talked to a secretary and asked her to pass on a cryptic message. The name Wennerstrom and an address in Marbella. That was all. She turned off the TV news halfway through a dramatic report alleged Wennerstrom's demise. She put on some coffee and fixed herself a liver pate and cucumber sandwich. Berger and Malm were taking care of the annual Christmas arrangements while Blomqvist sat in Erika's chair, drinking glögg and looking on. All the staff and many of the regular freelancers would receive a Christmas gift this year, a shoulder bag with the new Millennium Publishing House logo. After wrapping the presents, they sat down to write and stamp about 200 cards to send to printing companies, photographers, and media colleagues. Blomqvist tried for the longest time to withstand the temptation, but finally he couldn't resist. He picked up the very last card and wrote, "Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thanks for your splendid efforts during the past year." He signed his name and addressed the card to Jana Dahlman, C/O, the editorial offices of Monopoly Financial magazine. When Blomqvist got home that evening there was a slip notifying him of a postal package. He went to pick it up the next morning, opening it when he got to the office. The package contained a mosquito repellent stick and a bottle of Reimers Holmes Aquavit. The card read, "If you don't have other plans, I'll be docked at Arholma on Midsummer Eve." It was signed Robert Lindbergh. Traditionally the Millennium offices were closed the week before Christmas and through the New Year's holiday. This year it did not work out that way. The strain on the small staff had been enormous, and journalists were still calling from all over the world on a daily basis. It was the day before Christmas Eve when Blomqvist, almost by chance, happened to read an article in the Financial Times summing up the findings of the International Banking Commission that had been established in all haste to scrutinize the collapse of the Wennerstrom empire. The article said that the commission was working on the hypothesis that Wennerstrom had probably been tipped off at the last minute about the impending disclosures. His account at Bank of Kroonenfeld in the Cayman Islands, containing $260 million, approximately 2.5 billion Swedish kronor, had been emptied the day before Millennium published its exposé. The money had been spread over a number of accounts, and only Wennerstrom personally could make withdrawals. He did not have to be present at the bank, it was enough for him to present a series of clearing codes in order to transfer the money to any bank in the world. The money had been transferred to Switzerland, where a female associate had converted the funds into anonymous private bonds. All the clearing codes were in order. Europol had launched a search for the woman who had used a stolen British passport in the name of Monica Scholes and who was said to have lived a life of luxury at one of Zurich's most expensive hotels. A relatively clear picture, considering that it came from a surveillance camera, showed a short woman with a blonde pageboy, wide lips and prominent breasts wearing fashionable designer clothes and gold jewelry. Blomqvist studied the picture, giving it first a quick glance and then looking at it with increasing suspicion. After several seconds he rummaged in his desk for a magnifying glass and tried to make out the details of the facial features in the newspaper's screened image. At last he put down the paper and sat there, speechless, for several minutes. Then he started laughing so hysterically that Malm stuck his head round the door to find out what was going on. On the morning of Christmas Eve Blomqvist went out to Arsta to see his ex-wife and his daughter, Pernilla, and exchange gifts. Pernilla got the computer she wanted, which Blomqvist and Monica had bought together. Blomqvist got a tie from Monica and a detective novel by Ake Edwardson from his daughter. Unlike the previous Christmas, they were in high spirits because of the media drama that had been playing out around Millennium. They had lunch together. Blomqvist stole a sidelong glance at Pernilla. He had not seen his daughter since she turned up to visit him in Hidestad. He realized that he had failed to discuss her mania for that sect in Skellefteå with her mother. He could not tell them that it was his daughter's obviously profound knowledge of the Bible that had set him on the right track regarding Harriet Vanger's disappearance. He had not talked to his daughter since then. He was not a good father. He kissed his daughter goodbye after the lunch and met Salander at Slussen. They went out to Sandom. They had not seen much of each other since the Millennium bomb exploded. They arrived late on Christmas Eve and stayed for the holidays. Blomqvist was entertaining company, as always, but Salander had an uneasy feeling that he was looking at her with an especially odd expression when she paid back the loan with a check for 120,000 kronor. They took a walk to Troville and back, which Salander considered a waste of time, had Christmas dinner at the inn, and went back to the cabin where they lit a fire in the wood stove, put on an Elva CD, and devoted themselves to some plain old sex. When Salander from time to time came up for air, she tried to analyze her feelings. She had no problem with Blomqvist as a lover. There was obviously a physical attraction. And he never tried to tutor her. Her problem was that she could not interpret her own feelings for him. Not since before reaching puberty had she lowered her guard to let another person get so close as she had with him. To be quite honest, he had a trying ability to penetrate her defenses and to get her to talk about personal matters and private feelings. Even though she had enough sense to ignore most of his questions, she talked about herself in a way that she would never, even under threat of death, have imagined doing with any other person. It frightened her and made her feel naked and vulnerable to his will. At the same time, when she looked down at his slumbering form and listened to him snoring, she felt that she had never before in her life had such a trust in another human being. She knew with absolute certainty that Mikhail would never use what he knew about her to hurt her. It was not in his nature. The only thing they never discussed was their relationship to each other. She did not dare, and Blomqvist never broached the subject. At some point on the morning of the second day she came to a terrifying realization. She had no idea how it had happened or how she was supposed to cope with it. She was in love for the first time in her life. That he was almost twice her age did not bother her. Nor did the fact that at the moment he was one of the most newsworthy people in Sweden, and his picture was even on the cover of Newsweek. That was all just soap opera. But Blomqvist was no erotic fantasy or daydream. It would have to come to an end. It could not possibly work out. What did he need her for? Maybe she was just a way to pass the time while he waited for someone whose life was not a fucking rat hole. What she had realized was that love was that moment when your heart was about to burst. When Blomqvist woke up late that morning, she had made coffee and been out to buy breakfast rolls. He joined her at the table and noticed at once that something in her attitude had changed. She was a bit more reserved. When he asked her if anything was wrong, she gave him a neutral, uncomprehending look. On the first day between Christmas and New Year's, Blomqvist took the train up to Hedestad. He was wearing his warmest clothes and his proper winter shoes when Frode met him at the station and quietly congratulated him on the media success. It was the first time since August that he had visited Hedestad, and it was almost exactly 1 year ago since he had visited it for the first time. They chatted politely, but there was also a great deal that had gone unsaid between them, and Blomqvist felt uncomfortable. Everything had been prepared, and the business with Frode TCX, only a few minutes. Frode offered to deposit the money in a convenient foreign bank account, but Blomqvist insisted that it should be paid like a normal, legitimate fee to his company. "L can't afford any other type of payment," he said curtly when Frode persisted. The purpose of his visit was not solely financial. Blomqvist had left clothes, books, and a number of his own things in the cottage when he and Salander had abandoned Hedeby in great haste. Vanger was still frail after his illness, but he was at home. He was being looked after by a private nurse, who refused to allow him to take long walks, or walk upstairs, or discuss anything that might upset him. During the holidays he had also come down with a slight cold and was ordered to bed. Besides which, she's expensive, Vanger complained. Blomqvist knew that the old man could afford any such expense considering how many kronor he had written off his taxes all his life. Vanger gave him a sullen look until he started laughing. "What the hell, you were worth every krona. I knew you would be. To tell you the truth, I never thought I'd solve it." "I have no intention of thanking you," Vanger said. "L didn't expect you would. I'm just here to tell you that I consider the job done." Vanger curled his lips. "You haven't finished the job," he said. "L know that. You haven't written the Vanger family chronicle, which was agreed. L know that. I'm not going to write it. In fact, I can't write it. I can't write about the Vanger family and leave out the most central event of the past decades. How could I write a chapter about Martin's period as CEO and pretend that I don't know what's in his basement? I also can't write the story without destroying Harriet's life all over again. I'll understand your dilemma, and I'm grateful for the decision that you've made. Congratulations. You've managed to corrupt me. I'm going to destroy all my notes and the tape recordings I've made of our conversations." "L don't think that you've been corrupted," Vanger said. "That's what it feels like. And I think that's what it is. You had to choose between your role as a journalist and your role as a human being. I could never have bought your silence. And I'm quite certain that you would have exposed us if Harriet had turned out in some way to have been implicated, or if you thought I was a cretin." Blomqvist did not reply. "We've told Cecilia the whole story. Frode and I will soon be gone, and Harriet is going to need support from someone in the family. Cecilia will play an active role on the she and Harriet will be in charge of the firm from now on." "How did she take it?" "She was very shaken. She went abroad for a while. I was even afraid she wouldn't come back. But she did. Martin was one of the few people in our family that Cecilia always got along with. It was very hard for her to find out the truth about him. She also knows now what you did for the family." Blomqvist shrugged. "So thank you, Mikhail," Vanger said. "Besides, I couldn't write the story because I've had it up to here with the Vanger family. But tell me, how does it feel to be CEO again? It's only temporary, but I wish I were younger. I'm only working 3 hours a day. All the meetings are held in this room, and Dirch has stepped in again as my enforcer if anyone acts up. The junior executives must be quaking in their boots. It took me a while to realize that Dirch wasn't just an old sweetie of a financial advisor but also someone who solves problems for you." "Exactly. But all decisions are made with Harriet, and she's the one who's doing the legwork in the office. How are things going for her? She inherited both her brother's and her mother's shares. She controls Alxjit 33% of the Korv's ration. Is that enough? L don't know. Berger is trying to trip her up. Alexander has seen that he has a chance to make an impact and has allied himself with Berger. My brother Harold has cancer and won't live much longer. He was the only remaining person with large shareholdings of 7%, which his children will inherit. Cecilia and Anita will be on Harriet's side. Then together you'll control, what, 45%? That kind of voting cartel has never existed within the family before. Plenty of shareholders with 1 and 2% will vote against us. Harriet is going to succeed me as CEO in February. That won't make her happy. No, but it's necessary. We have to take in some new partners and new blood. We also have the chance to collaborate with her company in Australia. There are possibilities. Where's Harriet today? You're out of luck. She's in London. But she would very much like to see you. I'll see her at our board meeting in January if she's going to take your place. No. I'll think that she realizes that I will never discuss what happened in the 60s with anyone except for Erica Berger, and I don't see why Erica needs to know. She does. You're a person with morals, Mikhail. But also tell her that everything she does from now on could end up in the magazine. The Wenger Corporation won't have a free pass from scrutiny. I'll warn her. Blomqvist left Wenger when he started to doze off. He packed his belongings into 2 suitcases. As he closed the door to the cottage for the last time, he paused and then went over to Cecilia's house and knocked. She was not home. He took out his pocket calendar, tore out a page, and wrote, "I wish you all the best. Try to forgive me. Mikhail." He put the note in her letter box. An electric Christmas candle shone in the kitchen window of Martin Wanger's empty house. He took the last train back to Stockholm. During the holidays Salander tuned out the rest of the world. She did not answer her telephone and she did not turn on her computer. She spent 2 days washing laundry, scrubbing, and cleaning up her apartment. Year-old pizza boxes and newspapers were bundled up and carried downstairs. She dragged out a total of 6 black rubbish bags and 20 paper bags full of newspapers. She felt as if she had decided to start a new life. She thought about buying a new apartment when she found something suitable, but for now her old place would be more dazzlingly clean than she could ever remember. Then she sat as if paralyzed, thinking. She had never in her life felt such a longing. She wanted Mikhail Blomqvist to ring the doorbell and, what then? Lift her off the ground, hold her in his arms. Passionately take her into the bedroom and tear off her clothes? No, she really just wanted his company. She wanted to hear him say that he liked her for who she was. That she was someone special in his world and in his life. She wanted him to give her some gesture of love, not just of friendship and companionship. I'm flipping out, she thought. She had no faith in herself. Blomqvist lived in a world populated by people with respectable jobs, people with orderly lives and lots of grown-up points. His friends did things, went on TV, and shaped the headlines. What do you need me for? Salander's greatest fear, which was so huge and so black that it was of phobic proportions, was that people would laugh at her feelings. And all of a sudden all her carefully constructed self-confidence seemed to crumble. That's when she made up her mind. It took her several hours to mobilize the necessary courage, but she had to see him and tell him how she felt. Anything else would be unbearable. She needed some excuse to knock on his door. She had not given him any Christmas present, but she knew what she was going to buy. In a junk shop she had seen a number of metal advertising signs from the 50s, with embossed images. One of the signs showed Elvis Presley with a guitar on his hip and a cartoon balloon with the words Heartbreak Hotel. She had no sense for interior design, but even she could tell that the sign would be perfect for the cabin in Sandom. It cost 780 kronor, and on principle she haggled and got the price knocked down to 700. She had it wrapped, put it under her arm, and headed over to his place on Bellmansgaten. At Hornsgaten she happened to glance towards Kaffebar and saw Blomqvist coming out with Berger in tow. He said something, and she laughed, putting her arm around his waist and kissing his cheek. They turned down Brandkirkagaten in the direction of Belmansgaten. Their Bksa language left no room for misinterpretations. It was obvious what they had in mind. The pain was so immediate and so fierce that Lisbeth stopped in mid-stride, incapable of movement. Part of her wanted to rush after them. She wanted to take the metal sign and use the sharp edge to cleave Berger's head in two. She did nothing as thoughts swirled through her mind. Analysis of consequences. Finally she calmed down. "What a pathetic fool you are, Salander," she said out loud. She turned on her heel and went home to her newly spotless apartment. As she passed Zinkensdamm, it started to snow. She tossed Elvis into a dumpster.